New here? Good luck.
How'd you do, fellow kids? You must be the new guys here. Welcome to the World Finals. Let me show you around. Over here, the regional cool kids. And over here, we have the mechanics. They're here. So good looking. I mean, he plays a mean game too, but anyway. Oh, latecomers. Oh, they took the elevator? He's here. Well, that's my cue. Peace out, fellow kids. See you on stage.
2025 has been an explosive year for Brawl Stars esports, from regional showdowns at the Brawl Cup to the last chance qualifier in the sensational Sao Paulo. But right here is where the journey must come to an end. 3 days of competition, $1 million on the line, and a legacy that will forever be forged into the Brawl Stars esports history books. Make no mistake, the best and only the best have made it this far. My name is Barney Banks, and I am your host, and whether you are at home or right here, live at DreamHack Stockholm, welcome everybody. That's right, let's get loud. This is going to be the most phenomenal weekend of esports. And welcome to the 2025 Brawl Stars World Finals!
Do you know that feeling? When you get the perfect random?
You're my only trophy.
Stop! The player who never misses. The one who pulls off the impossible 1v3.
Wow! In close range, 1, 2!
The genius that makes all the right decisions.
Yoshi, able to take boss down, but how are you going to stop this now? Push it, he's got the goal anyway!
That's what it takes to get here. 12 teams emerged from the monthly finals. 4 more won the golden tickets at LCQ. For 16 teams, a year of battles comes down to this. 1 stage, 1 trophy, 1 chance to make history. From every corner of the world, the best randoms gather in Stockholm. Who will lift a golden trophy? Who will be crowned the Brawl Stars World Champions? Welcome to the World Finals.
DreamHack Stockholm, the birthplace of a basement land turned global festival. And now our arena for the 2025 Brawl Stars World Finals. 16 teams step onto the stage. Titans, underdogs, rookies, legends. All crammed into one arena, all chasing one crown. And in the end, only one team leaves Stockholm as the world champion. My name's Sunny, and I'm here with the velvet-voiced Uber and Trev. And gentlemen, as we all know, first impressions matter. So which teams are you going to be watching most closely as we kick off day 1?
Is there any way to frame this World Finals other than EMEA versus the world? You guys have got the biggest field, the most teams, and also probably with some of the most dominant LAN performances over the course of the year. That's kind of the storyline I'm following, but we have some dark horse teams from up-and-coming regions that I'm going to be looking for, especially teams like Revenant, X-Spark. Those guys had to qualify through LCQ, but they definitely deserve to be here.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm echoing everything that you've just said. I have to back my home region in the EMEA.
It's self-serving though, isn't it?
It is. It's tough to go against anything you've just said, but I think NA have got a point to prove at this World Finals.
We have 16 teams here today over the course of the weekend. We're going to lose a few, Uber.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a GSL-style group format to start us off. So we have 16 teams But from each group, we lose 2 of them after 2 days of play. There'll be a second chance, though, for teams that lose their opener games in their groups. But then we take a top 8 into a single elimination bracket. And then, of course, for all the marbles, we get through to our final.
Yeah, it's a lot of money on the line here. $1 million. First place going to take home the lion's share, 400,000. Second getting 200,000. And then we slowly get less and less as the teams get eliminated earlier.
We have players from all across the globe here. 5 different regions are with us here today. EMEA with the most since Humble won Brawl Cup. They have 1 additional slot. Some of them, as we already called them, the latecomers, came through LCQ. But in the end, all of those regions still have at least 1 competitor to fight for glory.
Absolutely. They've got a lot of teams have got teams from their own regions to thank for being here at this point. But here are the groups A, B, C, and D. All eyes on Group C, in my opinion, there as the one that's been labelled the group of death for this year's World Finals. The rest of the groups, I feel like they have those 2 real strong teams at the top, and then the 2 underdogs fighting for those places in the later phases.
And as some of you said on socials, Group C is the group of death. We weren't really sure what to vote on that one. The other ones seem to be pretty even. We all agree, apart from that Group C match 1.
I think Group A match 1 is pretty dangerous. We'll get onto that in just a moment here, but all of us behind Humble. It's the Broman Empire or it's Team Heretics, right? Los Niños. I'm not too sure on that one. It's a tough one to call, and this reject team's looking very, very good. But loud, it's hard to count them out. They're really veterans on the world stage by this point, and I think their region expects them to deliver here in Stockholm.
And now that we have discussed which teams we're going to be watching today, we also want to look at the brawlers that we could see today. The meta is ever shifting. We see a different meta throughout the year, but some of the brawlers have just been strong all year long. Like the Ruffs, for example, the hypercharges have been blanket nerfs, so maybe not as strong this World Finals as last year. But since Meeple and Mina just received their hypercharge now, they're super strong, catapulted them immediately to top 3.
Yeah, I think Ziggy's also going to see some play as the sort of newest brawler to hit the competitive scene. And Ruffs deserves a spot in this picture because he's the engine room. He really feeds these kind of strategies. His hypercharge will feed that of a teammate. Meeples now allows teammates as well as Meeple to walk through these walls, to walk across water, really unlock some avenues of play that never really were available before. I mean, even his super did the same thing, right? But that hypercharge takes to another level.
You know, already saw our predictions. I'm also curious about what you think, so make sure to go over to eventthebrawlstars.com, lock your predictions in, and whilst you do that, we had a little chat with Barney and Reddy.
Oh, he came to play. Ready, set. Welcome to Stockholm. How are you feeling, buddy?
I'm feeling great, dude. We're in the Brawl Stars capital of the world right now. I could not be more excited.
We are indeed. Now, Ready, set, you're going to be taking part and covering these backstage matches that we've got, right? Which one are you most excited for?
We're front-loaded on this broadcast. It's got to be Novo versus SSG. That is the top one for me. We've got 3 North American teams on the backstage teams. I think it's going to be awesome.
It is going to be awesome. I cannot wait to get this show on the road. You know what I mean? The energy is palpable here in the arena, and it's going to be a good one. See you there.
Now that the stage is set, and yes, the other matches are also going to be stream powered here ready. We are ready for our very first match here in this stream. And it's none other than SK Gaming versus Revenant X Spark. SK Gaming as the first seed of EMEA, looking mighty strong. Many have them down as winning this whole World Finals.
It's the same every year for these guys. There's always a weight of expectation on SK Gaming's shoulders, and to date they haven't quite been able to land the plane at these big tournaments, but they are purpose-built for victory. Minimum expectation, I think, is honestly top 2 for these guys, so it's time to stand and deliver.
Absolutely. So many people have got those guys winning the whole thing in their predictions. On the other side, though, we're looking at Revenant X Spark, fresh off the back of an incredible LCQ run. And let's not forget, they had to go through LCQ, so it's not like they could have catapulted themselves straight to World Finals. So this is a team that cannot be underestimated here. The front man in the middle there, Sargent, making some of the most incredible plays we've seen all year long at LCQ. And his teammates, if they hold their nerve, they're going to be a real thorn in the side for SK.
Their opponents, SK Gaming, looking very strong in their own region this year again, first seed in EMEA, but they've only ever made top 4 in the World Finals.
It's the land showings for SK Gaming that honestly leave a little bit to be desired, at least in contrast with how they play online. They're so good online, but at land, they've fallen short so far this year. They've got to be clean as a whistle.
And now it's time to bring in the teams. They're ready. I hope, Barney, you are too.
The Brawl Stars World Finals begins with a banger. The dominant force versus the dark horse. DreamHack, make some noise for SK Gaming and Revenant X Spark. SK Gaming have Ope, Yoshi, and Joker. And Revenant X Spark has X9J, Response, and Sergeant.
Three things in life are constant: death, taxes, and SK Gaming at the World Finals. This is already their 6th participation at the World Finals. For Revenant X Spark, it's also another showing. We have seen them before at LCQ. They've been looking mighty strong, and they came through since they couldn't qualify through the monthly finals itself. They only had one chance and they took it.
Yeah, super easy to underestimate them for that reason, but they were so dominant in the home region. And let's not forget, Inner Circle, Crazy Raccoon, and Rival all fell to this Revenant X Spark team. And talking to SK, they're not underestimating them. They know how good they are. Response has been around for a while, previous champion. And he and X9J also found great success in that East Asia region, when they were combined with that one. So no one's sleeping on these guys. You shouldn't either at home.
Absolutely. I mean, SK Gaming, they need to come to these kind of competitions. Yes, they've got high expectations for themselves, but that doesn't mean they can just go and underestimate others, because that's when the upsets will happen. If you get a bit of an overconfidence going, a person like Sergeant and a team like Revan will just take advantage of that and beat you down. It's going to be a close one, this. I think, the majority of people will have their money on SK Gaming, but that doesn't mean that Revenant aren't here to fight.
Super lovely, by the way, that we also get some voices in from the community. We see it here on screen. We also saw the crowds. They flew in here or came over to Stockholm just to root for their favorite teams. We're going to kick things off here. This is going to be our match 1 of the Brawl Stars World Finals 2025.
And you can see the family of Pedro there in the crowd, and many of the SK supporters always turning up in numbers. Pedro's been coaching this SK team for quite some time now, still looking for that, that golden trophy to hold aloft. There's been so many variations of this SK team, but Pedro's been that main constant. This year, Ope joins the lineup, comes in alongside Joper, definitely to assist a little bit in terms of the draft, but also bring his signature aggressive style to the team. The Frenchman last year was competing with Eternal Fire, a team that definitely had explosive moments. I remember at LCQ, they managed to qualify for Worlds. Ope throws his jersey into the crowd. There's a lot of emotion there, but then they fall flat in Helsinki. This time, Ope is hoping for a much smoother sailing here through the World's group stage.
Yeah, I mean, that kind of energy is what we love at the Brawl Stars Championship. Throwing your jersey into the crowd, even if you don't have a replacement. They're the kind of vibes we like. And they're the kind of vibes that Ope brings as well. And as you mentioned, he brings that aggressive play style. And SK for so long have been known as a team who play defensively. Through that documentary we saw of Pedro, which was incredible, by the way. They're talking about, that pocketing the ball strategy. And Ope kind of brings a different light to this roster.
He's playing super aggressively. Also, who needs a jersey when you have a trophy, right? 91% of you voted that SK Gaming is going to win this one. We also said they might take it. Again, many people have them down to win it all, to take home that golden trophy you see in the center of the stage. But Revenant X Spark definitely has a chance here. We're the dark horses already at LCQ. Nobody really believed in them to take it, but they rushed through their competition, and now they're standing here rightfully on this stage today. We're heading over to our first map of the day. It's going to be Hard Rock Mine, an old classic. And Trev, I see an old classic pick here as well, quite early, I might add, but Lily is going to be so strong to get that goes gems away. If the opponents have all the gems already, you can just sweep in with a hypercharge at the end.
Absolutely. Lily's a bold one to take early on, but I like it. You've got to question whether they go this aggressive stance and take the aggression to Revenant X Spark, or play this defensive stance against them. And both ways can be a big risk, so it's just about managing that risk that's the difference. Nita's going to come rolling on here as well, and I wouldn't have said that's a pick that I'd have expected.
I think on the Lily note, she was a brawler that benefited the most from the raw stats that Hypercharge gave. That's where the blanket nerf was sort of aimed at now. You only get 20% move speed, 5% damage and shield. So she's still very powerful, of course. Her Hypercharge still very effective, allowing her to close the gap. And also, it now drags the opponent that you hit into the Shadow Realm with you, as opposed to Lily just popping down there herself with the gadget. So Very, very powerful still. Important to wrest those gems out of the gem carrier's hands. We see Chester start to make his way back in now. Really powerful mid-range brawler with great damage output and ways to mitigate the randomness of those supers.
You said he made his way back, yes. Chester and Ito had some showings, but not that often, honestly. Yeah. It's a super niche pick here from Reverend X-Clark. Sometimes you have to go with comfort picks, not just meta picks. And those two can certainly be strong. They out some damage, especially against that Pam now. Picked up his gem carrier from the side of SK Gaming, Trev.
Yeah, I've always liked Pam. You know, even before the hypercharge came in, it slipped out the meta massively for such a long period of time, but it was a real staple in those gem grab maps, in those hot zone maps for a long period of time prior to those hypercharges being introduced. But being one of the late receivers of this kind of buff has put it out of the game for such a long period, and I'm so excited to see it back.
SK Gaming are playing a ton of Pam right now. I mean, Joker with a really high win rate sort of in scrims. Yoshi's playing a ton of Pam. On gem grab, primarily, SK Gaming are trying to bring this in. It's also kind of wild to see the Maisie make her way back in. When, you know, hypercharges were first added to the game, Maisie was used extensively because of how powerful hers was, but she is really effective at those longer ranges, has good mobility in terms of her disengage gadget, and of course the slowing capacity on her super. Definitely things you want to look towards. Kit here, though, to round things out. Obviously, very potent brawler. If you want someone who can fill that same role as Lily does in diving on the gem carrier, getting that assassination, and just abusing bushes and sort of map control, that's a great way to go here to round a strafe out.
Absolutely. Well, as we are getting into the first game of the Brawl Stars World Finals 2025, will it be SK Gaming kicking off well, or will Revenant X-Spark show up with a massive upset early on in this competition? Getting into the game now, into Hard Rock Mine we go.
It's going to be Yoshi on the Pam here, of course, wants to be pretty oppressive through mid. That Scrap Sucker gadget, if that's the way they go. Being able to limit enemies' ammunition reserves is very powerful. Joker already wants to be the aggressor. Ope's going to try and split the map diagonally and find some of these connections on towards Response, but he's already been able to garner himself a couple of gems, and Sergeant's on the hunt. Has built that Kid super up now, is looking for someone to jump on. Yoshi gets popped instantly, gems drop down. Response a little bit low. Joker's managed to find his way into the back line, and he pops out of the Shadow Realm. Flourish connects onto Jay, and that is an SK team wipe.
Well, there was a bit of a turnaround in gems and a turnaround again. Sergeant's going to go aggressive, and that's going to be a wasted jump as Joker just going to retreat back to his home line. But that's a good kill from Sergeant and an over-aggression from Joker. This is a tough situation for them now. Need to bear coming in with a faux fur as well, and Pam not going to be able to deal with that too quickly.
That's going to give you map control. That Nita super essentially allows you to move a bit further forward like Sergeant wants to now. Looking at Yoshi, already has super, but takes a couple slashes and lays the Pam low. Here's Joker there with a hypercharge. Sergeant getting dragged into the Shadow Realm. It's an easy pick up for the Lillian. Joker's looking for more now. Pops up, sees Jay in his sights, but in the background, Ope is forced Response right up to the top of the map, allowing Yoshi now to get up to 6 gems. There's 8 in total for SK.
I mean, incredible from Joker to be able to get them out of that real sticky situation in the back spawn. 8 gems and make that 9 as Yoshi picks this up. One that's just spawned on his side. Response still playing through the mid. Got a super to work with as well, but you've got to question what it is going to be. Round the side, X9J trying to make a move. Sergeant along with them as well, playing the bait. Going in, has the stun, but goes for Ope instead, and he'll be dealt with quickly. Jay trying to refrag, but the hyper super's there, and the kill as well. Joker going aggressive, and the 10th is collected by SK.
SK now happy to give up some space. Joker carrying no gems can simply run interference here with a super. Being able to connect onto potentially Response. Whoever wants to try and go after Yoshi, it's a very tanky gem carrier. Ope gets hit by Sergeant, but they're going to be able to shrug this off, and here comes the healing turret. Jay simply ceases to exist, and that defensive last pick of the Maisie in SK's draft makes it so dangerous to dive on them with the kid.
Absolutely, super scrappy game there. A lot of it was spent in SK's spawn, to be honest with you, but a few gems flipped here and there allowed them to get the win on the board. Revenant starting okay, you know, they maybe take a little bit of a while to sink into their seats and get going, but SK Gaming off to a flying start with the first game on the board.
I think Sergeant has to think really hard about where he's trying to go with these Kiss supers. On the Ope, all well and good. Yoshi actually not in a position to help out. That could have been dangerous, but Sergeant picks his target very effectively. Joker into the Shadow Realm and has that Flourish super at the ready. They collapse on Jay, but Sergeant is still a problem. Cycling those supers, and Yoshi's not able to dig the feline menace out of the bushes. Again, it's Ope being dove on, and a super from Response of the bomb variety will secure the elimination.
Yeah, nice little combo plays here from Sergeant and Response, playing an incredible good game. Joker in the back of the spawn. Need to try to push her out, but Kit still in the back line. He's got to be really cautious about this stun, but Sergeant can't over-aggress at this point because his teammates aren't in a position to help him out. Now coming out of this left-hand side, just retreating to the back spawn as Joker has the hyper charge and they need to defend response.
It's a game of chicken between Joker and Sergeant here. It feels like whoever blinks first loses in terms of those gap-closing, hard-initiating supers. It's got to be dodged away from. Ope's able to use that disengage gadget to get enough distance away from Sergeant. So the Kit now will have to head back to base with his tail between his legs. Tries to come forward underneath the cardboard box, but Joker found that first kill, and Sergeant now is in an awkward spot. Ope, flashing super, knows that there's no point for Revenant to dive him right now as all the gems are sat on the Pam, and there's a healing turret, well protected. In goes Joker. Nice super connection onto the gem carrier. Sergeant gonna try and trade out, but Joker simply ducks down into the Shadow Realm. And this Nita Bear, Bruce doesn't really do a whole lot in terms of garnering map control for Revenant X Spark.
I mean, if you ask Revenant who they didn't want the gems on, Sergeant would be that man forced to go aggressive now. Joker trying to get some work done on the defense. Has a super of his own again to be able to go in. 7 to 8, make that 9 to 7 now as Yoshi picks up that one. Sergeant going to go aggressive here as well. Response with the reach. Should be able to get the shots in. A little TP forward and a little duck into the Shadow Realm from Joker keeps these gems on their side. Yoshi in the healing turret and Revenant just trying to get something going.
Sergeant has hyper, but no super just yet, and not close enough, frankly, to get that damage in. He pops it for the raw stats anyway, but Ope's got a hyper super, and there it is. The slow is devastating, cycling them one after another, and SK Gaming snatch up our first set.
I mean, you can't ask for a better set for SK Gaming there. There was a few hiccups, but they dealt with it incredibly well. Revenant X Spark, just having those gems land on the wrong person towards the late portions of those games kind of ties the knot and allows SK to get that first set on the board. They know they have to aggress, but can't with the person they'd want to.
Yeah, both teams' compositions are trying to do a similar thing, right? Both Joker and Sergeant making a beeline for the enemy gem carrier. But things get a little bit complex when the enemy gem carrier is Pam, who not only has a really large health pool, but also has a lot of passive healing thanks to the super turret that can be put down. It's really hard to dive them, and so time and time again, we see Sergeant going after Ope, right? Maisie, in theory, squishier, especially if she's stunned up by the Kit super. She can't super and get that slow herself. But that's not the gem carrier. So it gives Sergeant some more map control, but eventually the Kit is overwhelmed with this target-rich environment.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a tough one. It really is, with the Pam having so much health, as you mentioned. They don't have the opportunity to be able to just dive in and flip this game, so they have to be in control of it for the most part, and they just don't have a composition that allows them to do that. It's a flip, it's a comp that flips around, and you've got to question whether or not it's kind of been won in the draft phase by SK Gamer before the game's even started, or if they're just being the team that they're supposed to be in this competition.
And obviously the Chester, powerful, good damage, can combo quite nicely with the Kit if the super lines up adequately, but there were only a couple of opportunities there for Revenant to really put pressure down on Yoshi, who's completely unperturbed. And that game plan there for SK Gaming is one you're going to see come up in many of their matches, is try and pick the Pam, a safe gem grab pick. They also like to work Kit and Chester into their comps when they can. Those three brawlers are seeing a lot of play right now in that game mode. But we're going to move ahead, of course. This is a first to 3, a best of 5 series. And SK have already snatched up that all-important first set. And last time these two teams played was a Brawl Cup. It was a sweep for SK Gaming, but that was a Revenant X Spark without star player Sergeant. Guy's got his visa now. He's ready to play. But we have to see now how these guys work from behind.
Yeah, it comes with a point to prove as well. If this team's been beaten in the past, and I'm not saying it's an excuse, but their excuse was the fact that they didn't have the star man. He's got to come in and show some work now, and I think this is a great place for them to start. These game modes, like Brawl Ball, are the ones that Revenant desperately need to win. They're the ones that get the aggression going, and that's on their side.
Brawl Ball, of course, a little bit famous for SK Gaming, as they were the team that pioneered the corner the ball strat. Once they get ahead by a goal, you'll often see them not look to take any further risks, just try and tuck the ball away and play safe. Park the bus in football terms. We'll see our bands come in now. Cordelius, B, and Shade banned out by Revenant X Spark. The Meeple taken away by SK Gaming. And Gale makes an early appearance here on Super Beach. Always a premium option when it comes to Brawl Ball.
Absolutely. Gale, it's a you know, with the hypercharge, it makes it okay. It's a decent brawler, very good defensively, but it's not something that I'd have expected Revenant to be lunging towards on a map like this. Super defensive, which kind of doesn't resonate with them too much, but they've banned the Shade out the way. The Cordelius, 2 really solid picks. B's going to have a bit of range through the mid, and you know, the players that SK Gaming have are going to be able to champion that brawler super well, so might be a little bit more targeted along with still being decent. SK Gaming then bringing in the Willow as their first pick, probably the best thrower there is in Brawl Ball. Got the capability of diving down, ducking out the way of shots, and the mind control in these kind of influential moments is huge.
Otis, though, so powerful right now. Still a consummate duelist. One of the best one-on-one brawlers if you can land that super and basically knock someone out of the game for a brief time. That's very important on maps like Super Beach. That's why Cordelius is so highly valued, and in this case, is ultimately banned out. Willow, obviously we know all about what mind control can do for you on Brawl Ball, you know, causing you to score own goals. Revenant X Spark want to respond with a thrower of their own. They go for the next best option on a map that has good bush coverage. Juju is going to outrange this Willow in those situations.
Well, we talked on the hypercharges a little bit, and Juju is one that has been thrown heavily into the meta thanks to that. Big buff in HP, damage, and if you pair that with the slow star power, if you get hit by it, it's a 1 second slow with that star power, so it's pretty much guaranteed death if there's brawlers there to be able to help that Gree out. So huge pick for them, and it'll help Primo to round things out. They're going big, they're going bold, and I love it.
Yeah, a lot of pressure here on the back line. El Primo is going to offer wall break, and also the ability to strip possession of the ball with that suplex gadget. So ton of options, and always a very popular pick, especially in a match where Cordelius is not going to be an option, right? I think Otis is still dangerous for Primo, still a very powerful duelist. But I do think having that level of mobility to be able to threaten backline. You've also got an anti-tank option already. SK Gaming just go in for the Shelly. They say, with the Gale in play, we don't feel confident bringing tanks in. Maybe another tank buster for ourselves here in the Shelly.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. You know, they've got the Otis, which is good against tanks already. Yep. Willow's going to be the best thrower you can have against tanks. You know, it's probably not the dream, but it's better than most against these tankier units. So just being able to mind control that, move him away, waste some ammo, and possibly even put him on top of the brawlers like the Shelly, move him towards that can be a real difficult situation. Both teams going very bold here, I feel.
Obviously, Otis Hypercharge now allows a stun on top of the previous mute, so fantastic stopping power in Joker's hands here, or rather in Yoshi's, pardon. Ope, they're going to be able to take down the Primo. That is exactly where Shelly is going to shine. It's Elena's time, and Ope was looking for, and the Frenchman gets his just desserts. Now he looks to pressure Jay's position. This is good for SK. Yoshi in no hurry here, but response is a bit of a pain in the neck for him, as collecting the ball safely is going to be an issue.
Yeah, gonna have to be cautious of this Primo jump, and he is just sticking on that right-hand side as well. He's like, all right, Ope, you've got me here in the draft, but I'm gonna try out skill you just a little bit more. Jay coming in with a pinch here as well. Jump comes in, not gonna find the connection, but the stun's there with Jay.
Yoshi's
Joker
low.
in the goal, Yoshi low, he has the mute, but they're getting so many kills, and the Fat Splatter just ticking down that health, stopping him from healing up, and that is a very good defense from SK.
Great zone control off that Otis gadget. It's really a small thing you don't often get a chance to scrutinize. And I believe Response has not taken the Acupuncture star power. Has gone for the extra shielding on Grigory with that super. Really favoring the durability in a pinch. Here's Ope. Look at that mobility, though. Hypercharge super at the ready. Jay, of course, corners the ball behind one of those twisted gadget activations. But SK Gaming a full map control. They are laying it on thick.
Yeah, well, Willow here is going to be a big issue for them. Sergeant going in with a big jump here as well. Ope wall, knowing they have to play this defensive game for a while now, will have this range advantage while swapping in this push, but it's something that SK might want to get broken up quite quickly. Here comes the Hypercharge Ryu with the shield behind it as well, and Sergeant has a Hypercharge ready to go, and that's the goal scoring ability you want.
Okay, trying to dodge away from it. Sergeant's still going to connect, but mind controlled up by the Willow, and to add insult to injury, big bad bustling El Primo scores an own goal.
I mean, a huge hypercharge super coming in there from Joker as well, making him vulnerable and stopping the rest of Revenant from getting him out of that position. Response now on the left-hand side being aggressed by Yoshi, who will collect that mid-kill. And Response knows he needs to make a push, but he's got nobody to help him.
Joker's just tapping down too many of these nice thrower shots. Cleaned up the El Primo now. Joker going to use the dive gadget, but it's timed perfectly by Response. He sees the Willow emerge and gets a shot on them straight away. Ope here is going to look to close the gap in almost all situations, but now has his hands full in that 1 versus 2. Sergeant no busy trying to collect the ball because time is short, and SK Gaming have that goal lead. Sergeant knows with that mind control active, there's nothing he can really do. Time will tick down, and SK Gaming are going to take this first game of Brawl Ball.
I mean, I must say, Response is playing an incredible juju in this Brawl Ball, but there's just nobody else there to help him. The Gale's being dealt with by the Otis, the Shelly's absolutely decimating the Primo, and Sergeant's doing what he can, but he's had no opportunities to score on the Primo yet.
Once again, it's the last pick here for SK in this draft that's kind of dismantled the game plan for Revenant X Spark. The Shelly coming up here with SK seeing the anti-tank presence on Revenant X Spark. They choose not to opt in to that trap or to walk headlong into the game plan. And it's worked out beautifully. Sergeant again is going to get crushed here between Otis and Shelly. There's so much to shut down that El Primo, and Jay is going to bleed out from that poison. Easiest goal here. Ope thought he could walk it in. Does get collected up by Sergeant, but SK have drawn a very deep battle line now, and Sergeant, I mean, can't even get towards the Shelly, who simply dashes away from the super.
The gadget has been a huge help to Ope as well in these situations, just getting away from the Primo jumps and forcing him to waste an ability that it takes so long for him to care. And that's going to be the game changer. If he keeps on missing those, he's not going to have them to score the goals that Revenant need, and they've got no other means of scoring. Ope back on the right-hand side. Yoshi with a super, same with Joker on the left here. So what can Revenant do to break through? And he's going to have to pass the ball to the left and just try to stay away from Ope. Does as well as he can, but it's still nothing.
It just feels almost impossible for Ope to lose that matchup against the Primo. Just the perfect answer to that brawler. Jay can only hide here behind this barrier and try and heal up. But Sergeant once again walks into a hail of shotgun shots, and he knows if Ope hits that super and he's close enough, he will simply disintegrate. There it is, wall going to be blown up. Ope is playing with his food right now. And SK Gaming happy to walk up, take some space. Joker here with that super, uses Response to collect the ball from the corner. Ope, that's classy. Break open the left side of the goal and slot it through.
Really nice there as well. Sergeant jump in hand. Jay needs to get a stun here and try and combo it. There's the stun. Ope might be able to go down here, and Sergeant might have a chance, but the shots from Otis are so pungent. The pass is there to the Juju. Joker's diving down, and Revenant finally find a response to the SK domination.
Finally able to corner SK and get a nice El Primo super off. Sergeant now with a hypercharge, hoping to collect. Yoshi gonna get caught inside that, but Joker gets clear of it. Sergeant gonna get mind controlled. He'll back up though as a result, but simply creates a bit more space for SK to breathe.
That's fine. The super was required for the defense, but I don't think Revenant will mind that situation. Jump comes in now, and Joker might be caught out. Forced to dive down, but will surely still die in that situation. OP trying to just go it himself. The hypercharge is there, and he'll just run him down. But Grigory's still alive to do some of the dirty work.
Now Yoshi on his own here, but healthy enough and with enough rope at least to deal with Grigory. SK Gaming in no hurry. Happy actually to go to overtime here. Sergeant hit with the mute button and will be completely nullified. Now Ope gets to move up the middle of the field. It's going to get opened up a lot more. No more bushes here for Response to get that range bonus, and SK Gaming do not want to mince words with their opponents here. Very quickly converting as overtime comes up. And that's a second set for the EMEA #1.
I mean, it was on the tip of my tongue saying, oh, you know, Shelly's probably not going to be as good in overtime because there's no Clay Pigeon. He's obviously using that dash. But they didn't even, well, they did get to overtime, but barely for a millisecond as he times that shot perfectly with the walls breaking down. Joshy's sitting there with 12 kills and a lot of DPS. Ope doing a really good job. And it's just 4-2-4 for Revenant. Really disappointing, but there's not a lot they can do with the draft again.
I mean, the first pick, Gale, though, is pretty telegraphed. Revenant X Spark make it very clear that they're hoping to counter tanks. And SK have absolutely been known for that tank play, but more so in the Lenar era. These days, there's so many more options available to them, especially a meta that doesn't favor tanks, like we mentioned, you know, with the blanket hypercharge nerf. The brawlers that benefited from those raw stats don't find quite as much success here. And SK realize we do not have to pick a tank, even if they have Primo. So what, we can't play Cordelius. There are tons of other options to counter Sergeant out, and they found 2 of them at once.
I mean, the thing is, like, I don't think Revenant played that bad by any means. They did what they could with the composition that they'd picked.
But what is Gale supposed to do here?
That's the phase they're losing. They're losing this draft. Really nice stuff from Ope here, as you mentioned, a really classy play, and even gets rid of that gadget as well that the Primo would have liked to save for a later date. But SK Gaming, it really is being won in the draft phase here. I can't fault Revenant's gameplay, but you can't fault SK's either, and they're winning every single draft.
Yeah, very, very solid. And it's been these sneaky little last picks that they've opted to bring in. And Joker's been pretty vocal about this. He said, you know, we feel like the draft is an area where we can get an edge. And that was a reason why we brought Joker into this team. Obviously, Joker was previously on this SK roster, Ope rather, and found great success with them, you know, back in 2023. But a big part of his inclusion here has been another voice in the drafts. Confident, that's his thing. The claw, that's his kind of thing. I'm not sure.
I don't know what it is, but
it's not quite having the impact for me. You know, more like a kitten than
a bit more intimidation.
Exactly,
factor, you know?
yeah. I think it's really, it's all about attitude there. Ope has got plenty of it. Revenant X-Spark are staring down the barrel of a sweep again at the hands of SK Gaming. This time, though, there's no excuses. They are at full strength at LAN, the great equalizer, and they are still struggling to stay in step with this EMEA Juggernaut squad.
Absolutely. This is where nerves are at the highest, and you've got to question if that's kind of coming into play, as well as this draft not being what I'm sure they want it to be. Real tough situation for them to get anything on the board so far, but this is where they need to lock in and focus. Bans are there already with the Mina, the Gene, and the Squeak from the side of Revenant X-Spark. Over the flip side, we're going to see a Meeple selected early on, as we mentioned at the start of the show, with the Hypercharge. Really, really solid. Hank, Jae-Young and Gray going to be banned out from the SK Gaming side.
Yeah, so Jae-Young is a very much a go-to pick for Revenant X-Spark on this map. This is RNT's best map in scrims in the lead up to this tournament. It's honestly been a really good one for SK Gaming though, and these two teams go for very different styles. SK prefer the Squeak and RT stance on this map, whereas we see Jae-Young Max and Gus brought in quite often. Gus definitely going to be a contested brawler on this map. Kaze picked up. That's Joker's most played brawler. But Jay, of course, a dab hand with that one in his back pocket, and Ollie will be the second pick here for Revenant X-Spark.
Well, Ollie's solid. It's bringing in the aggression that they probably wanted to do with the Hank, I imagine. SK probably looked at what they've been drafting in scrims, what they've been, choosing to go, and the Hank might be that brawler. Revenant might, bring in this other tanky unit for a bit of a different play. But Kaze should be able to slide in for that blue star, get that early control. But I feel with these two brawls, you need to keep that aggression going rather than let the opponents come to you.
But I mean, Kaze's been Response's best brawler in the lead up here, and the Ollie is definitely a Sergeant Clash. I hope we get the Ope Mortis. Bro is 80% win rate in the scrims in the lead up to this tournament on that brawler. And it doesn't seem like there's any glaring opportunity for Mortis to sort of abuse a matchup advantage, but again, sees like this other assassin type brawler in the Kaze, and Ope's always going to back himself, I think, in the head-to-head.
Absolutely. I mean, Ope just seems to be getting every single brawler that he wants to play and loves to play. Shelly, we've seen him champion that before. Same with the Mortis in these big competitions. Even when he's picking the brawls that aren't really in the meta, he makes them work into the matchups, and Revenant leaving themselves completely open to that. Gus going to be coming in as the last pick then, giving themselves a bit of a balance for that comp, have the shield, might be able to provide it to the Mortis and give him some help as well, but it definitely rounds it out very nice.
Yeah, I really thought that would be the most contested brawler between these two teams here, and in fact, SK really opted to try and lock down the Meeple earlier on, and in the pre-show we talked about how Meeple's shot back up into ubiquity in Brawl Stars now. That Hypercharge really allows you to do some things that previously were impossible. SK want to get big map control, come and play forward behind that Meeple Hypercharge, but Ziggy finally makes his appearance here for Revenant X-Spark.
Well, we discussed this at the start. The new brawler coming in comes fresh with a Hypercharge as well, where that super returns to the same position, but I wouldn't have expected to see it come in this early. And, we especially with, SK Gaming having these brawlers that they've got, it's not like they don't have the aggression to go after a Ziggy. That's what he can't deal with, and they've got a Mortis.
Obviously, there is a gadget that allows Ziggy to teleport away, but it's still dangerous. Look at Ope. He gets that blue star priority, but Response was ready to fight for it. So you can see how much of the game plan that is for SK Gaming to get that early lead. And look at Sergeant getting tapped down already. Yoshi connecting a lot of these Meeple shots as well. Joker and Ope ready to collapse the map. Revenant X-Spark looked pretty uncomfortable early.
Absolutely, with SK back in their spawn. Revenant going aggressive, but not looking too convincing just yet. Ziggy needs to find a few connections and have that real heavily pinning super come out. Gadget being popped now as well. Joker taking a few shots to the face. Ope goes in just to relieve a bit of that pressure and does just that. Keeps Joker alive and in the mix.
Yellow card awarded here for Revenant X-Spark. Not quite sure why, but it's important to remember that these Meeple shots are target-seeking to some degree. They will veer in the direction of that target, kind of like a mini homemade recipe. So easy to connect those one after another. And SK can use that Meeple super behind some of this cover to get an inherent advantage. It's actually not the teleport gadget picked up here for the Ziggy. It's the lightning strikes that follow a target. So Sergeant looking for that extra damage here, but SK finding plenty of that themselves now. Meeple under pressure in the back corner. What a clutch Gus super though to keep Yoshi hale and hearty.
Really nice, but Ope left on his own on the right-hand side, and Response trying to take advantage of that, clipping him out here. But Yoshi's going to got a Hypercharge of his own, going aggressive through the wall. And in the back lines, they get the kill as well. Sergeant, the only one surviving, and what can he do other than run away?
Not a damn thing. That was sick from Yoshi. He splits Revenant X-Spark in half with that super and is able to fight their backline in an unfair fashion. He's got yet another super to work with now as well. Allow them to hide behind these trash cans and also take some shots themselves. Ope fancies a bit of a fight and the lifeblood's got to be enough to clean up response. Dangerous here for Revenant X-Spark. 7-0 in terms of stars. Here comes the fantastical storm, but Ope completely ignores it. No Sergeant doesn't have an escape gadget built in, and that is a devastating stun. Beautifully done as Jay will fall, and Revenant are only going to have 4 stars out of this round.
I mean, I can't help but feel the same way again. The draft is deciding these games massively. Not that SK are playing bad, they've had incredible moments. Ope going aggressive, wonderful gush shields. They're playing incredible as a team and incredible mechanically. But Revenant don't feel like they're in this.
Where's the Ollie super? We've been looking for Revenant X-Spark to be able to make a play behind that high mobility brawler, but there was no opportunity for that in that earlier round. Again, an easy blue star pickup for Ope. Response doesn't bother going for it this time.
Well, it is the 1-star lead, and that is the blue one on the side of SK Gaming. Revenant need to mount this massive comeback and start it now. SK just one away from moving on to the next round of this competition. Ope just evading these shots nicely. Joker will come across, gets a shield of his own here, might be able to provide it to Ope and let him go in, but just choosing to wait. Now gives it to him, and Revenant just going to retreat and try and make him waste it.
Ope here benefits from the shield in that it allows him to play more aggressively for that map control. So SK have given themselves a little bit more room in which to work, but these Ziggy gadgets are a bit of a nuisance, and the shots coming in from Sergeant have been pretty close to the mark. Jay getting tapped low. That otherwise pretty healthy Ollie down below 4,000 means that Revenant have to continue to give some ground.
Hypercharge is ready to go for Joker. Can be used offensively or defensively at the same time. Sergeant still raining down this lightning, but not finding the desired connections. Needs to get a super to pin them back in the spawn in these later phases. There it is, but Ope's going aggressive, chooses to go up, misses one of the shots, but still gets the kill. Meeple super's there, and Yoshi just staying aggressively. Has the super off Joker as well, but goes down. It's still 1 star between them.
Good answer there from Sergeant Clash to throw the storm down with Meeple super in play. There was nowhere safely for Yoshi to be able to operate. And so he ends up getting chewed up by it. Still a star lead for SK Gaming. It's of the blue variety as well, but Ope's the one holding onto it here. Joker wants to come forward, and that gadget from Sergeant is being spammed on cooldown.
I mean, I just love the fact Ope knows when to go in and knows when to stop. He goes back, forwards, and wastes so much of that kit that Revenant X-Spark are trying to hold for these later phases. Ollie Super's there, and that's what you wanted to see in the last one. We'll see if he makes use of it this time. Response trying to get something done with the shield.
Dominated.
The kill, and Ope just slinging these supers out like nobody's business. Can they get the kill? They do, but it's traded! An SK hold! They get it done in a quick 3-0 sweep.
Tough pill to swallow there for Revenant X-Spark. Not the debut they were hoping for here in Stockholm. We finally got to see an Ollie super, but it was used defensively to try and trap Ope. A strategy that might have worked if that elimination wasn't traded out instantly. You've got to do more than that if you are going to put pressure on SK Gaming. They come here with a mandate, a very simple mission to prove themselves as the best in the world. And so far, they're off to a good start.
Yeah, I mean, look at the stats. 4, 3, and 2. And only a collection of 3 kills total picked up by Revenant X-Spark. And they were all in that scrappy end phase there that almost got them that game. But SK Gaming stood firm, got the kills when it mattered, and took the series along with it as well. Here's the bracket, SK Gaming moving on. Not too much action other than that. SSG, and Novo Esports. Revenant moved down to the lower bracket and only have 1 life left now.
I do think it's important to point out here that this was supposed to be a potential trap game for SK Gaming, Sonny. This was supposed to be dangerous for them, but this Revenant X-Spark team just can't put a scratch on them.
They were meant to be the dark horses yet again. They already were at the LCQ, but today it's sadly a 3-0 for them. Regardless though, this was truly a worthy match, a worthy one to kick us off for day 1. The next one is can we say even more exciting?
Yes, I think this next one is a lot of history behind this game. I'm super excited to bring us in.
The next one is going to be Humble versus Crazy Raccoon, the 2024 World Finals, Grand Finals yet again. We give you 30 seconds to lock in your predictions. See you then.
Crazy Raccoon got me. Just kidding, of course. I'm looking forward to facing them. It's literally Tensai, Valkyrie, Moyaguku. They're insane players, and I'm just looking forward to face them. And just be on stage against them again. Maybe have some rematch of the last year's World Finals. Hopefully goes Norway again, but yeah, we will see.
Very easy.
Welcome back to day one of the World Finals here live at DreamHack Stockholm. It's now the stage 2025 that we've chosen to show off the players today. We already have one match out of the way. It was a quick 3-0, something we did not quite expect.
A little too quick, I think. I was hoping to see more from Revenant X Spark, but look, a hallmark of this GSL format is that you have a second chance in that group if things don't go great for you off the rip, but you've got to find success against the rest of that Group A, which is scary. This is Group B, though, which is by no means any less terrifying for any team trying to make it out.
Absolutely. I mean, look at this next game. Humble and Crazy Raccoon, as we already mentioned, it's where we ended 2024. So what a great place to have the second game in 2025. It really is going to be an incredible matchup. Humble, off the back of, I'm sure they didn't get as many wins as they'd hoped in monthly finals, but they've taken the Brawl Cup, and they had a very good season nonetheless.
They just do it at LAN. Like, it just doesn't matter what happens online. The fact that they win Brawl Cup and then fail to qualify for the next monthly finals is probably the most humble-coded thing that you could do.
It's what vacation does to you, though.
But no one doubts these guys. No one for a second doubts that these guys are still top tier.
To be fair, neither of those two teams need any introduction. On the one hand side, we have Humble, the most recent world champions. On the other side, we have Tensai, one of the only 2 times world champions we have in all of Brawl Stars. And honestly, nobody expected Crazy Raccoon not to be the #1 seed this year also in East Asia, but they had to come for LCQ, and even there, they looked a little shaky.
And I don't know, like, these guys are usually so jovial, so upbeat, but at LCQ, they were tense, they looked nervous. Milkroy was normally such a clown. Like, he's always just running about, like, pulling faces and dancing. He was stone cold for the entirety of that Sao Paulo event. You could see how important it was for Crazy Raccoon to have an opportunity like this to take down the team that toppled them very close to the totem pole during that Worlds run in 24.
And we were, of course, just looking at the result of the World Finals 2024, where Humble came out on top in a quick 3-0.
That was an underwhelming
Now,
final.
finally, Crazy Raccoon has a chance to get revenge.
I mean, I can't wait to see them brought out. I am hyped to see them head to the stage.
It is a cool 8 degrees Celsius in Stockholm, but DreamHack is already starting to heat up because our second match is on the horizon. And it's our 2024 Grand Finals rematch. Go crazy for Humble and Crazy Raccoon! On the side of Humble, we have Boss, Lukey, and Semantic. And for Crazy Raccoon, it's Milkrio, Moya, and Tensai!
Crazy Raccoon with a bit of a shaky year, but they still have time to bounce back today. I feel like the match shift that we had recently favors them quite well.
Yeah, look, I think this team is pretty well positioned, but like I said, what are you supposed to do after losing a player like Statampo? That's been like the narrative we've rolled out about Crazy Raccoon all through this year. And honestly, these guys lost to Revenant X Spark at LCQ. They did win their golden ticket match, but not without being battered and bruised. Whereas Humble got to sit back, watch it all unfold, plan their next move, and they've got to be feeling confident coming into this game. Milkrio is saying it's going to be an easy game. It's ridiculous. It's bravado of the highest level.
Yeah, I maybe did try and drag that out of him a little bit.
Oh, you did?
Like, with those Japanese teams, it's trying to kind of like draw blood from a stone, getting them to talk a bit more smack, but we got there eventually, and
I'm impressed. I could not get anything out of Semantic. He said the nicest stuff about it. I'm like, come on, everyone's talking smack on you guys.
You know, do something a bit more, but, you know, I think that, you know, it's kind of the hints in the name, right? Humble, but, yeah, you're kind of expecting them to come into this one as the favourites. Crazy Raccoon taking a bit of a difficult route through LCQ, didn't have the performances they would have liked. He said it's tough to replace Statampo, but they've done the best that they can.
They had to reverse Casa Brawl, reverse sweep Casa Brawl in front of a Brazilian crowd, which might be one of the hardest things you could hope to do in Brawl Stars. So that earns my respect. Not that I didn't already expect great things off this team, but Crazy Raccoon are definitely got the caliber of champions. They need to prove it here, though.
They have that definitely going for them. Crazy Raccoon can stay calm and collected, even with the greatest pressure. And if this is not pressure, I don't know what is. Facing off against the most recent world champion in your first round on day one, that's not an easy task. And yes, Humble, you mentioned, Symantec didn't really want to talk smack about them. He's a nice guy, but they play some mean game.
Absolutely. And, you know, talking to them about what they expected from this game, it was quiet confidence from them. I mean, you know, Symantec says he's the kind of player that's felt like he's always able to adapt to those meta changes really quickly, right? He's so passionate about the game, he's so immersed in it constantly that he feels like his team always have the edge on these new developments. So even though we might feel like this is a meta game that could favor Crazy Raccoon, Humble have probably solved the meta quicker than any other team.
Absolutely, and I mean, they're the team who can do it, if any, right? Crazy Raccoon, I think they've got a bit of a hill to climb here. You know, they're taking losses against a team that we've just seen been absolutely destroyed, dismantled by SK Gaming, and Humble are usually the team who takes that SK Gaming on the big stage. So you've got to question how this game's going to go. Crazy Raccoon going to have to lock in, going to have to get the mechanics right, most importantly the draft, because that's usually where this region falters, and that's where they're going to be the most open at Humble.
And that's where Humble usually shines in.
Yeah.
Humble are the ones to set the meta often, very often. They are the ones to try out new comps, and more often than not, they work out. They were the ones that made Barry as good as he is. Actually, one of the only teams that have played him. And yeah, it seems to work out for them. Let's see if they're going to bring him back today as well.
Yeah, I think these teams have some really interesting, like, pocket brawlers on a couple of their players. Like Boss, for example, like his best brawler in the lead-up has been Penny, for example. You often see him take the Mo. He wants to make those plays most sort of all-in scenarios. And, you know, talking about Milcreo's role in the team, Tensai says, look, you know, we're not expecting a one-to-one plug-and-play replacement for someone like Stutampo. But, you know, this guy is really experienced. I've got experience with him going back to Jupiter in those early days of East Asian Brawl Stars. And more importantly, Milcreo's attitude allows us to still have optimism when playing from behind, have resilience as a team, just mentally, being able to bounce back from, you know, slow starts in these series. And if Crazy Raccoon are expecting things to go remotely like last year, they will be playing from behind. They will have to dig their heels in it against this world champion squad.
I mean, surely that's exactly what we saw at the LCQ, right? They're falling behind against these teams that shouldn't be. And that's the kind of massive optimism that will get you back into a game like that, as you say. You know, he's not Stutampo. Nobody is. You know, he's probably the best player that Brawl Stars has ever seen. But you've got to do the best you can at replacing him. And if you can't do it through those mechanics, you've got to do it in other ways.
We talked so much about draft already. I feel like Humble feels really comfortable against Crazy Raccoon as well, as they, Crazy Raccoon, play very similar to SK. The match that we just saw, SK likes to play those control comps.
Yeah.
Maybe they have some wham with Ope on the Mortis, for example. But other than that, very calm, collected, a good control comp, whereas Humble really just picks those all-or-nothing combos that either work out or they're going to lose 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, you can expect from Crazy Raccoon, like, those old-school comps. We saw a lot of Gene and Max from them on those sort of bounty maps. Jaeyong is the brawler they like to bring in a lot. Tensai really favors Finks, for example. These guys do not necessarily want to be flashy. They kind of let the mechanics speak more for the flashiness than the drafts. So these guys have a very stable approach to the game, but it sometimes means that their ceiling is a little bit lower. And at this level, you do want to kind of have that X factor in your drafts, you know, a very high ceiling brawler that allows for great depth of skill expression to try and find advantages over teams like Humble. And off stream, this is crazy. Yeah, SSG 1-1 up against that Novo Esports squad, one of the best squads coming out of North America, grappling here with you know, one of the many EMEA representatives.
That's another Group A match. We're now in Group B, though, here on stage. Humble versus Crazy Raccoon, and just looking at those faces as well. You see Crazy Raccoon locked in, Milcreo with some smirk,
Dude.
But that's about it. On the side
He
of
just
Humble,
can't be serious.
they're just all super happy. They're smiling, they're laughing, they're playing with the fans down below, so they seem to be super confident on that stage.
I mean, Symantec was opening star drops on stage.
That's true. Trev, do you think it's going to bite him later to be a bit too confident right now?
I don't know. I feel like it's good to be, you know, to a certain extent loose on stage. You don't want to be too, tight, uptight, because that's gonna hurt you just equally as much as well. But it's who Milcrow is, to be this kind of animated, smiley character, and if that's how he plays his best Brawl Stars, then so be it. You look over the other side of the stage as well. We see some smiles on Semantic's face, on Humble's face. I mean, they've got the right to be confident because they are the current world champions and probably the favourites for most people come into this competition. But it's nice to see those smiles across the board, and we should be having a really solid game.
I love the comparison you actually made between Crazy Raccoon and SK Gaming, because I can't think of two teams that have more similar philosophies on the game. And obviously Humble has handled SK Gaming at LAN pretty well, but always feels like they're formidable competition. So this is a great warm-up if Humble are thinking ahead towards that sort of regional rivalry.
I mean, that's going to be a match that could potentially happen tomorrow between SK Gaming and Humble. Looking forward to that as well, since, as we already mentioned, Humble tends to win at LAN, but then in every single monthly final, SK Gaming came out on top. So let's see if Crazy Raccoon truly is the SK Gaming of East Asia. If they can beat Humble today, they would at least get their revenge for last year World Finals.
Absolutely, it's been a long time coming as well. When you have to wait a year to be able to, try and get revenge against the team, you've got so much time to kind of think about what to do, how to draft. And we've mentioned that, they're not a team who or a region who knows how to draft. But I'm excited to see how this one's going to play.
Whilst we get the players situated, let's listen in once more into our teams.
Let's talk about your choice of favorite brawler here.
Normally I have a Mortis there for the Mortis skin, because Light Witch Mortis is such a bad skin that I love it, and it's my favorite skin because it's so awful. Right now I chose Leon because it's Worlds, and it's of course the World Final skin of last year, not our skin unfortunately. And of course the Humble icons, Humble's pin that we recently got partnered with, which I'm really, really happy about.
Where are your trophies at, bro?
My trophies are sitting at 0. I've been playing the game for a long time. Somewhere around Genie release, I stopped playing my brawlers in ladder, to prove to people that in tournaments that trophies do not equal skill. Because back then, after every set, you can still see the trophies of the brawlers. Nowadays, that's not a thing anymore. So I got like 1,000 screenshots with my Genie 0 trophies against the Genie rank 35, which back then was hard. Who I beat them, and I basically was proving ladder is no skill. I'm better than you. Stop saying ladder is skill. And then I just kept it up until now, since 2020 basically.
You heard it here, folks. You don't have to be a leather warrior just to make it to the big stage. Semantic was able to do it as well. I'm pretty sure, though, he has like 80,000 on his mini.
Yeah, he does have, he definitely does have a lot of trophies.
You've got to keep those kind of facts quiet. Let him flex his 0 trophies when
Nobody
he's probably got
that.
it like 2,000 on a different year.
You know, my favorite part of that whole interview is that obviously they were showing us Semantic's player card on a laptop across the room. And Lukey turns to me and he goes, what are we looking at? I said, what do you mean? It's his player card. He's like, no, I can't see it. Like, he's like, I don't have my lenses or glasses.
You're leaking everything.
The guy is blind as a bat if he doesn't have his lenses in.
I bet you hope he has them in today, though.
You know we're live, right? We can't just cut.
No, I mean, what am I going to do? I tell everyone he's got bad eyesight. Sorry, bro.
He has been wearing glasses for the majority of his Brawl Stars career, to be honest. So
And
no
still, he managed to win with the World Finals 2024.
Visually
Let's see
impaired
if he can
people
do it
can
again.
do it too.
That's it.
Heading to this match now, Crazy Raccoon once again still looking happy, still ready. Let's see if we're going to head into our first draft soon. I'm super excited for this one. As already mentioned, those two, they had to wait so long to finally play up against each other again. Crazy Raccoon, unfortunately, did not make it to Brawl Cup, so those two could not possibly face this year yet.
So something in keeping with how you compared Crazy Raccoon to SK Gaming, I'm always looking at like the last pick for these guys in drafts, right? They always try and save something a little bit spicy, a little bit special for that last slot, and they can just contest the more, commonly, broadly powerful brawlers early on in those drafts. Like we saw Ope kind of get counter picks in so many of those games. Crazy Raccoon are going to try and do that, but Humble are going to be aware of this, right? So it's when we get into the drafts, it's going to be a matter of not opening yourself up to some of those last picks, and also not telegraphing what your intent is too much with these drafts, because in this era of Brawl Stars, you can go for those tank-heavy comps, but like we saw from SK, on that Brawl Ball set, you can almost imply that and then go in a completely different direction. So I'm looking very closely at Coach Kanan here to see what the strategy is going to be through that pick and ban.
You say that now, and now they're going to go with something like Ruff's last pick. Super exciting. Wow, never seen before. But yeah, I do think this kind of meta is really, really in a good place. Favors Crazy Raccoon as well as Humble. Both have their yeah, the brawlers that they want to play are good in the current meta. It's not a too tank-heavy, assassin-heavy, or I don't know what, thrower-heavy meta overall. It's really balanced. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to this match.
I mean, that's the good thing for the game and for all the teams as well. Yes, certain teams are going to want the tankier metas or, you know, throwers, that kind of thing. They want the meta to be catered to them, but having a really well-balanced meta for World Finals makes it about as even as it can be. So it's just a question of whether or not, you know, teams have adapted. And, you know, you said earlier that Humble are probably the best at doing that, and they're the ones who define the meta most of the time because of, you know, how capable they are at drafting. So intrigued to see if, as you say, Crazy Raccoon having this meta that's going to be, you know, they're going to be pretty happy about, does well for them, or if we're going to see, you know, another Revenant situation where they just get outdrafted and dismantled by an EU team.
We've kind of, you know, beaten a dead horse a lot talking about some of the drafting issues from the East Asian region, but back in 2020, 2021, they were undisputably the kings of Brawl Stars. There was no better region. And as time has gone on, and as the game has evolved, MEA has not only caught up, but they've completely eclipsed them, I think, in terms of, you know, what they bring as an overall package to their game. And so, yeah, it became a bit of a meme somehow, like, you know, East Asian drafting, yada, yada. But in the past, that wasn't as much of a focus for them. They were so mechanically good that they could cheese their way through drafts, even if, like, on paper, they didn't have comp. That now is an issue for them because they're going up against equally talented, mechanically skilled players where they do need to set themselves up with the best run rate possible in that pick and ban phase. So that's only really why it's emerged as an issue for them over the last couple of years. But even like teams like SK Gaming also face that challenge as well. Like they talk about how they brought players in specifically to help that sort of Megamind develop good drafts. Pedro obviously is getting involved, but Ope and Joker really like to focus on that aspect of their game, and we kind of saw it showcased in that previous match.
We're going to kick things off on Brawl here. I'm a bit scared for Crazy Raccoon on that mode specifically. We have seen in the past that even though all three of them are alive, sometimes they let ult shot slide through. I think it's a region issue as well. I feel like Brawl is just not their mode usually, but let's see how they prepared coming into this today. Humble on the other side. They, yeah, well balanced. But again, sometimes they tend to pick something a bit too risky. Either it's a very good comp or it makes no sense and they're just going to lose within 30 seconds.
Fun fact, Crazy Raccoon's best map in the lead up to this tournament, which is, you know, unlike in the past, is actually a Brawl map. It's been pinhole punch where they look really good. They play a lot of these Chester and Ruffs comps, right? Again, pretty well-behaved drafts, but just executing really quite well. So they've managed to bring that into their portfolio as like a pretty strong part of the game. We know like MEA teams generally are quite good on Brawl Ball. Humble, one of their best maps, Super Beach. That's obviously, they will try and bring some throwers in there, and they play a lot of Charlie. So if we see that come up, Lukey is quite a prolific Charlie player. Obviously another brawler really good at just taking brawlers off the map entirely.
Yeah, really good against those kind of aggressive units that are coming towards you, and that's, you know, kind of what we expect from this East Asia region as well. Crazy Raccoon, though, with 17% is not something I would have expected in the majority of matchups. They are against the world champions, so 8.
That is.
Listen, before you say it, I know it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot towards Humble, but they are the world champions. People are going to be pressing that logo just because of the history that it has.
Exactly. I think this is just recency bias. We have to keep in mind that Tensai has won more World Finals than Humble. But yes, the crowd thinks Humble is going to repeat what they already did last year. Meeple is left open, immediately picked up here by Crazy Raccoon. We mentioned it at the beginning of the show, how Meeple was catapulted into top 3 in the meta just because of his hypercharge. He's super strong also thanks to his gadget on a map like Pinhole Punt. And as you said, Uber, even though I gave them some bad words about maybe they're not the best in Brawl Ball, Pinhole Punt is actually quite a good map for them.
Yeah, it's been one of their better ones in the lead up here, so ignore that sort of knockout Bell's Rock. As far as we understand, it is Brawl Ball, it is Pinhole Punt to start off the series. Chester picked up here by Humble. This is really heads up. This is one of Crazy Raccoon's go-tos, just very powerful. I really think that Chester's just a DPS monster in general, right? Especially now with that first shot getting empowered so much more by that selection of star power. And also a hypercharge that combines basically all of the kinds of supers you can get from Chester. It's kind of devastating no matter where it gets put down on the map. Byron here to round out, give you some sharpshooter pressure, some thrower capacity in a pinch can also be game-changing.
Absolutely. The hypercharge that comes along with Byron, if all teammates kind of bunched up on the opposing side, it's going to get a lot of connections and a lot of value as well. Ruff's going to come in then as well. Kind of expected at this point, I feel, with a lot of brawlers, especially ones who have really good hypercharges like Meeple. It's going to be a common brawler to see slide in.
Yeah, I'm going to say Milcreo often, be on Ruff's duty here. Very powerful. Sandbags against those non-cleave or non-penetrative shots can be really powerful. And of course, being able to just instantly give hypercharge over to one of your teammates can be massive. We already saw Meeple get abused pretty heavily in that previous series. And here's the mode for Crazy Raccoon again. This is like a go-to for Boss. It's like one of his favorite brawlers to bring into some of these maps. So both of these teams are trying to take away some of their opponents' comfort picks.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I love the kind of versatility that the Mo brings to the table as well. The goal-scoring ability that brawler has is really, really solid. Hypercharge, speeding up that drop, like drilling into the ground and coming up really nice as well. So good to have. Ziggy's going to come through then. Going to be playing this thrower capability, shooting over some walls. We'll see how it plays out. I do like it. The Super's obviously going to be kind of covering a lot of the map, but I feel like it can be overwhelmed so easily.
Crazy Raccoon's comp, though, doesn't have a lot of hard all-in potential outside of the Mo, so if you are looking for the more mobile build of Ziggy with the teleport gadget, then you can probably stay safe from that super.
Yeah.
I mean, you just can't leave the ball in a tough position if he's got that teleport as well, because he's just going to go for it, try play for that as well. Into the second game we go. It's Humble versus Crazy Raccoon rematch from the Grand Finals of 2024, and a good start for Humble as they get a player off the ball.
Yeah, you already saw that Mantis and Meeple gadget pop straight away, but Humble were pretty unbothered by it in general. And Lukey, mechanical genius that he is going to be able to push up and pressure Moya, who at mid-range in this mini Mo form is not really much of a threat. So Lukey going to be very annoying and basically just babysit this Mo at base, throw that gadget down and make it very hard for him to get out of his own goal.
Yeah, well, wall's broken on the right-hand side here. I'm not sure who that's actually favouring. They've got, Ziggy on this side, but the Byron should be able to thrive in that situation. Chester not bad out in the open as well. A little pass forward, it bounces off that wall. I think they knew they couldn't score, but I think now they can. He's gone down. Semantic trying to get the damage in and does. Few shots from Luke. He'll keep them in the mix, and a super there as well from both of them as Tensai trying to escape, but can't.
Yeah, no escape from there. He also got hit by one of those Chester supers. It was the gas version of it, so he's going to tick down inside that Ziggy super one way or another. So again, Lukey's looking for that aggressive, oppressive map control, but Tensai Super's going to allow him to fire through these indestructible boxes, and that Ruff's gadget is also going to clear a little bit of space. Mantis and Meeple means that Boss can't recover the ball right now either, so Humble need to be patient. Semantic's losing in the longer fight here against Moya and can't take him out of that left side corner. Crazy Raccoon are looking pretty scary here, and Tensai's going to send the ball forward. Lukey's going to give up his life to try and clear it. He can't even touch.
I mean, that's a great defense from Humble there again. Once more, CR on this aggressive stance and doing a really good job of keeping them back in spawn and not letting this thrower get a hold on their side of the map. Hypercharge availed from Ruffs as well, but he's just choosing to go for a wall break. Making Ziggy play out in the open is not where Lukey will want to be.
Another Mantis and Meeple. This one is not going to be able to ensconce Boss. He'll be safe outside of it. Now he's going to pop that hypercharge super. Moya does get hit by one of those shots. He's going to tick down for the time being. This should allow Semantic to play that much more aggressively. What super does Chester have? That's the question. Semantic wants to surge forward now. Lukey's going to have a super ideally to give him some map control, but Milcreo is able to sidestep it for the most part. There's Tensai down. It was a hyper super, so it comes straight on back to Lukey. And Semantic slowly starts to inch forward. Still no score yet in this round and down to the last 10 seconds.
Milcreo grasping at straws there, just popping a hypercharge, trying to keep them in the mix in the mid here. Before this overtime hits, Lukey going to be out in the open, but Tensai throwing down the super, trying to get some work done. Knows he can't get any use of it when all these walls go down anyway. So just playing it slow. Lukey super available, and that's going to be huge for zoning people in this situation. Boss finds a connection there as well onto the Meeple in the back. Moya is trying to defend the right. Boss here in the middle, not going to have an opportunity just yet. But Chester's still shooting out shots, trying to find the opening. Meeple throwing this mansion down, stopping the ball in its tracks and allowing them to get back in the mix.
Moya, though, clipped there by Semantic. He's in a bit of trouble. Very, very low stat in the back of the goals. There's going to be an opportunity if Semantic pops that hypercharge. Tensai hit with the gas. It's too much to handle. Humble throw everything, including the kitchen sink at Crazy Raccoon, and finally break through.
I mean, that was really nice there from Humble. It was a 50-50 match, and this is the kind of thing we'd love to see after seeing domination from SK Gaming. I want to see Crazy Raccoon push back more, and I think the argument is there to say that they were in a much better position for the majority of that game, in a dominant position on Humble's side of the map. But we'll see if that can remain once more. Semantic trying to get the job done here on the right-hand side. He'll keep Milcreo out of the way. And some good taps from Boss. We'll have Tensai burning all the way down.
Yeah, he's just going to tick down. There's not much he can do. Boss connecting multiple of those shots. Basically renders the enemy useless. Oh, nice clip on Milcreo. This is looking dangerous. Boss with a super. Clips onto Moya as well. That's going to keep the Mo out of the fight for even longer. Massive amounts of map control now for Humble, but it's a matter of converting this. And Boss wanting to dance as that Ruffs gadget makes him move away from that ball's position.
I mean, this is where Ziggy wants to be in this position. They need to stop him from getting super on Moya, and Milcreo in those defensive lines will be affected by it. But Tensai boxing up Semantic and making him position that little bit better on the right-hand side, but a good splash from Boss comes in and he'll get the kill. Luki still raining down lightning on Milcreo in the back lines, but he switches his focus to Tensai in the super. Will be clipping Milcreo. Narrowly surviving, but pinned into the corner away from the action.
And he's low. It's taken him so long to get back into fighting form, and if he keeps taking this damage, it's going to be longer until the regeneration is actually able to kick in. Luki's making him dance, and Milcreo's got nowhere to go. A shocking reception there for the Ruffs as another super's thrown goalward. And all Tensai can do is wait for it to expire. Moya's been a bit of a thorn in the side here, but ought to be cleared in a few moments now as those Byron shots have been connecting, dropping the Mo low. He'll tick down to 60, and Semantic's looking for a finish now. Moya's got to play safe and still gets the elimination. Semantic getting ahead of himself.
Yeah, they need to get out now whilst one of Humble's players is down, but Luki's still pinning Milcreo back in spawn. Hypercharge available as well. Might be able to get good use on both of them here. Pops it, and that's going to be coming straight back to him as well. Milcreo just in the corner, might be able to survive. Stays there for now. Luki going to find it anyway, and the push forwards is there. A pass to the middle. Open goal for Semantic. 35 seconds for an answer.
As time goes on, this pressure just gets too much for Crazy Raccoon to handle. Luki cycling these supers, constantly forcing whoever's on the left side away. Milcreo's had to make a lane switch here with Moya, but I don't think that the Mo is any better positioned against this Ziggy. He's going to have the dance as well.
Well, pushing forwards now, Meeple's Mansion comes in, Boss going to be boxed out, and they can wait on the right-hand side. Surely, with the Ziggy shots over the top, he passes it to Milcreo. He will find the goal. Crazy Raccoon get the goal within 30 seconds, and as overtime hits, Ziggy should be struggling.
Here's that overtime now. The supers, though, available for Humble are pretty important. Luki's able to send that one in and just force Tensai away. Boss also has his super, one of the most favored brawlers in this endgame scenario. And Tensai's going to go for a hyper here, just try and empower his shots a little bit more, but Semantic's able to dodge away from them. Mantis of Meeple keeps Boss out of the game, but nice clip with that gadget shot onto Tensai will continue to lay him low. Moya trying to feign a level of aggressiveness here as Luki has got to have his wits about him. As soon as that Mo dive comes in, he's cooked.
Yeah, Moya wanting to try and get a super here, but over-aggresses a little bit. Gets hit by a couple of those shots from Luki and forced to retreat all the way. Meeple's Mansion on the right-hand side once more. Can't find anybody inside, and Tensai getting hit hard by Boss, who now has a hypercharge. Milcreo's going to provide a super and a hypercharge of his own over to Moya, who wants to work so hard for this super now as he can get the game done. Semantic bouncing back and forward, but his hypercharge gets the kill, and Tensai moves the ball up, plays for the draw, and there's no time for a Humble answer. Semantic will throw the ball forwards, but nowhere near the goal, and Crazy Raccoon hold on.
Predator is due. Trav, Crazy Raccoon fighting very well from the back foot in so many of those situations. Moya's been put down to 60 health, has Semantic looming and still able to fall back and find that elimination on the Chester. Moments like that in sequence have kept Crazy Raccoon in this game, but now they've got to get on the front foot. They've got to start to dictate the pace of this game. Semantic there gets juggled around by Tensai and Milcreo's gadget.
And that's one way to start getting the pace on your side. Milcreo will get a nice gadget, as he said, and bounce Semantic towards themselves. Nice shots as well coming around the side from him, but they are forced to back off so fast. They were in a really good position off the start, and now back to this even playing field. Stalemate in the mid and a good few taps from Boss to keep them in the mix even more.
Semantic's got to be wary of these bounty shots from the Ruffs. Milcreo's had his number in much of this lane assignment. There's Boss with another gadget, catching on to Tensai now. Luki trying to open up the map a little bit more with another super. And Moya's been good at dodging a lot of these lightning shots. Boss, though, has to respect just the incidental splash damage from Mo. Doesn't want to feed Super for no reason, but here it is. Maple Super and Mansion's combo gonna account for Boss. Short work made of Humble here as Crazy Raccoon now become the aggressor.
Much better from them. I couldn't really fault them in the last couple of games. Managed to drag a draw in the last one, and now fighting for a victory in this. 1-0 with 1:20 on the clock. Semantic trying to get some work done, but that Super's doing nothing in that situation. Just trying to cycle it out. Boss finds the kill and helps out Semantic through that mid lane. And now looking for a flank around the right-hand side of Milcreo.
Lukey switching over towards the right side a little bit more, hoping to harass Milcreo down, and does catch him out. Here's Tensai though, pop Super, and even in a gadget just to give him a bit of breathing room, but that's very expensive. Use of resources for Crazy Raccoon to stay on even footing. They have the goal advantage though, and have no reason to rush.
Well, a surprise in the top right as well, with Nova winning 3-1 against Space Station, but in this game, Tensai getting pushed down, and Lukey trying to throw the Super out, try to get the scoreline back to 1-1. Moya's still got a Super in hand. That power-up's going to be wasted now, and Milcreo will have to work to provide him with another. Hypercharge popped, trying to get a Super in the meantime, but can't find the shots just yet. Gets it, and will make use.
Gonna be able to give a hyper over to potentially, okay, Milcreo's just gonna eat that one back up yet again. Fair enough, needs the supply drop bonus stats and catches Lukey with one of those shots. 20 seconds left in the round now for Humble to equalize, otherwise we are heading to a decider round in this first set. Semantics having to get wide of all those shots coming in from Milcreo, but there it is, another hypercharge Super comes in from the rush. Moya climbs into Boss's, I don't know, oral cavity and cleans him up. 5 seconds left in the round here. Crazy Raccoon, nothing more to be done. They've gotten themselves an even game on Brawl Ball.
Yeah, really nice stuff from them in this one. Started a bit faster and didn't fall behind, which is seeming what they were doing in the last few. Humble, not looking as good. Had their moment, no opportunities to score in that one though, as Crazy Raccoon managed that a lot better this time round. And this one now will decide who wins the first set.
The way these comps interact is pretty complex and technical when you throw Meeple into the mix. Boss has to be very careful not to get caught in those gadgets, but they're really hard to dodge. Boss though sees it coming this time and is able to avoid it. Once again, it's going to be Semantic versus Milcreo on that right lane, but Tensai ultimately falls to the Byron in mid, and Lukey has shoved Moya out of the map entirely. Now in possession of the ball, the healing Super there from Boss keeps him topped up.
Absolute overkill there from Boss, but got to make sure that goal goes in. They want this lead early on again, and honestly, with how he's hitting shots, they'll be having it back in no time. Milcreo once more in a good position around the right-hand side, in the flank, and the bounces onto Semantic, and a bit of help from Boss goes a long way in keeping him back for a bit longer. Milcreo now has the break available. Might just take his side out, as it seems to be working when he breaks up that map that little bit more.
Get another Mansions of Meeple there from Tensai, once again dodged out by Boss, who's been able to win this mid matchup more often than not, and has created the opening for Humble to surge forward on the field. Semantic finds a window here to pepper Milcreo down, taking quite low. Semantic healed up there by Boss in a pinch, and now the shots from the Byron will keep the roughs quiet on the right side.
Milcreo absolutely taking a risk there and gambling against the Super of Semantic, hoping he doesn't have the bomb as he stayed aggressive and has healed up now. Gadget going to force Semantic back a little bit more, and the power-up is there for Milcreo to pick up, but he gets capped by Boss a couple of times and forced to stand his ground. Moira on the left-hand side is just taking the shots of Lukey, dodging them, and not getting much back himself.
Boss having big impact on this game, really leading the charge on the center of the map. Tensai's flattened by the Hyper Super. Gotta be tough for him to get out of this one alive. Does survive the last tick of that Byron damage, but Humble are surging forward. Milcreo goes a little bit low, and Moya's being kept quiet as per usual by Lukey here. Mo's looking for a way in, but these shots are forcing him to sidestep and serpentine his way towards the middle part of the map. Milcreo pops Hyper, throws a Super in. Mantis of Meeple though will make it half a Semantic to advance, but Boss again wins that mid lane matchup, and Moya is one shot away from being taken down. 28 seconds left of the round, and Humble here have found a way into enemy territory. Now they just need to hold this space.
The hypercharge goes down, and that's going to be coming back as well. Milcreo's going to fall. Moya, the last man standing here. Semantic gets the bomb, but Moya catches the ball. 15 seconds to get all the way up the other side, and they're going to concede as well. Humble take the first set.
Not a bad start for Crazy Raccoon here, but they knew this was going to be an uphill battle against the world champions. And Humble displayed that champion's resilience, being able to bounce back after a lost round here on Brawl Ball. Like I mentioned, Trav, it's a very technical matchup. You've got the Byron, who needs to balance doing damage with keeping people like Semantic healed up on that right side lane. Lukey on the Ziggy, though, looks really oppressive here.
Absolutely. I mean, Moya is a brawler who needs supers, and just having Ziggy just stopping him getting them entirely, we maybe saw a couple throughout that entire game, and a few of them were used defensively. So not mounting the attacks that he wants, not getting the goal scoring opportunities. And CR, they honestly played it well. I can't fault too much of the gameplay, but again, the suppressive nature of this Humble comp, the range of boss in the mid that Tensai couldn't compete with, Humble sitting, Luki's sitting behind walls and dealing damage like that. There's not a lot they can do.
And there's a lot expected, I think, of your Byron player, right, who definitely needs to collapse onto those side lanes and sort of push your teammates to advantage there as well. I think Semantic at times was struggling a little bit dealing with Milcrea, right? The Ruffs is quite powerful now, especially the state that Brawler's in, especially with his shots that are able to bounce. And when Semantic finds the right super, he's really able to clean up. But you noticed a couple times he has to cycle him, right? He throws down like the area of effect slow on himself, just like, get rid of that super, I need to find myself another one. There is an element of variance that still is baked into Chester's kit that can make it feast or famine sometimes for that Brawler.
Yeah, like I said during it, it's kind of like Milcrea was gambling with his super, just trying to hope that he doesn't have the bomb or stun in certain situations.
Because you don't know.
For him, he didn't, exactly. There's no way of knowing what super Chester has, so why not gamble against it a few times to try and take a risk against the world champions who, you know, I think it was 87% of people thought you were going to lose against.
I mean, that was a pretty wild vote difference. But, you know, Crazy Raccoon, we were hoping last year in those World Finals to see a crazy performance from them, a really close game. We just didn't get that. It ended up being really underwhelming. Humble just had so much momentum built up and were able to bring it home. We're heading over to Hideout, though, here. Of course, a pretty iconic bounty map, I'd like to say. You want those longer-range sharpshooters to operate the side lanes, and you do want to invest in a brawler that can let you take that blue star off the rip. Kaze, Carl, Mortis, like we saw from SK Gaming, all pretty common picks.
Absolutely. Well, Hideout got to balance your comp really well, have a bit of long range, possibly a throw, and you say that aggression as well that comes in is really solid. Bans are there, the Grey, the Gene, and the Mina from the side of Crazy Raccoon. Don't want that aggression from the Mina, and who can blame him with that brawler at the moment? Jae Young, Ruffs, and Grey on the other side, so double ban for that really strong brawler. Obviously, the Walking Cane's so good, the TP, the Hypercharge, all pieces of kit that can be used so well in Bounty.
Potential.
So Gene taken away is pretty important here. Crazy Raccoon actually, you know, bounced that one out here. They don't want to see that. Byron straight away opted for by Humble. We just saw what Boss was able to do on that brawler. Obviously, really benefits from these longer side lines. Might actually be playing a side lane here instead. We've seen brawlers like Bell also picked up because those nest eggs are really potent. Once you can get map control, anyone who walks into those basically instantly getting taken down. And the Jaeyong ban, I think, is very heads up. I think that one's very much aimed at Crazy Raccoon. It's been a very popular pick, but for Milcrea, it's one of his favorite brawlers to bring onto this map.
Yeah, I mean, Humble obviously have that Byron, and how well they played it last game makes me a little bit scared once more for Crazy Raccoon. The Gus, again, really solid long-range brawler, has the capability of knocking people back in certain situations and staying alive. Kaze comes through again. It should be, as I said in the last one, it should be guaranteed first star for them, unless the opponents pick up a Mortis, which is kind of a bit of a jinx from me in the previous one, but in reality, you know, that's what you kind of expect.
Is Flying Hook Carl faster than
I actually don't know. It might well be, but I'd be surprised to see that come through.
Yeah, that would be, pretty surprising. Seeing that kind of all-in brawler against a Gus comp would probably be a bad idea, but Humble are not above going for some of these crazy picks throughout the drafts. So far, though, these have been very standard brawlers, very broadly powerful. Needful here is fantastic on the Hideout, especially because those two sort of symmetrical bushes on either side of the blue star are a real feature of this map that is often played around. And Crazy Raccoon don't have any wall break here. It's unlikely you see that invested heavily in on this map, outside maybe the occasional Brock gets in here. I don't think that's a brawler that's been in vogue on Hideout for quite some time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I love the meeple. You know, the ability to shoot through walls is one thing. Now being able to walk through them with the hypercharge as well is another. So you can, you know, reach kills, get kills that you wouldn't have been able to before. So really nice piece of kit, and then Nanny to go along with it as well. That
just
long
classic.
range. It's just the long-range brawler that trumps every other long-range brawler.
Yeah, I think obviously, you know, Return to Sender as a gadget meant that Nani was a counter to sharpshooters in general for quite some time. There's ways to work around that ability, but you know, you've got to be careful, especially if you're trying to do something cheeky like, you know, hit a Kooky Popper, you know, explosion onto the Nani. Luki's always going to have that gadget option to prevent that damage and send it straight back. But Return to Sender is only good against those single large hits. So against Angelo, it's very, very good. It's actually one of the best things you could have. Angelo, a brawler with basically the highest single shot damage in the game, has to be very wary of that Nani gadget.
Absolutely. We've talked about that Nani at long range, but let's not forget against Kaze as well, the burst damage that Brawler can bring in at close range is very good as well. So Kaze are going to have to manage those matchups. They should be getting the blue star here, so they'll be playing on the defensive for the most part. But, you know, if Humble manage to get a Meatball Super in those offensive lines, it's going to be so hard to defend.
Yeah, against two sharpshooters, that is terrifying. So, blue star not contested at all by Humble, as Trav alluded to earlier. Tensai's already taken up in the bushes, and Boss wants to play a bit more aggressively in Milcreo's position. Look at this from Humble. They are absolutely adopting the role of aggressor as necessitated by a blue star on the red side. So much so they want to collapse the map and play the diagonal.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Tensai just sitting in here. It's going to be difficult to get him out unless Boss can find some connections elsewhere. So this matchup at the moment, heavily relying on that Semantic versus, well, I'm going to say it's Moya up top on the Angelo. Yep. And Luki now in a position to try and help his teammate out, provide some heals and get Tensai out that bush. He seems to be pivoting over left-hand side. Milcreo has a super, so found a lot more shots than anybody on Humble. Yeah, the return to sender on the left will do a lot of work.
Boss almost fell to a cookie popper there. Thankfully, Luki's healing was absolutely on point. Really nicely done by the Byron so far, but Tensai doesn't want to leave this bush. Here's Moya with a super. Okay, peep time, Moya has to jump away from it, and he's not able to regenerate health in time. Semantic knows that matchup like the back of his hand.
That was so nice from Semantic, knowing he could eat that shot, pop that, obviously it's the star power that puts him in that shield, so knew he could win that matchup and time that to perfection as well with the jump away from Milcreo. He's just going to be able to have this lane on lock now, or at least he should with the range advantage.
Moya's done. He does not want to go up against the Nani. It is such a bad matchup for the Angelo. And so Semantic here is going to try and pepper Milcreo down. Moya, though, a bit more of a threat to Boss. That is not really where Meeple wants to find himself normally. Boss is flashing super. I like that aggressive moment. Alongside the PP, Moya's in deep trouble. Great eat there by Tensai. Keeps Moya alive, but Humble still have this star lead.
Semantic forced to use a return to sender there to stay alive against Milcreo. And they're going to start aggressing now. We see another super come down from Tensai, and they both get out of it quite nicely, so not in too much jeopardy just yet. But backs against the wall and nowhere to go. Hypercharge there from Semantic, trying to get Milcreo down. Finds the connection, but he's not going to die. 3 seconds on the clock and trying to pinch. But a great Meeple gadget will keep them in the lead and bring the win back to their side once more.
And even though Humble's comp does not have the ability to sneak an early blue star, they abuse a very much winning matchup for Semantic to get that initial lead and then fall back. Tensai was virtually out in the open against that Meeple Super. Even though he was trying to slowly take map control with Fanstorm, the Meeple Super meant that everybody could shoot at the Kaze through the wall.
I mean, they don't have that aggression on the left-hand side at the moment they had in the last one. Not playing the diagonal game they once were, but a lot more evenly spread here. Boss going to require some heals, and Tensai going really aggressive. And feeding the lead straight back. Slight misstep from him, but needs to make up for it in the late game.
Yeah, not the kind of mistake you can afford to make at this level, though. Giving that blue star over, the Humble don't really have to work for it. Luki definitely dodging these shots coming in from the Angelo, but still needs to respect that high burst damage from the sharpshooter Brawler. Tensai has to go invis for a time. Semantic definitely gets his boots quaking. And now is able to move back in position with a peep at the ready. He is just waiting for one of those Crazy Raccoon Brawlers to be taken low enough for the insta-kill.
Well, it's tough to question the two-time champ, but still waiting for him to get some work done here.
Oh, it's time.
And that's a great connection as well. Brings both of them into the grasp.
Good night.
Can he get a heal off in time? Oh, just manages to dodge out the way. Luki forced to splash himself on the right-hand side. Will still be taking a few burning shots thanks to Moya's super there as well. And Boss has the super. Doesn't really want to use it here. Knows Tensai's in there. Slips out through in that invisibility. Gets hit hard. Will be brought down. And yet again, it's Tensai's over-aggression.
And Boss places that super so both of those walls can be shot through. That is nicely located. Tensai here has to look in the direction of Semantic, but I would not want to challenge out the Nani. He just flattens Milcreo, old-fashioned style. Beautifully done. Good gadget there by Boss, and nothing that could be done when Luki throws that super in.
I mean, this is so tough. It really is for Tensai to get anything done. And now the Hypercharge is ready to roll for Semantic and Boss. Obviously, they're going to be buffing those base stats a bit less, but still able to get stuff like this done as Boss runs through the walls and can pinch pretty much all 3 lanes. Tensai goes down again. Milcreo's going to join him, and this is surely going to be the set. Moya got a mountain to climb all alone. Tensai trying to get there, but nowhere near stopping this Humble roster as they make it 2.
I think once again, we've got to turn around and reacquaint ourselves with the draft phase of this second set, because Humble put together a strategy that is very, very hard to answer. They have great sustain, long-range pressure with the Byron. The king of sharpshooters in Nani. And of course, this Meeple that can flip all of those engagements on their heads with well-timed supers. Semantic, though, frankly, styling on every matchup he got himself.
0-0-0. I mean, there's not a lot you can really say about that. Tensai fed a lot in that last one. And being, as I said during it, the two-time champ, we don't expect this kind of thing from him. But so tough to be able to do anything against three brawlers who it's really difficult to get within range of in the first place. And then to be able to secure the kills against, you know, Byron Splash and Nani at close range and Meeple who's able to kind of maneuver so well around these walls and use them to his advantage. It's so hard. I mean, you know, you're putting yourself in a situation like that, which you shouldn't be. But you've got to kind of feel for him at the same time. And yeah, it's their draft. It's their fault they're playing this way. But we need to see more from them.
I think, like, you know, Moya made the correct decision opting out of the Nani matchup and going up against Luki. But Boss, much the same way he did on Brawl Ball, is able to pop super and collapse onto a side lane. Right? He's very, very good at just creating a virtual 2v1 with one of his side laners in order to give his team the edge. It's really a matter of time until that happens. Previously, it was with Byron supers. This time it's with those Meeple supers. The idea is much the same. And Luki didn't have to overextend into the Angelo matchup. Try and trade some shots. Don't get picked off. Use that super on himself when he had to. And let Semantic be a bully on the left.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Pit Stop's up next. We're going to go back to some aggression. Not that, to be fair, that was quite aggressive for a game of Hideout. But we're going back to some aggression on Pit Stop. Bit of heist along the way. And Milcreo's still somehow all smiles, even though he's 2-0 down in a really tough match here against Humble. But, you know, as I said, you know, they're a team who require this uplift that he brings with his happy attitude. And that's exactly what you need at 2-0 down.
I think Crazy Raccoon are also thinking a little bit about the rest of their group, right? This is definitely the most formidable opponent that they could be running into. Outside of that, it's Tribe Gaming and SK Kalala. So, you know, I think they're probably feeling pretty decent about the rest of this sort of Group B assignment. And they knew that Humble would be a difficult team to push over early. Heist, very interesting game type, and Pit Stop is probably the most compelling of those maps. It's one where we see more of those all-in strategies drafted than any other Heist arena.
Yeah, and I love it so much as well. We see Lily banned out, Miko banned out, no surprise on those two. Ruffs along with it as well. A brawler that can bounce shots just like a Rico, round walls, break up the map, power up his teammates. Really nice to see that out of the way. Kaze, I'm sure actually after the previous performance, I'm sure Crazy Raccoon will like to see that banned out of the way, along with the Miko and Berry over the other side. We're going to see Cordelius picked up first, so they're not going to go for that all-in. They want to play the defensive stance on it.
Yeah, very reasonable, of course. And even, you know, the jump gadget, the replant, you know, for Cordelius allows him to get around the map fairly well. But this basically says, do not play Chuck against us. Don't bother going for, you know, that cheese, any sort of all-in strat. And there are also, if you try and take like Bull, for example, he can struggle against these Cordelius-based setups. Cordelius got a slight nerf in Super. He actually had his move speed reduced a little bit, so harder for him to chase people down. But when used defensively, I think it's still a very effective tool. The Meeple can't argue with this. And if you can get in an aggressive position and invalidate those natural walls on the map, it's going to be hard for Crazy Raccoon to prevent safe damage from coming in.
I mean, I genuinely do think it might be a bit hard to make work for the rest of the game. You're going to need your super to be cycled, constantly have that ability to shoot through these walls, walk through them as well. For the rest of the game, I don't know if the angles or range is too good for him, to be honest with you. So we'll see what Crazy Raccoon do choose to pick afterwards. We see the Carl come in here as well. I've got no complaints about that. Love to see that Brawler. The heat ejector onto the safe is a great thing to deal some damage as well. So something that Crazy Raccoon are going to have to be cautious about.
Yeah, I feel like Humble give themselves a all-in option without, you know, picking a brawler that has to play that way all the time. Carl's still very reasonable at, you know, mid-range as well.
Absolutely. I mean, this is going to be a tough one for Crazy Raccoon to win. They've kind of veered away from this really aggressive stance that they seem to be going on. So Cordelius is going to be kind of sat in a defensive position trying to get some work done. Buzz is on the flip side, the complete opposite. That's absolute aggression and good against the Carl, which I like to see.
I mean, having that raw stopping power against Carl is very, very important. And obviously with Hypercharge, Buzz can cross the map in a pinch. You often see those supers chained together one after another to cover great distance and give yourself some pretty terrifying potential in those team fights. Crazy Raccoon now needs it. Yeah, oh, they go for the Chuck themselves. They take away the counter pick, and then they pick the Brawler. The Cordelius is designed to counteract. I'm not sure if Humble would have seen this coming.
yeah, what do you have to go now? You know, you're looking at the other things that can kind of delay it a little bit. Charlie can delay, not as well as Cordelius can stop, or you just go something like the Melody and run it down as well. Try do the same thing that they're doing to you, but a bit faster, because it's going to take Chuck a while to get set up on the map like this, or at least perfectly. But then again, you've got Moya with a Dynamite coming in. All right, okay, we see you.
That is wild. It is such an iconic pick, I feel. For Lukey, the dynamic Michael has hit the field. Of course, this is a brawler who will nuke the safe, basically, given any option. But remember, the changes to Heist, now that the safe has shields at each 25% increment, it's hard to have a full all-in. You can't end the round on one single push. But Humble are going to try and just bully through some map control. But I want to see how this Dynamite is able to get past some of what Crazy Raccoon are working with.
Well, Lukey's just ripped a double jump on his off. He's actually going to be using the fidget spinner. Not going to be using that stun, which is quite surprising, but wants to stop Milcreo early in his tracks. They're just going to let Moya go, try get a bit of damage themselves, and Dyna on the safe is going to be a real issue at this stage. What can they do to stop it?
You can't out-damage Dynamite on your safe. This one is going to be very hard to deal with. Moya, though, gets some good damage, but already we have a Meeple Super being cycled, and this is looking about as close to all-in as you can get from Humble. They do chunk Crazy Raccoon's safe down below that 50% mark, but Crazy Raccoon on the crack pack do have their chuck here. Moya's able to throw some damage down, so this is going to be pretty even.
Yeah, I mean, Moya's just going to ignore them, not going to go for the kill, try stay up in this aggressive position here, and he's going to come out right in the middle of all three of them. Semantic, Hypercharge used, and a good gadget to keep Boss alive there as well. Tensai up top, gets the Dynamite down, and Moya will burn back to spawn. And it's bang on even now in percent.
Very close game, and now they've got to outrace this Chuck. Humble have to decide if they're going to play defensive or just go for broke here. Here's that Chuck pressure down on this stage. Crazy Raccoon have to leave for now. Humble's down to 29%, and with Boss getting picked up there, I think that was a lean back with resignation. He realizes that Crazy Raccoon be given too much rope to work with now. Humble, this is a struggle now to stay alive in this game, and Milcreo is going to ignore them. Just go after the stage. Humble's strategy falls flat midway through that round.
Absolutely. I mean, when you saw them kind of bring that Cordelius back and deal with the offense that Humble are trying to mount, it was a completely different game. Real nice stuff from them. It was a good start from Humble, but maybe overcommitted that tiny little bit.
I mean, it's easy to be tempted into doing so. You know your Dynamite is at his best when he is going to town on that safe. But maybe just ignoring the Cordelius and disrespecting Moya to some degree proved to be their undoing. With the longer they play this neutral game, Trav, the longer Milcreo has to set up these posts.
He had a really good setup last time as well. He was hitting the safe both times. He was bouncing back and forwards. Boss and Lukey on the safe, but the same goes for Tensai and Milcreo down the bottom. They get the crack first. They do have a slight advantage, but Semantic unable to get the kills just yet, and Tensai going to get that down. Moya taking him into the realm, and they get the crack as well, but it's the same over the other side.
Semantic can't defend this 1 versus 2, whereas Crazy Raccoon are able to use Moya to dig Lukey out. He's got very good damage on this safe, but he's going to be pressured down, and the more shots Lukey takes, the longer it'll be before he heals up to full again.
I mean, that should be a kill, but he jumps over it really nicely, but Milcreo can't get to the safe in time, and he will fall. Boss now surely going to try and mount an offense, but can't really against the Buzz. And we just see Lukey taking a bit of a back seat for a second there as well. Gets within range of him, and now going aggressive is the Chuck, and they've already got the crack. Great, Humble don't, and that's surely going to be the game. 1% left. Milcreo actually comes back, but they still get it. And 15 remains on Crazy Raccoon's side as they get the set.
It was only a 5% difference, right? Humble's safe was down to 25, Crazy Raccoon's was at 30, but because there was another shield stage left for Crazy Raccoon's safe, Humble couldn't afford to go too aggressive. But they just ignore the Chuck, they let him go, they say, we can't chase him, we're midway through the map already. And for a team who we've insisted have some weak drafts, that was very well executed. Almost demonstrating they had no interest in playing Chuck and denying him from Humble with the Cordelius pick. They round out their comp with that very brawler, the menace of Heist, and they use him to great effect. Over 106k safe damage from Milcreo.
Absolutely, and not just that, they double down as well, right? They take the Cordelius first, and then they double down on 2 brawls they'd be very good against, going towards that safe and getting the damage that we saw. I love the fact that Lukey tried this Dynamite, and it did well, don't get me wrong. I feel like it was the defense that seemed was lacking a bit from Humble. Meeple, the stats, very good, but I didn't feel like it did masses, to be honest with you. Struggled on the defense, and he's the one that was there for the most part.
Yeah, you can see how this sort of plays out. They're in a good spot here, Crazy Raccoon, but Moya is able to defend them really well. First, Humble let the Cordelius get through and they say, okay, we can outrace him. They don't realize that Moya cracks the safe and then walks back up the map instead of staying there. I don't think Humble are ready for that. All of a sudden, Cordelius is able to pick them off, and then Semantic is often spawning 1v2 against, Milcrio, at least, and often Moya. And that's just not a matchup that Meeple's going to be able to win. He just dies off reach, or just dies to the buzz, right? Gets supered straight away and gets picked off. So, great draft here for Crazy Raccoon, but also just some of those small decisions, especially that Moya makes as kind of the pivotal brawler in that composition, really pays off.
Yeah, and you can see those smiles starting to return to his teammates' faces along with his there. Milcrio, as we've mentioned a few times, his happy nature really keeps them in this, and I think Dave said it before as well. Humble, still only one off from taking this series and knocking Crazy Raccoon down to the lower bracket of their group, but they're more than backing it now with that great performance. And as you said, it's not common we kind of are praising those drafts from the East Asia region, but that is one time where we can.
I was impressed, that's for
Absolutely.
sure. Good to see Crazy Raccoon have got something up their sleeve, especially going up against the final boss in their first game here at Worlds. Knockout, of course, going to be our game type for our fourth set. It's going to be off to Bell's Rock for us. Some of these brawlers like Ollie still very popular here. Ziggy's definitely had to rise up in these knockout maps, as well as Angelo and any of those sharpshooters. You might see teams try and work, other throwers here just to collapse the map if possible. Wall break is going to be pretty crucial here, though, as well. Maybe to turn those two lanes into one.
Well, the tick is going to come rolling on in then as well. Nice early pick of the thrower. Definitely taking the one with the longest range quickly and not letting their opponents have it. I don't mind that at all. But as always, you're leaving yourself susceptible to just constant aggression at that point. RT's going to come in. It's another one of those brawlers that's just...
Let's go.
Has it all. It's got the range, it's got the mark, it's got the short range required for the late game battles, and Brock to sculpt the map to how they want it, maybe choosing not to go for a thrower, or might go for a bit of a surprise one at the end if they need to.
Honestly, and Crazy Raccoon's most played comp on their knockout maps have been Gray, RT, and Brock. Gray banned away by Humble, RT and Brock picked up by them here. So they're going to put this East Asian squad in a bit of an uncomfortable position in terms of brawler selection. Boss has the wall break to kind of nullify the thrower aspect of Crazy Raccoon's lineup, but they go with the Nani, of course, who's got to be looking to win any of those sharpshooter matchups possible. Humble might have to start thinking about now how they actually close the gap on this Crazy Raccoon composition.
Absolutely. Well, Crazy Raccoon, last pick, still here. Got to be cautious. I mean, obviously, they've kind of accounted for the fact that they're going to be breaking the map and playing some range now as well, but with Humble still having this last pick, they could go hyper-aggressive. You leave yourself open to it. Byron comes in then, got the heals, got the range to be able to fight these brawlers out in the open, and when it's a bit more closed off as well. So Humble's last pick still coming in 20 seconds to make this selection, and it's a question of whether or not they just go aggressive or maybe play a thrower or keep this range.
Yeah, it's a tough question, right? If you take a thrower, you need to be able to beat out the range of the tick, but there are no really conveniently placed bushes in order to allow you to play the Juju. Could go for the Ziggy, I guess. Could only some of the map control, but I kind of like this. Right? I was almost thinking of even something crazy like Buster to try and close the gap and punish these sharpshooters, but Max is going to give you the option to come forward and get more aggressive. Remember, the map's going to be opened up a little bit by this Brock, so you will have that kind of avenue of going hard to engage against this Crazy Raccoon lineup. But I think Humble have to play the neutral game perfectly here. Otherwise, they're going to be down a player before they can really start to execute their game plan.
I mean, they've got to somehow get to these max supers before giving the tick too much value, where he's going to be able to get those supers off, the hypercharged supers to defend, waste those phase shifts, and stop you in your tracks. So we'll see if Lukey's going to be able to do just that. The wall break nice and early on for Semantic to give himself a bit more room to evade these shots, but he's not going to be loving life against a Nani.
No, it's a brutal matchup, and Nani can just respect these incendiary fields and continue to send these shots in one after another. Semantic has to give a lot of ground. Lukey's also got to be mindful of a potential pinch from Moya. That's why that phase shift was used there already. And Boss doesn't have a whole lot to do except sort of trade this out. Oh yeah, map not fully opened up. Semantic gets taken down. And this is what I mentioned, Trav, about the neutral game having to be pretty spot on for Humble. They make one misstep and they lose to these matches of outrange. They're dealing with these sharpshooters on the other side.
Lukey needs to work for his super now for the next round, because this seems like a losing battle. 3 supers on the other side. Boss no super, Lukey no super. Will he even fight it? Phase shift goes wrong as well, and he still finds that burn damage landing directly onto him. He's got a little bit of health left, but choosing not to heal up just yet. Spamming out every single shot. Tick super's even being used to try and secure this one, and it should do just that. Moya's low. Boss can't find anything, and all 3 members of Crazy Raccoon stay alive, and Humble left wondering what they're going to do.
Humble now can start the round, though, with an opened up map. They need to make use of this. Lukey has that super. but may only have one opportunity to get a good engage possibility on Crazy Raccoon. Semantic also left that one square there. It's just something that Tensai can use to hide behind and try and have advantage in these sharpshooter matchups. Lane switch now. You notice that the tick has moved to the right, allowing Milkrayo to set up here to pressure Boss down. Boss in a 1v2 against two brawlers that match his range pretty effectively.
Speed's there to try and get himself another one as well. Needs to cycle those and can't, but they get a good amount of control here. Return to sender will almost bring Boss down. And a peep coming in as well. Luki's going to have to tank that one, and I don't think he's got the phase shift. Semantic might end up eating it instead. And he does. He's low over the right-hand side. Tensai smelling blood and trying to go for it.
Oh, that second shot would have been the end of Luki. He's able to dodge away from it. That hypercharge super from Milkrayo flattens Boss. Not much to be done about that. Semantic falls. Tensai didn't even need the head first. And this is going to be a pretty convincing showing for Crazy Raccoon on knockout. A powerful comp that does powerful things, and Humble can't really stop them.
Well, this could have been, I mean, it looks like the big start of a comeback that they just mounted. Milkrayo getting hyped up as well. As we expect from him, hyping his teammates up and just being the all-round happy guy that he is. You need that in situations like this when you're trying to mount a comeback. And it's really paying off for Crazy Raccoon here as Humble seem out of this set.
And Luki was able to get map control off that first super, right? Push up, start to aggress, but eventually that ground had to be given up, and Crazy Raccoon simply took control of the game from there. So there's got to be another layer to the game plan for Humble, outside of just the max super. You need to do something with the map control you've given to your Brock and your RT.
Yeah, I mean, that is the question. What is the game plan? We haven't seen anything from them that would make you think that they're going to make any big things happen. Semantic back over to the right-hand side. Once this tick matchup needs to break open that right little wall there as well to give himself a bit more breathing room, and does. Tensai still just sitting here, raining down shots, and it's more of the same. They can't move.
And Luki's not getting any damage. Enough to charge that super up. Has to stay at max range, excuse the pun, outside of what this Byron can do. Now Luki's forced to play forward. Has super at the ready, but Boston's going to get picked off. Moyes, Pete does all the work it needs to, and Luki's almost dead to one of those mines. Semantic should, bleed down to poison, and that's going to be the end of Luki momentarily. Humble have no way into this game.
I mean, this is the round that's going to decide if we go to a set 5 or if Humble will try and hold on for this 3-1. This max speed needs to do so much, and he's really not going to be able to do much with it. Semantic going to have to walk over about 10 tick mines to try and get an attack going, but fall so low in the process. Hypercharge being kept then for the nanny for a later date as he just uses this peep as it circles around and actually opens up the wall a bit more for Humble.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to peep a Max, right? Max very, very quick on her feet. Able to dodge away from that, but that is where, Moya's been sending that super most of the time. Luki's been able to dodge it on both occasions, but where is the map control for Humble? Where is the game plan? Milkrayo's got a hypercharge super. Tensai as well with an empowered head first is going to be very hard to beat. And so Crazy Raccoon are biding their time. There is no rush here for the East Asian squad.
And there doesn't have to be. Triple hypercharge is ready to roll for their side. And Humble have just been standing watching for almost the entirety of it. Hypercharge super comes in now. Luki's going to have to dash through that, but get pinned in spawn in the meantime, which means Tensai should get some shots. Boss hit by the hypercharge peep up in the left-hand corner. Semantic trying to go aggressive, finds one connection, but Luki bounced back into another shot. And Semantic, the only remaining player of Humble, gets taken down. And we're going to a step 5.
And Trav, that was not remotely close. Crazy Raccoon from start to finish on that set were the dominant team. And now, yeah, absolutely, you're starting to feel that energy. Whereas on the Humble side of the stage, looks like the air has been sucked out of the room. It's kind of tough to play at a full set of Brawl Stars when you feel like you've been beaten in the draft phase. Kind of have to walk with your head down straight back into the game after getting clapped round after round. A pretty disgraceful scoreline, I think, for Humble. Not one elimination to them, but crucially, at no point do they put any pressure on Crazy Raccoon.
It's looking bleak at the moment, it really is. Their heads are down and Crazy Raccoon's heads are as high as they've been. Real tough. 0 kills across this entire set is not the way you want to go into the deciding one. And Milkrayo absolutely flying high right now in a really good position to try and close this one out, reverse sweep the world champions and get their revenge from last year.
So if I had to ask you what the plan was for this Humble composition.
I was about to ask you the same thing.
No, I beat you to it, bro. Answer the question, Trav.
I mean, obviously it was revolving around the max, being able to just tank some shots, dash up, but every time he had speed, no use was made out of it. They couldn't move because there was about 10 tick mines in front of Semantic when he tries to provide it. And if he goes forward there, he dies, and Lukey's hung out to dry.
You're playing RT, right? So there's almost like a late game plan, at least in the back pocket for you, where RT is quite powerful. But in what we call the neutral, right? Before the map gets broken up, before the gas closes in, RT has good range, right? Has a gadget that can help secure eliminations if required, but he doesn't do a whole lot against Nani and Byron. Certainly feels like Crazy Raccoon had comp from the outset. And that is definitely a subversion of the narrative that we've really peddled about these East Asian teams, not just this year, but honestly for the last couple of years. That's been a big step up for a Crazy Raccoon that had to fight tooth and nail to even get here. Had to fight through a brutal LCQ, had to reverse sweep Casa Brawl in front of a Brazilian crowd. I don't know anybody who's going to be excited about that prospect. And now they've given themselves the chance to steal the series away from your reigning world champions.
I mean, this is the thing as well. How many times have Humble been in this position where they're at an event and it's this close? They're usually walking over teams, only dropping a set here and there.
They said, I sat down with them and they said, we need to figure out what it's like to play from behind. Because at Worlds last year, we never had to do this. We always had momentum and it felt like we were fated to win. Now, we get to see a little bit more of what Humble can do when they're up against the wall.
Yeah, pressure's on and the bans are here. Juju, Draco, and the Hank coming in from Humble. Over the other side, Hank going to be double banned out, along with the Meeple and the Mina from their side. So, Humble with the first pick, not able to get any of the ones that I'm sure they will have wanted. But it's obviously such a control-based game mode. I honestly don't know who's going to win it. You'd expect Humble to be doing pretty well on a game mode like this, but Crazy Raccoon have all the momentum on their side. Finks coming in as the first, and I really like that.
Feels like a pretty iconic brawler for this team. Humble have always looked to pick up the Finks on these hot zone matches when possible. Open business, of course, is pretty challenging because the side lanes can be used pretty easy by any of those longer range brawlers. And there's also, we've seen, compositions drafted just to break this map open entirely. We've seen like Nita, for example, to push ahead aggressively, Frank just to blow the walls up. A lot of Byron mixed in here and there. Good to see that the Draco banned out here. Both teams have made extensive use of that brawler in scrims. But the Ruffs turns up yet again. Such an important centerpiece, and also a brawler that doesn't telegraph your comp intention whatsoever.
Well, it's funny you mentioned it. I was literally about to say, this is the place where the iconic Frank Berry came ripped out and did such a good job. Lukey on that brawler is absolutely ridiculous, and this comp with this team is a force to be reckoned with. So we'll see if that's the kind of route they do tend to lean. But the Crow was picked up by Crazy Raccoon on the other side as well to play a bit more of that range along the way. So if the map gets broken up, and I'm sure it will by the Ruffs, the Crow should have a pretty decent time.
Now, Juju's banned here. We've often seen Finks combine with that. You go Larry and Laurie as a thrower option. That's really, it's less common to see on this map, but actually has a really high win rate on open business when it's been picked up. It's going to be the Frank, though, that's taken instead. So you've got this wall break, and you've got this inherent sustain, plus speed boosts for the Frank being supplied by the Jaeyong. So really well-rounded composition for Humble, but doesn't necessarily have these like huge moments of burst damage here. They're really going to be sticking to their fundamentals with this setup.
Yeah, well, clearly things have pivoted, as I mentioned just before, as the Berry Frank that I was expecting, but a different healer support brawler is going to be rolling on in then with that, and the Jaeyong. Lumi rounds out the Crazy Raccoon roster. I like that. The Hypercharge can cover so much ground, lock people in place, and deal some nice damage. So Crazy Raccoon, solid composition. If they can get this map broken up, Humble going to be trying their hardest to not feed that Ruffs.
Yeah, for Humble, it's very much about staying alive for as long as possible, just accruing that capture percentage. Once the Finks can put a super field down, you can dodge away from a lot of those projectiles. I do think the Frank has to be careful of Lumi Gadget. That Grim and Frostbitten is a real problem for those slower brawlers, or the ones who want to close the gap. This game, folks, is anyone's. It comes down to a fifth set decider between your world champions Humble in a world championship rematch. Your 2024 Grand Finals looks a lot more interesting here in 2025.
Yeah, a little bit of frostbite on the right-hand side there, and Semantic slipping and sliding, now caught in a bit of a tough situation, but Humble have control of the middle, and Boss doing a good job of keeping Milcreo back and not feeding him. There's the Weekend Warrior dealing some good damage as well, and back to heals we go as Lukey is going to require them.
Pretty easy to underestimate the burst damage that Jaeyong has access to with that Weekend Warrior gadget. The activation causes an AoE field of damage, and then your shot is empowered. Definitely something that's pretty scary. The problem for Crazy Raccoon is that they not spend much time on the point here. Boss, oh, that is dirty stuff. Another fantastic gadget activation. Able to win it out there against the Crow. And Milcreo is too low to contest. Lukey so hard to shift, and Semantic has been dancing this entire round. He and Tensai are basically playing their own side game of Brawl Stars.
And Semantic's not going to mind that at all. He's
No,
in a
he's
position
chilling.
where he's just chilling in the right-hand side and his teammates are doing well, so why change it? And I'm surprised Tensai hasn't moved out the way, tried to get Milkray over there, you know, deal some damage, get your super, we'll break the map, because nothing's changing at the moment, and Boss is still holding his own on the left. Might need some heals here for Luki as well, but he's surviving and living on.
Semantic being able to tie up the Lumi is massive here. Tensai would much rather be throwing these Morning Stars at the point itself, but they have to respect what Frank can do. It was a hypercharged super there thrown down by the Ruffs, or at least the supply drop super to empower Moya or Tensai. But Boss has just been dipping a toe on the point here and there, being really hard to shift. Luki, much the same. Eventually the Jaeyong goes down, but Humble have enough of a buffer here to take their time, and Semantic has finally built a super.
I mean, how many supers is he going to throw on Semantic, and he's still stood there? I don't know if he's even doing anything at all, but he's there. He's being annoying, and Boss back on the zone now, has a hypercharge as well. Luki trying to move up. Here's the hypercharge, and this might be the point where they lunge in, but just waiting, keeping control, and why not? Because Crazy Raccoon are doing nothing about it.
This is how Hot Zone is supposed to be played. Humble are issuing a challenge to Crazy Raccoon. Come and challenge us. Force us off the point. Take some risks in order to get back into the game. Boss here has to deal with the gadget now. Milkrayo has that hypercharge ready to go. Matt's getting broken up as Luki wants to step forward. Semantic finally falls here. Humble's starting to lose control of this game bit by bit now. It's Crazy Raccoon who are looking to get themselves into the lead. Semantic needs a hyper super but might not have a chance to build before the round is done. He'll open up the map instead, and now Humble have one last chance to take control. But Luki's flattened instantly. Crazy Raccoon looking for another challenger. Eventually right over the top of Humble.
I mean, somehow it looked all Humble. Eventually, Semantic made the move, and everything crumbled from there. Frank gets decimated, he gets supers, he gets power-ups, his teammates stay alive, and they play that long game so perfectly well. Crazy Raccoon just one off reverse sweeping the world champs.
Back we go, folks. Jaeyong and Finks here in the mid. This time, Semantic is opting to play a different side of the map. Has to contend with the Grim and Frostbitten gadget. Sliding on about, but still finds himself in a safe spot. Boss wins out against Tensai, though. The Lumi struggling a little bit more against the Jaeyong. Nice gadget use there from Semantic to draw Milkrayo into his demise.
I mean, he's forced them to open up that left-hand side, which I don't know if that really helps the Ruffs anymore. And now he's just gone to the right, plays the same game that he was playing against Tensai in the previous one, but allowed his teammate to have maybe a bit more footing on the left. He is getting pinched in, and Lumi having a bit of a better time, locked down, and that should be a super provided to the Ruffs, and a power-up to one of his teammates. But Boss will get that kill and stay alive for a little bit longer, but Luki, TP's back, not going to survive, but they've got good percent.
And again, we saw this from Humble already. They had a good start in their previous round, but they let that lead slip, and they couldn't regain it. So very quickly, they're going to need to assert themselves once more. The map is opened up on the left side. It's going to be harder for Semantic to avoid this damage from Tensai now. Eventually, he'll have to properly challenge the Lumi. But Moya's fallen to Luki, and that super is now in play for the Finks. So easy to dodge those projectiles, or at least you would think that's the case. But Milkrayo was hitting those taps, and here now, the map's going to be opened up even more. Another hypercharged super. For Moya to earn a hyper should it be required. And Milkrayo now is really pushing up.
Semantic round the backside, gets locked down, and Lumi surely deals with him, but he gets the kill, and Boss through the middle gets one as well. Everything falls for Crazy Raccoon. Milkrayo just narrowly surviving, but eventually a pinch of Luki and Boss will get him back to spawn. Now, just sitting on the mid, little time warp in there as well, keeps them in the mid for a little bit longer and buffs this zone so much for them.
Semantic's earned his hypercharge. This is big. He's had to make space and use his health pool as a resource, but it's given Humble 82% on the point. Boss, though, has got a backup. Wait now for reinforcements. Semantic can make his way through. Evidently doesn't have hypercharge to work with. It was used earlier maybe for the raw stats to try and stay alive. Yet much less shield in this day and age. Crazy Raccoon have been able to equalize the score now, 83% and counting. Humble have to make a play. Boss trying to come forward. Weekend Warrior for extra damage, but that Grim and Frostbitten's going to make it hard to pass. No chance here for Humble to break through. A Crazy Raccoon vanquish the ghost of their past, taking down your world champions in 5 sets in their debut match in Stockholm.
Well, you said what they wanted to know, how it feels to play from behind. Now they've got a taste of the whole thing. They've got a taste of losing at LAN for the first time since I think they've been a team. Incredible reverse sweep by Crazy Raccoon. Humble, they held for so long, but eventually Crazy Raccoon breaks through in both games and mount an incredible comeback against the world champs.
We talked about it. The strategy is about being consistent, about having broadly strong brawlers that are hard to shift. But when it comes to those shock and awe moments, the moments where you have that burst damage, that all-in potential, Crazy Raccoon have the Crow. They have the Lumi as well with filthy damage output. And Tensai and Semantic fighting their own battle for much of the game. We ended up seeing Lumi emerge victorious, being able to impact the hot zone itself.
Last time those two teams faced off against each other, it was a 3-0 for Humble, a very quick match. Uber, you mentioned how they said in the interview already, we don't really know how to play when we're on the back foot because that just usually doesn't happen. Humble were meant to be the winners of this one here as well. Many people have voted for them. Many people see them as the world champions this year again. And now we see Crazy Raccoon is going to be up against Tribe Gaming next in Group B. And Crazy Raccoon on the other side, they had such a rough year. Nobody expected them, or I think it was 17% expected them to win against Humble today. They had a reverse sweep against Casa Brawl already at the Brawl Cup. Now a reverse sweep also against Humble. It seems like they feel super comfortable when they're in the back foot.
The drafts look a lot better, right? I don't think they were on the back foot a whole lot in this series, really. First couple of sets looked a little bit shaky, but I was really impressed with the way they drafted. The Cordelia's opener and then the Chuck closing pick there on Heist, I think for me was emblematic of this team's development in their approach to the game outside what happens in the match.
I mean, for me, it kind of seems like they started drafting well after they were 2 down. So the amount of reverse sweeps they've pulled off recently in these tense, difficult moments for them, I think you've got to say they're a team who loves playing from behind.
It looks like Humble loves to just sweep everyone 3-0. That's what they're good at, also at the Brawl Cup, but not today, unfortunately. Casa Brawl and now also Crazy Raccoon. Casa Brawl and now also Humble were reverse sweeped by Crazy Raccoon. They really feel comfortable when the pressure's on. And the pressure's also going to be on for our next 2 teams. We're now heading over to Group C. We have 2 EMEA teams. They know each other. It's going to be such a close match. It's Team Heretics versus Reply Totem.
Facing Totem might be a hard job, but we will get it done.
Yeah, facing Totem is the hardest match of our group because they are the land demons.
So I think Heretics are, all of them are hard workers and they are trying their hardest. I think they are preparing very hard for the first match of the tournament. We also beat them like twice last time we faced. They take it more personally than we do, but I think we are a better team and we will come up on top because they're clueless in the games.
Teams made their way to Stockholm, all crammed into one arena, all chasing the same crown. And now I'm here with 2 new talents that guide them through the journey, that guide us through every twist and turn. Kenny and Ark, are you ready for today? How has Stockholm been so far?
Stockholm's been incredible. I mean, let there be chaos, folks. We just started out with an absolute bang. Huge upset in Group B, but I think Group C, the group of death, is going to be something different today.
You asked if I'm ready, Sonny. Do I look ready? I hope so.
You look very fine.
It's the most important event of the year. It's what we live for, and it's already been up to such a great start. I mean, who could have predicted that last result, honestly?
Sparkly, I think, is actually the word I was looking for. Sparkly, also the team that we're going to watch next. Team Heretics with some very mean gameplay, usually. They have Lana, of course, one of the best tank players in the world, and they usually like to build those pumps around him. Only won a single monthly final, had a bit of a rough start, brought in Zar, and with him, they did manage to close this year on a high note.
Are one of the only international transfers we've ever had in this game. On the other end, though, a team with a rocky go at it this year. Mari finally trying to find the missing puzzle piece, and this year it's Angel Boy.
Yeah, you know, historically, Reply Totem, they've always been late bloomers. But not just slow starts to the year, but slow starts to the entire season, scraping through at just the final hour, really. But LCQ, Reply Totem did do wondrously well. And we cannot forget, Drake now on the coaching side of things. He was kicked off the Team Heretics roster at the beginning of the year. Now he's got a chance to have the final say.
That is a nice revenge for him, a revenge match. And we already mentioned Zara and Danger Boy, both of them come into this team as the new addition, and both of them bringing in some great experience. They already played in the World Finals 2023 last year. For both of them, it did not work out, and now Reply Totem comes through the LCQ and is here to fight.
It's definitely a split prediction here as well, and I imagine for the folks at home too, this could be an EMEA grudge match the whole way.
And I'd say now, let's get this party started. Barney, let's bring out the teams.
Two teams bursting with raw talent. They have the skill, they have the experience, but do they have the synergy? DreamHack, please welcome Team Heretics and Reply Totem. Team Heretics have Star, Lenan, and Chaos. Reply Totem have Maru, Maori, and Angel Boy.
And after what just happened in the previous match, Humble losing 3-2 to Crazy Raccoon, I don't even want to give my predictions, Ken.
It's a little bit scary. I mean, I'm kind of on danger watch after match number 2 of the day, but Team Heretics, Reply Totem, there is plenty of beef to go around. This is a very personal one. Chaos playing with the team that he previously played with last year. Drage coaching against the team that literally booted him this season. Zara an international transfer. Angel Boy's back. So many storylines in this one.
Yeah, this was a massive 50-50 for me as well. I really struggled in terms of laying down my predictions. But, you know, you've got to remember, just so much storyline between these two teams. Like, Chaos, of course, was an instrumental person with getting Reply Totem through that LCQ last year, getting to the World Finals and making that top 4 position. It was a massive result for Reply Totem. But as with this year, last year was the same story. They really struggled throughout the season.
It truly is where Reply Totem feels most comfortable. They need this pressure. They need to go through LCQ. And last year, it worked out wonderfully for them. Made top 4 in the World Finals after just coming through LCQ. So I wouldn't count them out here, even though Team Heretics has the better seeding coming into today.
Team Heretics have certainly looked in form as of recent too. They were one of the teams that stood out to me in scrims in the week leading up to this. And I think the ultimate test is when all these international teams start flooding into the same country, right? We're starting to see other strategies, how they fare against different regions. I think they've pulled up to that. I don't know if this is necessarily the #1 team, a top contender, but they're right there below that. That feels like they have the potential to go to a semifinal at least for me.
Drage, of course, playing on Team Heretics, like Chaos playing on Reply Totem. Both of those two players know exactly what it means to beat the other. They're able to really analyze their strengths and hopefully capitalize on their weaknesses in that regard too. So a lot of personal grudge matches can be playing themselves out, and I love it.
Can we touch up on how our community loves to deem one of the groups usually the group of death?
Of course.
And Group C is where it's at. That's also why we're showing you your 2 matches today of this group. We have Team Heretics, Reject, Loud, and Totem. Now those two from EMEA have to face up against each other first. It's a known matchup. They play each other all year. Are the nerves now even worse, or are they feeling more comfortable?
I definitely think there's going to be a little bit going here. Anytime it's just a personal affair, I think it just means a little bit more. And to put it in light terms or real life situations, right, both these sides want to win the breakup. It ultimately comes down to that, folks. You just want to win the breakup. Chaos not with this team any longer after getting the record 4th place, 3rd place kind of setting in the last year's World Finals. Drage, of course, literally being dumped this season, and now he's on the other side. I think this one is going to be a deeply rooted one. I think this is going to be a huge tone setter for how both these two do the rest of the way. I can't wait to see how it goes down.
We're going to be so cautious going into this World Finals of the teams that came out of LCQ. I feel like Reply Totem really were so dangerous, especially when they were in fear of being swept by Team Electros in that regard. They kept their composure, they brought it back, and I think that counts for so much. And they're not going to want to waste that opportunity. Being at LAN so recently, just within the past month or so, it's a great build-up to get to this point where Team Heretics, despite winning a monthly final, they haven't had much in the mid part of that season to go through into the World Finals.
I've mentioned it before how Team Heretics really likes to build their comp out. He's going to be the tank player. He's going to be the aggression that they need to just cut into the opponent's defense. On the other side, Reply Totem leans heavily on team play. After all, they have Maru and Maori. And this is, I think, the oldest cooperation we have between those two players. They have been playing together for so many years already.
Yeah, 5 Worlds in a row now, I think, at least. Now we go into the draft as well. I think this is going to be a very fun one. This screams Alley to me from Team Heretics. It's a brawler that is escalated in the meta. It fits the playstyles of both Luna and Zar. I think this is going to be all about them trying to get what they want. Reply Totem trying to prevent them from getting a draft that's favorable. Sandy, of course, going to be one of the top selected brawlers here. Max still on the board. And of course, Medan's not going to be banned. It's going to be picked.
I love to see that Sandy ban because both of these two teams really have championed that brawler in their scrims. It's the highest win rate and pick rate for each, so I like to see it. And there's the alley that you mentioned. Great call for that as well. I love that for Reply Totem. We've seen how dangerous Zar has been throughout the season on that brawler, so taking it off their hands, I think it's a wise call.
Mina picked up first. Makes a lot of sense, as you already said. Once Mina's not banned out, she's probably gonna be picked up, nerfed heftily, and yet still one of the best bowlers in the game. Ali was a good shot here on the right-hand side. On the other side, what do you play against her? Sometimes we see a Shade, very good on a map like this one, can make use of those walls, but he's banned out. Mo as well. What else is there?
Well, I think Team Heretics need to establish a mid, and that's what they did just now. Pam is somebody that has risen up the ranks. It's always been a little bit prevalent in EMEA, but especially with that hypercharge drop, it's changed up everything. It's honestly pretty solid. I think this is a lethal brawler. I think this is going to make things rather difficult for Ali. The way to deal with Ali is to beef up. More HP makes it harder for Ali to get a takedown. She can't 3-shot the Pam. Now we've got a healing station on the ground as well, so that's going to preserve the lives of the others too.
Yeah, the healing station for sure. It just cannot be overstated how much Pam has now risen forwards, and I think this is the perfect map for her. It's been a while since she's been in the competitive meta, but I think it's a great time to have her picked here. And now Chester. We've seen quite a lot of Chester already today as well. Wasn't one that was on my horizons too heavily, but certainly for Team Heretics, a brawler which they've played a lot in their practices. Now, the question here is, do Reply Totem bring in something like a Max, something aggressive in that regard? Because it's definitely one of the ones that they've been considering quite highly. They've already got the Janet. The Jean could have been an option for them, but I think the Janet might sort of take that idea away slightly from them. But certainly aggression with the alley. Tara going to come in. The gravity, of course, is where she's going to absolutely thrive.
Tara gives them a win condition now. You have to have a way, if the gyms are spilled out, to try and make a last-second attempt at grabbing those. This is a little bit of a safety net for them, a little bit of aggression as well. But regardless, an intense matchup for both of these teams. EMEA's number 3 taking on EMEA's number 7. Immediately, a very personal match going on here today, and it all goes down to start on Hard Rock Mine.
And like you rightly say, when there's storylines, when there's grudge matches, it can get very, very scary. Very slow start in, though, from Reply Totem, so let's see whether they are still stuck yet. So we may have something going on there. We'll check them in just a bit to see whether they are going to be joining the match now. So I'm going to do a little restart here as well. Looks like Reply Totem didn't quite get into the match okay.
Yeah, we're going to make sure we take care of those technical issues and let the teams reset here. I'm assuming drafts will stay the same, though. Can't imagine that was a mistake. It's going to be a tough one regardless. I mean, just by looking at the draft real quickly, a little burst of damage coming in there for Chester. I feel like that's somebody that's been sneaky. It's not somebody that I saw a ton leading into scrims, but we've already seen it a couple times today. I think it's nice just into those beefy brawlers to have that quick burst of damage. You got to be able to remove brawlers, especially ones like Hank, really early, and that's somebody that's super relevant right now.
It's been great to see how much the meta's changed as well since LCQ. Just not even with the biggest of changes, let's be honest. Just very subtle tonings downs of certain brawlers, and Mina was one of them, but she's still actually being picked up quite a lot here, which I quite like for her. I mean, having something so versatile, something so aggressive, I think it's going to really match a lot of the alley play on the other side of the field. But in terms of these two teams, again, like I said, so closely matched. This is a real tough one when it came to my predictions and working out who was going to have the upper hand here.
You know, the seeding in EMEA is so interesting to me because Team Heretics were looking at number 3 seed, Reply Totem number 7. Team Heretics won 1 grand finals and struggled to make any other grand finals the entire year, but that one win was enough to push them over the edge, enough consistency in terms of qualifying. But both these teams certainly weren't perfect, even from getting out of monthly qualifiers. There's only 2 teams in EMEA that made every single month, SK Gaming and Novo, and just being consistent is half the battle in this region.
Yeah, like you said, coming into the match, about how Zara has been, for me, one of those players that has just thrived, coming from another region. And that was the month in which, we saw a massive change from Team Heretics in June when they won the monthly final. That really was all down to that roster change, and a very bold one at that to do mid-season. That takes a lot of guts.
Absolutely. I mean, a bold call as well. And, you know, they really debated that third spot. I don't even know if Zar was technically the #1 choice, right? They got declined at one point from players from Novo. It's so funny to see how things turn out. And immediately after, Zar kicks in, and what does he do? He wins a grand finals, one of his first in 2 years. Absolutely crazy. On the other end, though, Angel Boy Drage, a pairing that's definitely an interesting duo, right? I feel like we have this establishment of Maru Mari. Just been a twosome for years. Absolutely fierce, so consistently making worlds. They've had some close calls the last couple times, but I think they've been always trying to find what's going to push them over the edge. And I really do believe that Drage could be an excellent coach. I mean, just the top-level gameplay that he's had in the past. His mindset has always been helping out with drafts anyways, and now being able to coach on the sidelines as well mid-game is even beneficial, just to have the best eyes on them at all times.
Yeah, Drage and Angel Boy, of course, former teammates. You know, going back to 2024 LCQ, wasn't quite to be for them. They didn't make the World Finals. They just came shy in that regard to Eternal Fire, but it's been one of those years to see Angel Boy thrive. You know, he's had a really rough run, let's be honest, at World Finals themselves, and actually getting to those World Finals too. I think 2023 was that LCQ where Angel Boy just went absolutely crazy, but then contrasted so heavily by a bit of a lackluster performance at that World Finals. So does not want to repeat that. This has got to be a different year for him.
Yeah, and I think that's a big deal with these opening matches, right? If the #7 seed from EMEA, the last chance qualifier team of this group, can get a win early, I mean, chaos is going to be let loose. That's going to shake Team Heretics a little bit. It's going to give Totem confidence. How you start, especially if you don't lose your first life, right? This is a group stage, so everybody technically has 2 goes at this. Even if you lose in your opening match today, you get a second go at it in the elimination match later on. I think just starting with a little cushion, a little comfort, only playing 1 match today, mentally a big difference, and obviously quite literally saves you a life.
Well, it shouldn't be too much longer now, since we will be getting the draft up again shortly, and the players will be going in yet again. Just resetting as we speak, and of course with Gem Grab that takes a little bit of time, so it won't be too much longer now, as the crowd is sure no doubt wanting to see their best go at it. A lot of Totem fans in the crowd today, a lot of noise already resonating forwards, and that is what we want to see in a Brawl Stars World Finals.
Yeah, we are in Stockholm after all, so a lot of these European powerhouses. Totem, we already saw Humble. The SK crowd was certainly loud as well in that dominant victory over Revenant X-Spark. Plenty of fans here packing our arena on a Friday. We're going to be here all weekend long, folks, and it's going to be exciting too. I mean, these are 2 teams that I expected this to be a close matchup, but taking our last one, for example, Humble versus CR, did not expect CR to win in the way they did, so I think we're full of surprises this weekend.
Yeah, we were just discussing before coming on to the desk how that's a great thing in our opinion, because it just means that this World Finals, anything goes, anything can happen. What we think we know is not necessarily going to be the case, and that's exciting. I think that on every level that is only a good thing, and very much looking forward to seeing how Humble recover from that, as it's a very tough group. But as we were saying coming into this match, Group C is what the community widely refer to as the group of death. And you know, for me, Team Heretics and Reply Totem are one of the biggest 50-50 matchups. For me, it was just that Novo Esports versus Space Station, and then, you know, Foot Esports versus Papara Supermassive. They were my big 3 that I was very hard to decide on.
Your gut's off to a good start today. I think the world missed out on Humble, so I'll give you a little leeway there. But honestly, Novo SSG, a good one. I mean, there's plenty of ones here, and I think this is more coined the group of death out of the public eye, because there's no super clear frontrunner, right? Yeah. I mean, Team Heretics, the #3, we're obviously favored with the crowd, but they're the #3 seed from EMEA. This isn't Humble's resume. This isn't SK's resumes of lands past. So the fact that we have the #1 seed from SA that we'll see later in Loud, Reject for a team that people I think are going to believe in, 2 European longtime powerhouses. Such a fun group, and truly no clue who's going to walk out of here alive.
That's why my heart just wants to give an edge to Reply Totem. You know, having come from the LCQ, it's a massive opportunity to just put all your practice to the test. I mean, it really is the ultimate challenge until you get to those World Finals. And to come out alive is a rare thing, and Reply Totem were that team to thrive, but my reservations there was, were they fully tested? Chapter of Happiness, of course, from the Chinese mainland region, you know, they were able to sweep them, but it wasn't the biggest of competition for them in their experience to date. And Navi, of course, didn't really look themselves either at the LCQ. It was the Team Electros match, the golden ticket match, that they really shone through. And were able to display such an amazing ability to stay composed. Well, that was LCQ. This is now the World Finals. That sort of winning mentality has got to remain the same.
I think the composure is the biggest thing to take away from that, right? I think now that they've seen that they can make a comeback like that, they're never going to lose the faith, even if they get stomped on a couple sets. I think that's a big takeaway. The other counterpoint would be, that was the number 5 seed of NA. This isn't the number 5 seed of NA. This isn't Chapter of Happiness. This is the World Finals. These are the top teams from the top regions around the world. I think that's the concern with the team too, just from chatting with them a little bit. Can we take what we did at LCQ and replicate it? Because this is the bigger league.
Exactly that. It is exactly that. And Team Heretics, of course, an organization, one of the biggest storylines coming into this year. Surprised us all. I mean, coming into the EMEA region, which is obviously so competitive, arguably the most competitive of all the regions in Brawl esports, and making it to those World Finals, it's a fantastic way to start your year in Brawl. And I think with the roster, which they had at the start of the year, many question marks around it, actually, because no one really saw the pairing, let's be honest, of IKL's Drage and Lenar. I mean, of course, Drage and Lenar played together on esports back in 2023, but I mean, IKL's and Drage wasn't a pairing that many saw coming, and it obviously didn't work out. But I think Zar was the missing piece of that puzzle, and it was a great thing to see someone from North America come to EMEA and thrive.
It's a cool thing to see. I mean, honestly, Zar's had a huge career in North America. He's a longtime legend, got second place in the 2023 World Finals. So I think just having a veteran join this squad of kind of leftovers, right? That's what they talked about themselves. That's what they called themselves before the big signing. And I love it. I mean, it feels very, I mean, it's not the same, but it feels very humble 2024-esque, right? It's a bunch of guys who got left out of the equation. They formed a team, and now they're here. Great success to start off the year, but it all comes down to how you play under the bright lights on the world stage. Here we go, folks. Let's get this party started. Team Heretics versus Reply Totem.
Well, Angel Boy wasted no time at all to go straight for the gem, but since then, bit of static and players standing still, so clearly an unresolved issue there to look into, and we'll get back to that as soon as we possibly can. But yeah, clearly we want the players to be in the best possible place to ensure that everything is above board, and it seems that we've still got some connection issues, unfortunately.
So we'll make sure we get that squared away. Again, if we're going to have a result, we want it to be as authentic as possible, of course, and to give you folks at home a show as well. So we're going to ensure that everything is okay on the stage. Exact same drafts, though. Nothing's going to switch up there now that we've seen the drafts. Still going to be that Chester-Pam combo that we saw. Ali going to be making her appearance on this stage as well. Tara on the other end for a good X factor. So just kind of reminding y'all of what those brawlers are going to look like here in a little bit. The meta's been quite a fun one to watch, too. I think to your point earlier, a really interesting set of stuff. These balance changes took a lot of our previous big dogs, the ones especially at LCQ, brought them down a little bit. A lot of them are still strong, right? We're still seeing Mina. Cord's going to show up quite a bit. There's a few of them that got touched in that second set of balance changes on the 12th that really impacted things, but it's neutralized them, too. It's cool to see this distribution of brawlers once again.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed seeing how the meta's settled, and we're kind of hearing that quite a lot broadly across the community, how things have just kind of got to a much more even place with much more variety, much more options of brawlers to choose from. I like that Ruffs has now found his place, that every brawler has a hypercharge. We kind of expected to see it, but it took a while for Ruffs to really find his place again. And Otis has been creeping forwards ever so slightly now in very much that kind of S-tier position for me. And of course, Meeple, we had that phase where he first came into the game and it was very overpowering. Of course, with the gadget, it's just very, very hard to deal with. It's so suppressive and so able to divide the map and just get rid of Bush and that kind of thing. But Kaze, despite nerfs, still in a very, very good spot. And those are my kind of top ones that I'm looking for. I mean, since the LCQ, I mean, we didn't see any of her. And at least now we get to see her. It's not going to be a perma-insta kind of ban for her. So I'm very much excited to see her pop off.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me at the end of this if somebody like Otis showed up at the top of those player rate charts, right? I just think there's so many safe brawlers now. They're kind of those first picks, safe picks that show up a lot in the pick rate. But one thing that I'm really thrilled about is the amount of assassins we now have. It's not just the Lily show anymore, right?
You're alone.
I'm alone. I don't know. I just think it's a nice little distribution. We got some Ali coming back a little bit. It's not all just like run the tank, walk it forward. There's more distribution now. We've even seen that alone today. So it's nice to see some support brawlers. You mentioned Colonel Ruffs coming back. Byron's been in the equation, depending on the map and mode. Gus gets in the mix a little bit. Heck, we've even got Pam running rampant right now. I mean, there's plenty to go around.
And I want a sharpshooter to tap into the Pam. I want to bring that back. Give me a legendary sharpshooter. I'm fully with Bobby on that side of things. It's kind of like, predict the next brawler. Well, probably a mythic brawler, probably an assassin at that. But it does make it very much a daunting prospect for the best in the world to fully grasp how to be able to go around those really suppressive assassination brawlers. And certainly this year has been plenty of those coming into the forefront of the meta. But about time to kind of like just bring them down a little bit of a notch, make it a little bit more balanced. I'm really happy with where the game is currently.
Yeah, and I'm more so not necessarily introducing new ones, but more of a, let's see if they're all at least a little more equal. It's not just the Lily show. We've got a few running around right now.
Well, speaking of running around, Barney's running around the venue somewhere. Let's go and check in to see what's going on with him.
In and around DreamHack Stockholm, there's of course a lot more than just the esports. The esports is the phenomenal part. It's right behind you guys right now. However, we're in the photo booth right here. Brawl Stars themed photo booth, to be precise. There's so many cool Brawl Stars themed items that you can pick up and that you can use and go into the photo booth, take your own photos and have a lot of fun as we go. So right now, I've signaled and I'm going to do some cool photos here. I'm going to follow it around as we go. There's photo booths, there's meet and greets, which we're going to show you a little bit later on today. So many activations, you're going to have to come down and see for yourself.
Well, players are now getting to the position of hopefully being ready to go. And personally, I cannot wait for this. I've got to talk about the venue a little bit more, coming off from Barney. But we were discussing during our prep in the hotel just how far the queue went back.
Wow,
I didn't end up posting it. We kind of got busy, but it's so many people that were desperate to get into the venue this morning, and the queue went all around the bridge here. It just went on for as far as the eye could see, and just great to see so many people enjoying DreamHack.
Yeah, DreamHack Stockholm packed. I can see the gift shop from our little stand up here. All the Brawl merch being bought. It's excellent to see plenty of fans repping their favorite jerseys. Totem to go around. I've seen plenty of Team Heretics, all these EMEA teams. Oh, a little rivalry on the camera too. That's respect. Trying to cover up the homies thing. That's a good old rivalry. That's some good sports right there. Nothing like two friends going at it.
I want to put you on the spot. If I have to ask you now, who you think is going to go the whole distance?
Oh boy,
it's an early stage of the competition to say.
Fair enough.
Who are you thinking?
Look, I've picked SK 2 straight lands, and they've unfortunately fallen literally as short as you possibly can against some of the best teams. Humble's officially made me nervous, so I was debating Humble versus SK. Honestly, I could go either way. I mean, obviously SK have an extra life right now, so I kind of leaning that way if I'm being honest.
So this is for esports versus Power Supermassive currently going on, and it's already one game for esports. This was again a massive 50-50 for me.
Agreed.
I really struggle with this, but Power Supermassive, they really want this win. I mean, there's a bit of a rivalry going on in that regard. But for esports, they're definitely a big favorite, and many top players saying that they could go the full distance in this competition.
I'd be curious to see the split on how people voted, because I still think they're going to go with Foot, right? I mean, previous world champions from 2023, did escape the LCQ though, and honestly, we're seeing a superstar in the making. I mean, Enraged had an unbelievable LAN performance, especially for how early on in his career he is. I think that was something that was a big thing to overcome, and right now this is looking like a really tough match. But obviously, one game up here, Sup should be able to knock this one forward though. Filippo, low HP, gonna make it through though. This is gonna look like it's gonna be a tight match. We'll be covering Team Heretics and Reply Totem once we get that up and running, but at least it's good to see a lot of close matches, because the first day especially is kind of telling of where these teams are at. You just never know how they're gonna show up this weekend.
Yeah, really tough decision there as well to utilize the speed of the hypercharge to get the ball despite passing to Felipe, who was the lower in HP. Really quick decision making there from the Power Supermassive to obviously get that game to tie up this first set. But I mean, I'm glad you mentioned Enraged. Watching the LCQ back on my flight here, I was so impressed watching just how consistent he was tapping on that Angelo, which was a very strong pick for him in the Byron. And, you know, speaking to him at Brazil, I just couldn't believe that this was someone who was playing his first LAN. He is so hungry for it. He looks a little bit like Tom from Nova Esports back in 2019, but he also has that inner burning drive to play, and that's what I really felt was the similarity between them. And I think Enraged's got a massive amount of potential to still have. I mean, his career could be so long as he's so young.
Could be one of the future GOATs of this region. Could even have a good performance here on the world stage. They're going to be behind the scenes right now. We're covering Team Heretics and Reply Totem on this end, though. We're going to get that up and running. Number 3 seed versus number 7 seed. Had a little bit of delay there, folks, but we're hoping we can get you all that match up and going. We're going to wait around and see, and it's looking like they're still struggling just a tad, so we're going to be holding off on that. Good news is, though, if you need any other content, we'll still be here. We're still going to yap. It's what we do. It's what we do best.
That's the good news. The bad news is probably in predictions right now, because I can't
No, that's
imagine
confirmed. Yeah, predictions are down the drain.
who must be be honest in the chat, because, I mean, we were united here, weren't we, on that?
Yeah, we were. Absolutely. Defending world champion, defending Brawl Cup champion. No apologies for me.
I feel like this is probably the best World Finals to bring in the Gems incentive from Brawl, because it's going to be such a tough one. I mean, this match is going to be no different in that regard. But I'm liking Otis' pick, and the Buster, I think, is quite underrated there from Kara as well. B as well is another brawler, which is a real comfort pick for esports, and that's why I quite like their style of play. They don't tend to always just stick purely to the meta. Brawlers like, you know, Nani as well, and that kind of thing. They really like their long-range, sharp shooters. So despite this being a very assassinated-based meta, they still like to mess around with their own ideas.
Common culprits in that ban stage, too. I think you're going to see Hanks. His name is going to be called a ton this weekend. Even Squeak, though, is somebody in Bounty, Knockout, some of these Brawl Ball maps, too, where I think you could see him. He's really pesky to deal with. And, of course, we've talked about it already. You guys have seen it if you've been watching today. But Meeple, Mina on that top left band side with Foot. You can kind of figure out just based on these. I imagine that left-hand side was playing against the first pick. Wouldn't have surprised me if that Otis on that top side was the #1 selection overall. So I'm guessing Sup had that first overall pick locked in there. Otis, 4-5 turn, kind of went with that Buster Stew combo.
This is how Foot loves to play, just staying back and waiting for the right time, waiting for that entire team wipe to make it an easy goal. But I'm liking to see the Power Supermassive play a bit more defensively in that regard now as well, bring the ball forward. Hypercharge there for Tomsy as well. So, I mean, all in all, Power Supermassive doing very well on the defense despite a tough position. But this being in overtime, you know, it's going to be a problem.
Auto as well, but another Chester here too. I mean, we've seen that kind of across the board. I'm a little surprised. I just think the limitation on anti-tanks, especially depending on how van stages go, might be why he's showing up so much. I don't think he was super touching anything like the balance changes, so kind of cool to see his rise once again. I know there's a lot of Chester fans at home as he's one of our legendary brawlers. And Rage was a little pop-off right there, though. Had to drop the hypercharge. Now Foot being backed off. A little 1v1 here. I mean, this set #1 with Foot. Papara really going crazy.
Very close match, this one. You know, as I already expected and hoped that it would be. Really did struggle to decide which team has going to have the advantage, but so far it's still Papara on that defensive side. But if Garu can just bring this connection here, Thompson's in a really tough spot too here. He's probably going to fall. It should lead to the goal if Meow can push forward, but those Mo shots just didn't connect, two of them.
Dodges from Garo shots as well, and now with 15 to go, Sup have a super available with Stu. They could march this down. I think Filippo's just going to have to tank some shots. Really is feeling like they need to be playing for overtime. Oh, they passed it. Meow as a super too. Garo up the middle of the map, right into Tomsy's midst, though. Just going to go to that top right-hand side, and a tie there. So this is all of a sudden 1-1. First set, and they got a tie. So we're going to a game 4 on that opening one. Plenty of bangers to start out our day.
Absolutely wild. Back to Group C, where we are still just waiting for the re-picking of the brawlers for Gem Grab between Team Heretics and Reply to our main coverage. Will be commencing as soon as the teams have been able to reset successfully. Still a couple of issues to be able to get them moving, so we're just looking into that. We obviously want to make sure that everything is working as smoothly as possible straight off the bat, so it's definitely the right call, but we will get to it as soon as we possibly can.
Jumping in the game, or now game 4, I guess, right? Trying to be a win here for either Foot or Papara Supermassive. So this is Group D, and Rage still alive here, barely holding on. Again, just some fun drafts, and I think two teams that we were kind of on it. Sup has really felt like they've hit good form. Maybe it's a confidence boost from LCQ. Obviously, the regular season didn't go their way, and Rage wasn't with them the whole year. I will add that. So now that they've got more time with here, maybe that was the piece that they needed just to put this puzzle all together, because Filippo and Tomsy have been around for a long time. Very solid players, not quite World's Finals caliber level, but always in the LCQ mix.
Yeah, really glad you mentioned that as Meow just scores that goal for Foot Esports there. But because, you know, Rage coming in so late, he has some huge boots to fill because Salty's an amazing player. And I was really quite surprised, honestly, because, you know, Rage has been around, but he's not necessarily been in the forefront of a lot of Brawl Esports action. So to see him be so hungry for it at the LCQ and play so consistently, I was just so impressed. And I feel like this could be a real contender, despite, you know, many kind of looking at just purely Papara Supermassive's results throughout the regular season of play in the monthly finals. Not much to say, quite honestly. And that's why going into the LCQ, a massive underdog. But right now, I mean, they're staying above board, they're staying afloat, and that's the key, really.
Conversations online as well. I feel like Group D has gotten the least amount of coverage from our public, and I feel like they deserve plenty more because they're a real interesting squad. That's a nice knockdown there, though. So Foot will take set number 1 of our Group D match. I think in general, though, Group D is Fierce Zeta Division, a really strong squad. Foot, 2023 World Champions, Sup have played phenomenally in scrims off the backs of an LCQ run that I would say was pretty smooth sailing overall. They had some trouble with a team like Team Electros in a great match, but Team Electros were one of the better teams, I thought, from that LCQ. I think if they're on this world stage, they would be a very competitive team, especially considering the North America has not been as hot recently, but they seem like a young gun team. They've put it all together really recently. I've been thoroughly impressed. I think Group D is going to show us what they're made of throughout this weekend.
I think it might be rewritten as the Group of Death, quite honestly. If STMN can really bring something to the table and surprise a lot of us, we are so looking for those underdog stories. And I feel like they could be a bit of a lurking team, which many might be underestimating in that regard. But certainly for the moment, Group C still holds that title as the community has spoken. And you are looking at 2 of those teams which really are the top of their game right now. For me, we've seen this match actually play itself out in monthly finals between Team Heretics and Reply Totem itself, and that was where Reply Totem were able to cause a massive upset. Let's be honest. I mean, that was actually the best monthly final they had in July, where they were able to beat Heretics. It was a 3-2. It was very, very close. That was when Reply Totem knew it was make or break. I mean, despite having those additional regional slots, as thanks to SK Gaming and Humble at Brawl, we wouldn't have Reply Totem here, let's be honest, if it weren't for that. But certainly, that was a period in time where they had to at least make semis, or they wouldn't even be here.
Yeah, Humble walks so these teams could run. They already took a loss here today, so defending world champions, one of the storylines so far, already lost their first life of the group stage against the team that got second, a team without Chitampo. Milcreo stepping in a wonderful job in our previous match. Europe's been such a fun region. It always is. I feel like it's such a deep region of competition. It's been so interesting to watch. Well, for now, though, while we get these guys squared away, we're going to send it over to friends of the program. Mr. Banks, I think you've got somebody for us.
Welcome to the Player Lounge, the area where all of our players like to chill out, get their heads in the zone before they go live, or either on the main stage, and we've had our backstage matches today, haven't we, as well? I've got Trav joining me. How's it going, man? How are you feeling so far?
Yeah, always a pleasure. A few upsets here and there. My predictions are not going well, I'll tell you that right now, but I'm going to get a redemption arc going in the second half.
We are going to get some redemption, I believe. I think I'm one of the few people that actually voted for Novo as well, because we had Novo versus SSG. That was one of our backstage matches. But let's kick things off. Give a little reminder to the people that are watching from home as well. Some of the people that maybe joined DreamHack a little bit later on in the day. Some of the stuff that's happened so far. We've had SK Gaming, absolutely dominant performance on the main stage from the rip. What was it for you? You were up there, you were casting it. How did you feel about that match?
Yeah, I was super surprised, to be honest with you. I thought Revenant put up a bit of a bigger fight. They had a really good performance at LCQ, and, SK looking as strong as they are, you kind of expect them to win. But, it was the end result we expected, but the journey, I kind of thought would be a bit different.
And then, of course, the talk of the town at this point, right now, in the day especially. Humble versus Crazy Raccoon. Humble looking solid out of the gates. Crazy Raccoon just started to gain some momentum, and you just can never count them out, can you?
Absolutely. I mean, we touched it a little bit on the stream when we were up there casting. The draft kind of just flipped. Like, Humble started so well, had 2 great drafts, and then the 3 following was just incredible. Like, they didn't even drop a game in those 3 sets that they managed to win. It was just all-out domination against Humble, which is, a crazy feat in itself.
Seeing Humble take that first loss, and then now they're going to be playing to survive later today is an insane thought to think. But, are they the kind of team that can hustle together, gather, and kind of get their mind right before going into a lower bracket match on day 1?
I mean, absolutely. They said to, I think it was Uber they said it to, they were like, they want to know how it feels to play from behind, get a bit of experience, but I don't think they intended to lose from that kind of situation. So I think it's a good learning curve for them, and I think in the long run it might help them, but they've got to get through the next game. They're going into this one, obviously heavy favorite again, but they were going into the last one heavy favorite as well, so anything can happen.
Exactly. I think also there is something to say. I know a lot of people may disagree with me because everyone likes to go with mechanical skill, synergy amongst the team, but there is something to say that gives you a little bit of extra confidence if you've already performed on stage as well. Humble, they'll be going up against SK Kalalas, right, on the main stage. SK Kalalas is their first time stepping out on the world final stage. It's a bit daunting, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've just taken a pretty heavy, well, it wasn't too heavy, 3-1 loss against Tribe as well, so it's going to be tough for them to bounce back from that. They don't have the experience, as you say, as Humble do, so from that position, it's going to be very hard to be against the world champion, no stage experience, and you've just lost against Tribe, who, they're kind of
at least in my opinion, that tier below Humble, so it's going to be difficult for them to bounce back.
It's going to be a tough one. Thank you so much, Trav, for joining me here backstage in the player lounge. Back to you guys.
Who let that guy on? Who let him on?
Oh my God.
I would have
he
words.
already talks enough. Goodness gracious.
Any chance to get in front of the camera and just show off that lovely new haircut that he's been telling everyone about? It's just gets it.
It does rock. I do respect the haircut, I won't lie. It's been a good change up. The glow up from the young man has been amazing. All love, Mr. Trav. All jokes. Not a joke, though. There is a Fang being played on this map right now. That's a bit there to me. Cordelius as well on Bounty. Now a little diving. 7-7 Blue Star swing. Interesting draft. Yeah, I'm trying to kind of piece the puzzles together, right? We didn't see the band stage. We didn't see all that. I see who the bands were, but I'm kind of wondering what order of operations were for this one.
Yeah, Fang's definitely not been on my radar too heavily. I would say that this map, in this Bounty specifically in Shooting Star, probably the best places for it if you are going to bring it in. Let's see whether Enrage can get any value off the back of it. It's definitely going to be a tough spot to go in. As on defense, got the Blue Star too, so that could definitely be a difference maker. That's what I was saying in the previous set. FUT Esports, they love their Nani pick. I think Nani's not in a terrible place right now. Not necessarily a front runner for sure, but this is FUT Esports all over. They're just picking their comfort picks.
Yeah, Nani actually shows up a lot right now. One of the top 3 brawlers. That's a good frag right there from FUT Esports. Now they're wheeling the peep as well. Gonna run head first into Gus. 9 seconds to go. Gadget pop from Navi here, and 9-7. Just enough to hold on here. I don't think Sup are going to be able to penetrate the defense. This is really well played. FUT, once again, taking a set. It's only 1-0 in this set, and the first one was a heated battle, but I really thought this one was going to be tough. I mean, we talked about it. This felt like a 60-40 to me. I really do think Sup have a chance here.
Yeah, I sat my predictions for a very long time before I sort of had to will down the hammer, and I said online that I was putting out my predictions, but I was actually going to be changing them prior to the show, and in hindsight, I'm very glad I did. But it has been like that, and you and me are very much, I think we see eye to eye a lot in predictions. I think we look a lot at the scrim data also. That is a bit of a question as to how relevant players seem to feel that is, but we seem to think it carries some weight.
I definitely think it does. I mean, how are they practicing against these teams is important. It's not everything. It doesn't end all be all, but I'm looking for outliers a lot of the times. Who are the teams that are doing better than I expected? Yeah. Who are the teams that are doing better than they did in the regular season? And a team like Sup certainly outperformed what I thought they would do, especially after being an LCQ team. So their scrim rate was well above 50% going into this. In the last 7 days, they were looking strong. I mean, I think you could say that for a whole as Group D. FUT Esports certainly in that category too, even as the number 4 seed. But previous world champions, I have no question marks about their lane experience. You know, I'm going to take that more with a grain of salt.
I think for me, Crazy Raccoon as well are that team for me. Not just because they just beat Humble, but coming out of LCQ and stopping that reverse sweep happening for Castable to make it to those World Finals are a team which, for me in the regular season of play, didn't really look the same. I mean, the strongest roster, in my opinion, was definitely in 2024. Now, starting to get their pace back.
Well, here we go, folks. Team Heretics versus Totem. Hoping to cover this one for you all. Underway. Looking good so far. There we go, folks. Let's get the party started. Team Heretics reply Totem. Angel Boy off to the races on the left-hand side as Mari grabs 3 gems. Early lead for the red roster. TH really have to gain some map control.
Angel Boy on this alley. I'm loving him on that particular brawler. He's always been aggressive and getting a lot of value as well with a lovely pick up there of Chaos. None going straight into the mid, but Mari then with the jetpack will evade it. And now look at Angel Boy again. Binding and seeking and destroying is what Ali is all about.
He is a nuisance right now. He picks up 1 gem, which is a little dangerous, but he's going to continue to be aggressive. Now Maru, free access to the left-hand side. They are lurking. Now Chaos left all alone. Going to just have to take coverage in this grass as Maru extends. Angel Boy still resting on this left-hand side. Healing station will reveal. Gadget being popped for Angel Boy. Zar trying to take him down. A safe takeoff here for Mari. Janet still flying through the sky. Red buttons galore. Excuse me, purple buttons galore, but the red team taking off here. Janet now at 10, and they're going to be slowly backing away.
It's going to be a tough reset here. The Totem have got so much to their advantage and all the time in the world. They're now making a play for it. I don't think it's going to be able to even get there in time. Mari can take the skies. Gems being split wasn't even a problem. That's a strong, comfortable start there. First game goes the way of Reply Totem.
Super aggressive start as well. They sent Ali down so quickly just to get in the enemy's faces. If Angel Boy pops off like that, this is going to be a really tough set to win. Chester, Pam, Mina don't have as easy of a reverse mechanic. That's something that Tora has with that pull. Ali for the aggression. Team Heretics seem to be playing the control game here. And now starting off a new one. Gonna be Zar facing down Mari in the middle. Angel Boy once again flanking on this left-hand side. He's just lurking in this grass. Now diving, bouncing. Lana there to give him a swift kick to the face and send him back to the graveyard.
Now utilizing the shielding there of the pets to a good place. But now it's time for Team Heretics to get in this game. They've been a little bit absent. Zar staying in the middle now, getting the 3 gems of which he needs. It's Angel Boy that is so dangerous. He's been spotted by a Chaos. Missed shots though. Super goes down. Angel Boy still lives.
That's a big survival as well, because now they have to focus their energy over there. So it's going to be a 2v2 scenario, but that allowed Totem to migrate from that top side over to the left. They've got a station down as well, so Zara with plenty of heals, and it's going to be hard to extend to destroy that as well. Angel Boy's got his work cut out for him.
Lowry looking very precarious there for a moment, but staying alive. Nonetheless, I suppose healing stations are going to be giving a lot of value over, especially when Angel Boy is on the attack here. Nice Mina connections though, but it's a struggle, and Angel Boy still survives, taking down Lana. And that man himself knows how to be aggressive. The healing station goes down, but it's still not enough, and Angel Boy might be able to steal these out.
Oh, and a little juke as well. Gets just enough health points to back away. Now 9 gems in the pockets of Reply Totem. Team Heretics, all their loot plundered. Zar has to stand tall, and Lana needs to extend the territory. Angel Boy unafraid though. Pops the gadget, gets in their faces. Now Maru left-hand side. Mari trying to gain the visibility, and he's going head on first. Take flight, young man. It's going to be a purple button connecting with Zar. Gadget out of desperation, but Team Heretics certainly in trouble.
Maru's going to connect here in a really lovely way. Lenan struggling to just be able to get a way back with those gems. It's a really tough spot here for Team Heretics, very slow to the mark. It's a hypercharge there from Chaos, but will it be enough as Angel Boy just scoots around the map? Maru takes it to the skies. The gems are safe and sound yet again. Reply Totem will take the first set.
That looked a little too easy for me, Ark.
Yeah.
Didn't love that out of Team Heretics. I feel like this is a squad that is typically really aggressive, and that was such a passive comp. It doesn't really seem like the archetype of what I'm used to out of them, and you can see it in the kill count too. 3 for Lana, iChaos with a couple. Zara, of course, as the Pam. I don't expect a lot of kills, and even in a mode like Gym Grab, though, where frags aren't everything, when you're looking at the other side and Mari as a Janet has as many as your entire roster, it's going to be nearly impossible to win that.
Yeah, definitely a tough start for Team Heretics. Didn't really seem to get into the game too much. I think maybe some of the brawlers there were not really what they were looking for in that regard. I know that they do love to play Ali, and Ali now in a much better spot, taken off the table, and that's again a lot to do with Rage and what he brings to the team on the side of Reply Totem. But let's see, draft coming forward soon, and a different map. I think going to Super Beach up next, so definitely a chance still for comebacks. We saw it earlier today already, so let's see what more Team Heretics can bring.
The mechanics of Angel Boy paired with Liaison Drage, who's going to be kind of able to coach through these players what they should be doing. I feel like Drage is almost empowering these guys. Angel Boy, go get it, and then setting up the other players to make sure that they can collect those gems. A very powerful and strong start here for Reply Totem, who took a 2-0 set 1. Super Beach going to be a different story, I imagine, though. I'm not ready to give up on Team Heretics by any means, but I think we're going to need to see a step up from them. They just got dominated in that opener.
Yeah, they didn't recover very well off the back of it. They just didn't really kind of respond to the situation too well for me. And that was actually my reservation when I predicted for Team Heretics instead of Reply Totem, because Totem have a tendency to be quite slow to the mark, getting themselves started.
Losing your opening match typically does not set up for great long-distance success. Just losing that life at the earliest moment makes your run much trickier. It doesn't make it impossible, but a lot more difficult. Now we head on to Super Beach, though. So Team Heretics, an opportunity to redeem themselves. Meeple certainly in ban consideration. Mina, a brawler we saw in the previous match, probably going to be banned if you don't have that first overall pick, and I'm looking out for the little shrimp. It's Mr. Hank.
Yeah, little shrimp. Yeah,
little shrimp, big
you are
tank.
right, actually. Yeah,
little
you
shrimp,
are right.
big tank.
It's a very menacing brawler, and it's not actually banned out, so great call from you, and I think it will probably show its face as well in that regard. But I mean, I'm seeing a lot of the big ones banned out. Cordelius as well, too. Wow, this is really looking quite good in terms of the bans. Meeple, though, is left open. That's definitely one that I've got my eye on in that regard. Larry and Laurie as well, the Willow. These are brawlers that, you know, despite being very, very good in Brawl, yeah, Hank first pick. Yeah, it kind of had to be. The Cordelius ban being there as well makes it quite tough. But we haven't seen Shelly be a strong answer to some things here today. I think that you've got to come prepared for that Hank and know what's to happen instead. That was a brawler not on my radar.
So Ash was actually 100% what I was expecting out of Team Heretics. So this has been the most common solution on this map in particular into Hank. And I think this was a very targeted ban under Reply Totem. So Otis normally is going to be the main man to cover Hank. Big burst of damage. You can stun him out with your super as well. And that's what keeps Hank from healing. The second best choice, though, I think, is this Ash. And because of how frequent, that's why he's showing up so much in scrims, you're going to pair this with Max as your mid. Really like this start for Team Heretics. They have to be careful now if they do leave open a brawler like Meeple, who is lethal in this meta.
Yeah, I like the Meeple. I really do for Reply Totem. But I like the pairing of the Max and the Ash, honestly. You know, having Ash be quite slow and sluggish to then combine with the speed, it's going to be able to push it forward. Despite not having the rage, there's the Willow that I was looking for.
Yeah.
It's just such a defensive brawler in that regard. Barley's a good shout, but it's just no Willow, in my opinion. Those heals, though, no doubt going to help tremendously with Ash and the aggression of this Max. No, it's great to see Max coming forwards now in the meta. It's going to make a big difference, especially playing into brawlers like Hank. Very easy to get overrun when you've got a Max on the other side of the field.
Quick checklist there. I was just so surprised at how quickly it happened. You see Willow, they're going to go with a thrower that does well into the Willow, typically on this map as well. Barley, they were so fast to make those decisions. Reply Totem, number 7 seed from EMEA, looking to start out hot after going through LCQ, trying to take down one of the big dogs of Europe here in our opener.
Well, a lot of work to do for Team Heretics, but they've had a chance to reset mentally. And now Zara pushing the ball forwards. Nun's in a good spot for it as well. Maru's low here. They can bring us forwards. They couldn't quite secure the shot, though, so that Hank going to be able to heal up in that top left. Big heals going to come out from iChaos now. Angel Boy's in a very aggressive spot, and he is the Willow. Super shot forwards as well. Can he get the ball forwards? He gets there. Oh, the mind control! It was beautiful!
Nasty work. Super pass to the super. Mind control, checkmate. Nothing else they could have done. Maru on the right-hand side this time. Star in the middle of the map. Trying to get aggressive here. Lana already taken down early, though, so a 3v2 situation. Numbers going the way of Totem. They're surging up the middle of the map. Now a hypercharge. They have access to the entire middle.
Yeah, this Meeple hypercharge is absolutely disgusting. One of the many reasons why Meeple's creep forwards as Totem are doing just that. It's going to be an easy breezy walk through for Maru. And that's the game gone. Immediately, Team Heretics are looking very worrisome.
There hasn't been any shining moments so far from Team Heretics. Number 3 seed out of EMEA, struggling out of the gates. This is another powerful draft out of Totem. They have their aggressor. They have Meeple, one of the better brawlers in the game, and now they have another goal-scoring opportunity with Willow and their supers. They're going to have to find a way to shut this down. Sure, they shut him down on paper. Ash is a nice matchup to Hank. It's how well-rounded your composition is, though. Reply Totem are playing better, drafting better, just all around good stuff from them.
Maru's in a heavy pinch here between Zara and Lanaz. Now, Angel Boy being behind, it does leave an opportunity for a potential walkthrough here as well, but that's the power of the Meeple gadget there as well. It's very, very strong, and it's stopped the ball and it's tracked Zara with a dash. Lovely from Zara, and that's what Heretics need.
Little scrappy, little perseverance. Nice teamwork there. This time it's going to be Maru starting off on the aggressive. The slowdown Lana is where he can take advantage. Now a super charged up as well. Zar crippled, low HP. Maru charging back up with that super as well. 3 members from Totem walking up the middle of the map. A takedown down center lane, and he's going to dive already in the goal. It's a 1-1 situation. Totem just an ounce away from taking this set.
Looking by far the more comfortable team, aren't they? Let's be honest. A good last call. Angel Boy's low. Good connections with the robotic rats, no doubt there from Lana on that right side of Maru, who's now 375 HP. It's an opportunity, but there's no one around there to pick up the ball for Heretics.
Rat's going to chase him down. That's a big reason why Ash is so good into somebody like Hank. It's not perfect. Hank's a tough brawler right now, but at least it's something. Zara giving them life on this top left-hand end. Ooh, a takedown, though. Now Angel Boy with the super available. Gets the mind control onto Lana. Waltzes on in. Totem take 2.
And that's why I love the Meeple, the Willow. It's just a real difference maker. And Reply Totem are looking very, very solid. To me, there's so little to say about what Heretics are bringing so far. There's no chemistry. they're being out-drafted. There's just not really much in their tank, it seems, so far. And there's only one set potentially left before they're swept, so they really do need to knuckle down now. This is not the time to, to dwindle.
Hasn't been great. Just gotta call it how you see it, right? I mean, Reply Totem have been comfortable, real breezy, and just walking goals in, grabbing gems. The mechanics look great. No complaints about the drafts. I didn't think that draft out of Team Heretics was really that bad. I mean, on paper, like I said, Ashton to Hank works out, but I just feel like there's so many good things going for Reply Totem as far as the game mode's concerned. Meeple as a mid, arguably the best that you could get on that map. And the second they get a hypercharge down, Hank can walk up the middle. Willow can get free mind controls. It's just such a beneficial brawler right now. His hypercharge is really what makes him.
Yeah, I think a lot of this for me is draft related. Before they even kind of get started, you've got to have yourselves the best head start possible. And just great mind controls all throughout that match from Angel Boy. There was another one. Reply Totem are just high in spirits. Their gameplay is to match. And this match could be over in the next set unless Team Heretics pull up their boots. Dry Season is where we're going next. A very tough map. Bounty, a very tough mode to get that balance. And this map is very, very tough to be able to know how heavily to push that spawn.
You know that Angel Boy is fully capable of showing emotions, and the fact that for now he's still composed, still calm. Job's not done till the job's done. He's not going to take his foot off the gas pedal, though. Thoroughly impressed with him and his resume coming into this. The fact they are able to hold strong at Team Electros, at LCQ. They've been in these spots before. They've dominated teams, but they've also been down, and I feel like that's given them a well-rounded experience. I think that's really important as a player.
Well, the crowd cheering on Reply Totem, not too much to say for Team Heretics, but they've got to find it within themselves regardless to give themselves the best possible chance of staying alive and getting out of these group stages. Bounty for Dry Season up next. Again, another Meeple heavy map. I kind of want to see that brawler potentially kind of banned out even. It's just so devastating. Being able to shoot through the walls, that's your best bet in terms of that defense. So it's got to be up there for sure. The Mina, the Grey, as well as the Byron banned out by Heretics. The Jean, the Mina, and the Carving.
King of the nerds! Meeple off the rip, there you go. Powerful brawler. Can't fault Team Heretics for taking this. So if Meeple's on the other end, I'm curious if the Reply Totem side beef up. Ollie, one of the common culprits on this map. Squeak shows up quite a bit, as well as kind of that extra damage, long distance, area control. So I feel like there's a few different builds they could go with here.
They do like a lot of Jae-Young here, but it's got such a low win rate for them, so I just kind of wonder whether that's on their minds. Max, it feels to me, could be a really great option. I mean, the mobility and the aggression of which that brawler brings allows for those spawn turnarounds on a map like this, and Ollie's another one that'd be a prime candidate to combine with it too. This is going to be the Jae-Young, but again, my concern is the low win rate.
Versus Ollie a lot of the times too. You're going to see somebody like Bell. I think that could be a long-range option that goes into them. The damage amplifier helps with Ollie. And now that you have heals on the ground and Jae-Young, who typically is going to want to stand closer rather than far away from his teammates, I think the Bell bounce shot could really help you out here. So I'm curious if that's something that Team Heretics considers. They're also going to need some kind of aggro or at least a tank. They need some health points, right? We've only got Meeple so far, but you have to find somebody that benefits from Mansion of Meeple or those stuns.
Could be a Carl here potentially, even because Lenal would be a fantastic player to get on that brawler. Bell is definitely going to cause a problem in maps like this where it's very common for brawlers to cluster. So I don't mind that pick. It's got a bit of a tough line of sight. Some of the map needs to be maybe even broken up to be able to really get the most out of that brawler, but it's not a bad shout at all. Let's see whether Squeak maybe even shows up here. It's definitely a brawler which has come forward a little bit in Bounty, so looking out for that one too. Let's see what Heretics are. I think it's going to be the Carl. I love that for Heretics. They've got to get more aggressive with their playstyle.
Two casters can put together one draft. Nicely done, friend. Now on the other end, we've got a blue star taken care of. We got Meeple, who's a great control brawler in this game. And I do like the Bell matchup specifically into the Ollie. It's been the most easy way to deal with it in scrims, a super high win rate when it comes to that. Ollie can really struggle. Jae-Young, like you mentioned, hasn't always been successful in these practices. I think it's a real give and take. So I really do like that as a response. It gives him a little long range edge. Blue star is a must on this map as well. So Carl is certainly going to be able to deliver for that. Totem now with the 6th pick. Looks like Angelo is flashing on the screen. I hear his voice in the background. One of the best sharpshooters in the game.
It's a really good brawler. It's definitely one that can struggle against some of the aggressiveness of which the Carl brings on the side of Heretics. So for Reply Totem, being cautious and having the right gadgets to hand, of course, to be able to evade successfully, going to be quite important here. I kind of favor the Team Heritage draft slightly, but the way they're playing, I'm not overly convinced. That's my reservation here. But I think they've given themselves a very good chance of making it work.
Team Heretics, now is the time to wake up, down 2-0 against the number 7 seed from EMEA, and they're already up the middle of the map. Maori has grabbed that blue star. Now they can play on the defensive. That's part of what you'll see at a professional level of Brawl Stars on a mode like Bounty. They're not necessarily running and gunning it all the time. If you grab that blue star, it's defensive. If you have the lead, don't force mistakes. Force the other team to come to you.
Looking at that slow pickaxe from Lennon, I think it's probably a protective pirouette that he's running here as well, so that should provide him a nice shield going into the spawn. But he's got to earn it first, of course. Angel Boy able to escape away there with that additional speed along the wall too. So definitely Reply Totem are giving Lennon a hard time on those lane sides.
A couple marquee moments to watch out for at home. Wait for those gadget timings, and now Czar's gonna pop that super. Angel Boy in trouble, no way to protect himself, but barely survives. Maori keeps him up. Lennon, though, he's gonna put his foot to the gas pedal, diving right on in, tail spins through, but he's gonna be in trouble, low HP. They have to line up these shots. Look at the dodges, though. Beautiful jukes coming out. Totem will hold their lead.
Yeah, there is the protected pirouette, and of course, going into Jae-Young with the Weekend Warrior gadget, that's a very, very good answer to it. So Maori is gonna be quite a threat for Lennon in that regard. Angel Boy, of course, has the Hypnosis to hand. Got to find the right timings to really gain the maximum value, though. Czar's got to heal up now before pushing forwards, and now with the hypercharge, this could be a good time to turn the tides here for Team Heretics.
They have to break into this fortress of defense for Reply Totem. Angel Boy has not done a thing. He's just hovering behind this wall. This is the hypercharge they need, though. Now waltzing on in. Angel Boy weak, doing his best to dodge and escaping. It's a bounce shot off, but Angel Boy is separated. Somehow, some way, Team Heretics weren't able to grab the lead.
It took so long to secure that one kill, but Maori on the top left-hand side is weak. But Nanda's got to go in, and Orbs can come out as well. He gets it as well. His teammates are all there for him. 9 stars. That shot, will he fall down for it? He should still be all right in terms of the stars if he does. Nonetheless, it is still going to be the first sign of life for Team Heretics to get a game.
Possibly a mistake there out of Reply Totem to walk forward and leave Jae-Young behind. He can't defend for himself very easily. Not a lot of health points on that Brawl. He can do damage with the gadget, but if left alone with 4 and a blue star on his noggin, that's just going to be an easy target for Carl to dive on in. This is what we need to see out of Team Heretics. Plenty of work left to be done, though. Reply Totem still have a massive lead in terms of set count.
Yeah, I'm kind of concerned because these takedowns should be much, much swifter by Team Heretics. I feel like that's going to be punished eventually, and Angel Boy was evading so well. The slow pickaxe for Lennon is going to be great to be able to survive, but it's definitely hard to be able to earn that super much more so, much easier rather with the other star power. So Maru, on the top right-hand side, getting tapped up by Chaos now. Nice flying hook. Oh, beautiful from Lennon. Getting into that position and ensuring the takedown.
One of his iconic brawlers, Lennon, one of the best aggro players you will see put his thumbs to this game. They're feeling more comfortable alongside it. So this is the first time we're going to see a change of pace here. It's going to be Reply Totem who have to be on the offense. Like I mentioned, Jae-Young, a support brawler. Angelo, not necessarily going to want to be up in the faces of the enemies. They have to set Angel Boy up here. Otherwise, it's just going to be a takedown. Now they have a super going down as well. Team Heretics playing this defense perfectly.
This is looking better, but as we know, Bounty can change so quick. A nest egg pop there from Maori, just able to evade the onslaught to follow. And now Angel Boy pushing his way forwards, going to wait for his team to get the right amount of HP before making this dive for sure. Missed gadget from Maru, returned by a nice connection from Czar, but no super to follow up. He's got the hypercharge though now as well, and that could help very much on this defense.
Plenty of nest eggs going down too, so the entrances are going to be blocked. They triggered the first one on the right, hypercharge down for Maru in trouble, barely surviving. Along with the speed, will be assisted, fires that shot, knocks the arrow. No connection though, Team Heretics in the driver's seat.
A great hypercharge from Czar and some massive connections, almost even a takedown. Nice there from Chaos to mark up with the hypercharge onto Maori. There's still time for a turnaround, but with that swift one onto Angel Boy, less. Lennon's going to be able to go in, but goes down as well. 2 stars is going to be there. The blue star is still with Reply Totem, but have they got the push in sync and ready? Nest egg pop, and Angel Boy will fall just about safe and sound for Heretics. They get the set.
Some signs of life showing from EMEA's number 3. I like that draft overall. We kind of talked about it beforehand, but slight favor towards them. I really like that Bell matchup into Ollie in particular, especially with Jay Young and his healing and how he wants to stick next to your teammates to get benefits off the bounce shot. On top of that, Lenon the Carl is a comfort pick. They have a blue star. It was good for the other side. Jay Young, of course, can get you to that too. Angelo, a great long-distance brawler, but you can just see it on the kill count. This wasn't just a bounty diff. This was a skill diff.
Yeah, I feel like as well, teams, like you say, going with their comfort picks. We saw it with FUT Esports a little bit earlier, and we saw it with SK bringing out the Shelly. You know, it's really going to be that time for me to see teams really focusing with that. I think that that's your ability to kind of trick the scrim data, to have something in your back pocket you know you don't need to practice, that you can just bring out at any moment. And Carl's definitely got to a much better place in terms of the meta, so you know, for Lenon historically as well, allowing him to get the brawlers to shine is where he's going to be best for a team. So for Heretics, I suggest that they kind of keep that in mind. Try to get Lenon on those, you know, real difference maker brawlers to be able to make plays like that.
I feel like they played Lenon as the aggressive brawler, but they were really playing off Star. Every time he dropped a mansion of meatball and had a super combo, it led to a kill pretty much every time, especially in that game number 2. You know, slow start there for them in the first one, but once they get up and running, it's really hard to make a comeback. This isn't an aggressive team on the other end. Jay Young can get you some speed to get you there faster, but outside of Ollie, not a lot of health points to go around. So I think just a good build coming out of Team Heretics.
And IKS has always been the glue. On whatever team that he's on, he is the glue, in my opinion. And those nest eggs were really instrumental in defending in those final moments. I mean, Reply Totem had plenty of time for a push, a lot of utility for that push. But those nest eggs stopped them in their tracks just to ensure it. And now a real opportunity of being able to maybe even take this to a 5th and final set. They get this next one right.
Don't get my hopes up, Bark. We've already gotten one set 5 banger today. I need more. I'm craving it. I know Brawl Nation is right there with me. Hot potato is where we head next, though. Set number 4 of this match on the way. As far as picks are concerned, if he escapes the ban stage, it's Otis and then everybody else. Chuck and Kaze, a couple of offensive measures that I'm expecting to see from these teams. There's still plenty of assassins left to go, though. Lily, Melody on the rise. So I'm curious to see how these two teams approach this unique map.
Yeah, Mina 2 not banned out here could be an option. But didn't quite catch the bans. The Ruffs came through so quick. Chuck is banned, that's what I'm looking for as well. So good to see in that regard. Ruffs is a great brawler pick. I've got to be honest, I really do like that for them. Kaze open here, you've got to have that. I mean, it's just such a great brawler to cycle when you haven't got Chuck to be able to play with. Grab a Kaze, put those fan storms onto the safe and just hold the control really for me. Lumi's a possibility, I feel. It's not my favorite brawler, I mean it is, but maybe not in the current meta. The Kaze, yeah, it's got it.
We're on the same wavelength. I think in terms of bans as well, when I'm looking at this, 2 of the brawlers that have been really solid into Kaze, at least in win percentage, Barry in the ban stage, not necessarily as a head-to-head, but just for the compositions that he's bringing to the table, typically going to be paired with those higher HP brawlers, higher HP, tougher for Kaze to take down. And on top of that, Shade can get through the walls, does a lot of offensive damage, just like Kaze does on that high safe, but has a better head-to-head matchup. So it's going to be Kaze paired with this Amber. This is more of a control option with a flash of damage onto that safe. I think this is more for their defensive build than anything, though.
Yeah, you called it, Otis. A great call at that. It's, yeah, I was going to say about Melody. You know, when Chuck is available, that's the brawler that I look to, but when it's banned out on the side of Chuck, Melody's still good. And that's very dangerous. I think the Team Heretics have got to be very cautious now in that regard. So, I mean, you know, just go with the aggression idea, support the Kaze. The Amber there going to be able to burn the bush. There's nowhere to hide for Reply Totem, but you know, Reply Totem are looking with that Melody to make this a very swift affair. So you've got to have a solid defense, and they're going for the kit.
Interesting. Yeah, Kit has shown up here quite a bit, but that's not a high safe damage kind of measure, right? I feel like that's more for the pairing or as a matchup into these specific brawlers. Interesting choice here, I would say, from Team Heretics. Reply Totem playing much more what I would call the standard, the regular of what we see in this meta. But they finally come to life a little bit, and they need more. If they want any chance of surviving this opener, they need to take another set. Reply Totem with a 2-1 lead against EMEA's number 3.
So there's some Heretics fans in the crowd, of course. They're going to start getting loud, because this is the time where it's really going to be make or break for them. A bit of a failed push in. Lenon's still staying alive. Star going to be holding himself back here. But again, it's about cycling this Kaze, going in, getting some damage, getting something to bring back to that super, the fan storm, to be able to connect the safe is what it's about. So it's okay, they've got to be able to keep pushing forwards. That's a nice defense, though.
IKS needs to be a pop-off brawler here. Has to be getting these frags so we can set up his teammates to get high safe damage. That's a great start. Now they're going to release the super from Kaze. Lana diving in. Plenty of critical hits going down on the high safe. They're trying to penetrate this opening level of the safe. Remember, it gets staggered. It's in 25% increments, so it's a big deal once you cross that 75% threshold.
Yeah, that's a good connection there from IKS. They were leaving the roughs a little bit too long, but it has opened this right-hand side there for Angel Boy and Maori to get some damage done. That's 2 cracks of the Team Heretics safe. They've got to make up for a lot of lost time there. There's a nice connection yet again from KS, allowing Zar to get the pickup. That's good stuff. That's good teamwork, but they are got to start playing the objective better here.
Chaos is playing well. He's getting kills. It's not leading to damage. You have to play this objective. They have to take advantage, find enough time to move forward. This is going to progress Star up, but Angel Boy is still going to survive. ICAS being traded. Hypercharge down the middle of the map. Angel Boy circling around this high safe like a vulture, and they're already sub 25.
And that's the perfect time. Team Heretics were down. Angel Boy knew it and came in and got so much done. And that last final stage is cracked. For Totem now, this is just a dive push of which Team Heretics have got to defend. They go immediately onto the aggressive. It's a tough ask.
Totem has put so much pressure down. Now 2 high safes up. Hypercharge, right-hand side. Assist coming in on the left. IKaos now, invisible. Trying to lurk and get a surprise attack here. Just going to be sitting in this grass. Lana right there beside him. They're going to leave a lot of responsibility to Zar, who has to be perfect on defense. Sandbags going down for protection. Lana falls. This looks like a Totem takeaway if they don't act fast.
Yeah, time is ticking now. 20 seconds, and there's so much work to be done for Team Heretics. The Reply Totem are in a great position. Which is going to make it even harder because they just need this dive. Angel Boy going to be popping there, the hypercharge. He can just buy his time down. It's going to be surely Reply Totem that are going to be able to come out on top in this regard. The time is against the safes. That is going to be a match point now for Reply Totem. Maximum pressure on Team Heretics.
The fellas in green looking strong to start out day number 1. They survived LCQ and are now taking down fellow rivals. A personal one at that. Trage played alongside these fellas just a few months ago. IKaos, previously with this roster, he was the 3rd that Angel Boy now is, and it's Angel Boy's world right now. We're just living in it.
IKaos creeping forwards now as well. Gets some taps, but Maru comes out on top here. Continues the advance on that left-hand side, earns himself a supply drop at that, so a very good start despite no safe damage. Some utility there down for Reply Totem. It's actually going to be Team Heretics that make the first little scrape onto the safe. 2%, there's the positioning of the back of that, which is important.
Lana was running on fumes, somehow survives. Now left side, flanking up the middle of the map. IKaos trying to power up his teammate Star. It's a takedown, but gets the super off. So they get through this first high save. Angel Boy on the other end, though, plenty capable of doing enough damage to switch.
And he's been playing so well again today. Some swipes into the wall there, like as well from the Nun, so he's going to be able to sharpen that up. Maori surviving on 8 HP, and Zara can't get the connection either. So again, Reply Totem valuing their lives, but keeping that aggression of Angel Boy cycling forwards. IKaos though comes to Lanan. If he can get onto the safe now as well, it's going to be fantastic, and maybe a stage crack. It is.
Kit splashing down on this high save. Still hope yet for the Team Heretics side. Now a few 3,200s reigning in Amber Falls, though. This could be a turnaround here for Reply Totem. They have to hold possession and crack for another high save. The issue, the timer. Only a minute left.
Yeah, they would like to have got it down below 25%, but it's going to sit at 30 for Heretics, and they've still got to play some defense. Cardboard box for IKaos, the hypercharge for Lanan. He's found a break. He can go for it now, but they can't leave Angel Boy 2 on his own. They've got to crack this safe quick. They've done that, but Angel Boy's going to do the same. It's going to be a base race.
They've committed. Team Heretics, top left-hand side. Super goes down, 7,000 HP left. EMEA's number 3, holding on for one more. It's going to be a second match point.
It's even going to be Reply Totem ending this here. Well, we're going to go to a 5th and final set. It's a very close match. Team Heretics are finding their flow, but it's taken some time. Can they do it again? Can we go the distance for a second time today?
2 different games right there. Team Heretics came to play in the second. They have to get pressure early. This is an offensive roster. If you're going to play Kit, sure, it's defense. If it's nice on matchups alone, you have to empower your teammates. That's not the start they're looking for. This should be a takedown on the left-hand side. Angel Boy is the man that you have to get through. Otis can do damage. Sure, Ruffs can do damage. It's nothing compared to what a Melody can do.
Good there from Zar. He's low HP, and Angel Boy can dash in if he wishes. This should be Lanan who finds the safe yet again. getting some more damage. Maori not going to be taken care of until iKaos gets the final word there. But Maru through the mid, Angel Boy on the right. Reply Totem are getting himself set up.
For such an aggressive brawler, Angel Boy has been patient, waiting for the time where either Team Heretics defense slips up or he has enough of a matchup to go in. Oh, and a nice little juke there. iKaos gains space, but no kill. Maru with sandbags on the left-hand side, establishing himself, trying to make this his home turf. Mari, though, a great hypercharge, but not actually going to fall. It's a trade up the middle of the map. iKaos rushing to the left-hand side. They need to get to the 75% marker. That's a great get from Chaos.
Yeah, it really was crucial, but the rust is still in play. Maru needs to be dealt with. Those sandbags are just there, and he's just able to use them as cover every single time. Leonard now trying to get this safe below 50% if he can. It'd be massive. That's the big news. It's actually going to be Zol that gets it done, but again, Maru is still there with Angel Boy. That safe is getting shredded. They've got to defend on the side of Team Heretics. That safe is on its final legs. The final tap is there. It's going to be Reply Totem. They get the dub.
The gruesome twosome may have finally found their third. EMEA's number 7 have sent Heretics to fight for their final life on match number 1. Who would have thought LCQ, a team from there, could possibly make fireworks happen already today? And not just that, they're the second team to do so.
It was just a little bit too late for Heretics. They found their flow, but their damage was already done. And for Reply Totem, that is the best start possible. Fantastic drafts, fantastic teamwork, and no signs of nerves. Everything you want to see in a World Finals team.
Team Heretics found it a little bit in the second half, right? We saw that third set, very strong stuff, solid draft, but Reply Totem just consistent throughout all of that. I really thought Team Heretics were going to have an edge. The same region, similar teammates, very personal. So I was kind of thinking, hey, Team Heretics have looked good. What's going to stop them from now? Instead, though, it's Reply Totem taking it.
And now, looking at the bracket in that group C, we already know Totem moves on into the semis of that group. We're going to see them again tomorrow. Now, first up, we have another banger for you. It's Loud versus Reject, also from Group C. This was another very close match here. We didn't go all the way, but it sure looked like it. We already had a reverse sweep today. Now, seed 3 versus 7. Usually, seed 3 comes out on top, but Totem said no to that. And they repeated what they already did last year. Again, Worlds 2024, they came in 4th, or yeah, shared 3rd and 4th. So they're looking always super strong when they play on stage. You could say the same about Loud. They're gonna be up next versus Reject, the Titans that have played in so many World Finals versus a fairly young team. Who's gonna take it?
Wait for me. Take. Bro, you're not fucking beat. You're not fucking beat. Let's go, bro. Bro. Come on. Come on. Say Willow, bro. No, we got it.
ラウドには絶対勝てる自信があるんで、ストレートでボコボコにします。
Eu acho que a Reject vai ser um oponente bem difícil aí, obviamente a gente sabe que são rivais lá da Zeta na Ásia, a Zeta é um time muito bom, então a gente vai bem preparado para esse jogo, que vai ser um jogo duro.
Welcome back to the Brawl Stars World Finals 2025. 3 matches already down, a couple of them also played in the back, and now we're heading into one that I was really looking forward to, one that I really didn't know how to vote on, honestly. I hope your votes are looking as bright as ARC2 today.
Good for yourself. You're looking. I felt like you had to have someone to join the sequence, you know?
That's why you're in the middle, Kenny. You're still important. We love you.
Thank you.
You're doing great.
Very sweet of you to say for somebody who's predicted insanely poorly. I mean, just looking at this bracket, I already missed one. Totem took a 3-1 win over Team Heretics just moments ago.
You gotta believe in the Roman Empire. In the end, they take it here 3-1. Totem moves on. And now we're gonna see Team Heretics later today again. Because after today, 4 teams will already have to leave us. Is it gonna be Reject or Loud that follow that same future?
This is going to be a really, really tough one to predict, I feel. But for Reject, certainly a team which are fully capable. Melty and Shu with Brawl Esports, the 2024 World Finals may top 8. But their then teammate Milk Rio, who we've seen just go the distance with Humble and Crazy Raccoon and come out on top. So Batman has some big boots to fill, but I've been super impressed with him this year in that respect.
Loud's going to be a tough foe as well. I know they want revenge from Brawl Cup. It wasn't their best work. They felt like they could do better. I think South America as a whole has that sentiment.
They did do fairly well on day 1, but after that it didn't look too bright for them at Brawl Cup. But yes, it's such a cool contrast between those 2 teams. I want to highlight that a little further here. On the side of Loud, we have 3 players that have been playing at the World Finals since 2020. Not always in the same roster, as South America likes to switch around. It's always the 6 same players, but in different rosters. And then on the other side, we have Reject, where Batman, for him, it's his very first time ever playing in the World Finals. And for Melty and Shu, it's only the 2nd time.
That was my reservation, really, was just like, is Batman going to come out on stage and really impress and surprise? It is a very, very tough position to find yourself in. But with so many eyes watching, the lights, the glitz, the glam, it can be a tough thing for even the best of the best to be able to battle against. For Adinio and for Firecrow, a duo for Loud, which have gone back the test of time. I mean, they've been together since 2021, with the exception of 2023, so it's a tough thing to face.
Yeah, I think when you see Firecrow with as many World Finals as the entire opposition, it really goes to show that these guys have been around for a long time. I will add, too, this has been a group that has lost to the world champions several times now. This could be their year.
I'm super excited for that one. We see only Trev actually voted for Reject. Lock in your votes as well on event.brawlstars.com, and you can hear the crowd roar. We gotta bring in the squads now.
This next match will cement our upper and lower bracket, and our World Final story will start to take shape. This is your chance to guarantee a spot in day 2. DreamHack, make some noise for Reject and Loud! Reject have Shu, Melty, and Batman, and Loud have Kyodog, Edinio, and Firecrow!
Looking very confident here, playing with the crowd as well. Reject know what they have, and they have a lot of supportive and yeah, just some good fans that are also coming out here all the way to Stockholm. They like to play some more control-based comp, which is super surprising. Usually East Asia is gonna go for those super aggressive comps. They're our mechanical wizards, but they contrast that a little bit.
Definitely. I feel like they're pretty unique when it comes to the East Asian meta. They're kind of all over the place, whether they go aggressive or those control-oriented brawlers. I feel like right now the control brawlers are a little more justified, right? I feel like for a lot of the year, hypercharges have been such a powerful asset that you can't ignore them. You have to go for those beefy brawlers, the Hanks of the world, and just run and gun with those hypercharges. So I think the fact that we got a little change of pace could benefit Reject.
It's a tough one for me to predict, but what we'll say is that for South America, it make even a dent at the World Finals. I mean, they've been grouped every year since 2022. But you got to look at it this way. You know, for Firecrow and Adino, they were together in 2021, where they made the biggest of statements. They got South America to top 4. That's the best result that they've ever had at LAN. And I feel like, despite over the years struggling to really make it out of those group stages of World Finals, it's got to change at some point. And South America has really elevated me this year. Looking at Loud at Brawl Cup, fantastic results there. Castor Brawl almost making it to the World Finals themselves here against Crazy Raccoon. The region is on the rise.
And this region is one that had a couple of upsets this year as well. Nobody really expected Reject to be 2nd seed in the end. Crazy Raccoon was meant to stand at the top, but they didn't look as strong this year. Reject, as a fairly new team, still stood strong. And I'm super excited, especially for Batman. As mentioned, this is going to be his first World Finals, and it's against a team that has a couple of players in there that have been playing for 6 or 5 World Finals already.
It's a lot of World Finals. They've been to a ton. But honestly, to add on to what you said, Ark, I feel like SA are under a lot of pressure internally, right? They want to prove themselves. I think there's several regions that way. NA, my home region, is certainly like that. SA, though, not only have they not made a quarterfinal since 2021, they haven't won a match on the world stage since 2021. If Loud beat Reject here, that's the first time you'll see a South American squad win on a world final stage. That's unbelievable.
It's a ton of pressure. I feel like Reject have had, again, a really good season, honestly. Overshadowed slightly by Zeta. I think many don't even really hear the name said much as a real contender in this competition. And it was a bit unfortunate to actually face into Zeta 4 times, you know, only managing to beat them once in the monthly final. But that was in February as well, you know, that was at the very beginning of the year. And then they suffered 2 sweeps and 1 reverse sweep after that. So they really did have a bit of an unfortunate run, but I think they are a real threat in this competition regardless.
And we already talked about them. Both the fans from Brazil and also Japan traveled all the way to Stockholm, so we want to give them the spotlight.
Another perk of being in and amongst the action right here at DreamHack Stockholm is that not only do you get to watch your favorite players, your favorite teams on the main stage, but you get to possibly meet them as well. We have a meet and greet going on right behind me with Crazy Raccoon, and as you can see on the schedule behind me, we'll have Revenant X-Spark coming down, Tribe Gaming as well. It's such a phenomenal experience for all these people to get to meet their favorite players. Come with me and follow, because I've got a very special guest waiting in the wings. I've got Jake here. Jake's traveled from Poland, am I right?
From Krakow, actually.
From Krakow. You've got a Humble jersey on right now, and you're currently queuing for the Crazy Raccoon meet and greet. What's happened? Tell me.
It was a good game, actually. They deserve the win.
It was an incredible match. What a great reverse sweep. But Humble, they could come back and win it all.
Of course they will.
Of course they will. You heard it here from Jake. Thank you so much for joining me in this little interview. We'll walk around a little bit, because this honestly is such an amazing experience for a lot of the players, maybe that haven't seen the esport yet, or maybe that haven't seen a huge amount of Brawl Stars esports live. It's in such a great location at DreamHack Stockholm, and we can't wait to see how the action unfolds.
Some of the fans that have traveled here to Stockholm are here for the very first time, and some of the players on stage have never played a World Finals before. So maybe in the future, if you just came here for the very first time, you're going to be on that stage as well. It's truly possible, and we would, of course, look forward to cast your games in the future. Now, Reject versus Loud, I had the pleasure to sit down with Loud yesterday to have a little chat with them. And we talked a lot about LCQ as well. They have been present, of course. It's their home region. They did not play. They qualified as first seed of their region. And I asked them if they saw something maybe from their the other 2 SA teams that were playing at LCQ that they want to do better. Because in the end, no SA team came through at LCQ.
Yeah, especially it being a home region as well. I mean, that's got to be gutting, right? From Loud, you know, there's rivalries with your fellow regional teams, but you also want your region to be the best. I mean, it's certainly been EMEA for the past couple of years, back-to-back #1 seeds from that region, winning the World Championship. It used to be East Asia, SA, North America, and even a team like Revenant X-Spark from a smaller region like SEA. They're still waiting for their moment.
Live textiles right there. Love to see it. Dedication. But, you know, you raise a really good point. And being at the World Finals especially, being able to speak to players is such a massive thing to do. And that's what kind of changed some of my predictions along the way. When you ask a player, you know, have you done enough? And they say, I'm not sure. It kind of makes you go a bit more on the back foot. And that's what Firecrest said to me, by the way. But this is one of those moments, a 50-50 for me. But we're looking at the moment as Zeta Division versus STMN. And, you know, that's actually quite a surprising result, I'll be honest, at least in my opinion.
It's a 1-1. Many people think Zeta Division is going to clean sweep them, but Stamina still have it in them. They're taking this stage opportunity to show what they truly can do. And of course, you can always check in with those other matches also on Reddy's stream. He's covering them. Zeta Division now, yeah, not looking as strong as we might have expected, but everything's still open. It's only a 1-1 count.
Yeah, I mean, even a team like Stamina is certainly capable of taking a set. They're here for a reason. Obviously, the way they got here was a little bit questionable, but nonetheless, it's still a team that has Worlds experience. Tacos is a great player. They're one of the lower seeded teams. They're one of the biggest, if not the biggest, dark horse of the entire event. Zeta Division, of course, having Chatampa, but same can be said for Levi and Sigduku. They might just be wiping off the rust a little bit on the main stage.
It's the only 1-1. I'll be honest, I didn't put STMN down to gain a set against Zeta. And I think many others probably would as well. Let's see in these final moments too whether they can get something more to say, but it's going to be quite tough. They haven't been able to get a kill this time round, and I think there's no time now to do so either. But Zeta, for me, are a real contender. And, you know, I feel like that we were saying could have been a group of death. Maybe STMN have got something to say about it to make it even more so. And they have been doing that. I mean, that's really quite impressive. Struggling in that match, but to gain this set, I'm really actually overwhelmingly happy for them that they got to tie it up.
It looked to me like Zeta had the last pick in that matchup. Really like the comp there with the Cordelius. Probably was the last pick, I would assume, just to jump in and get some more points at the end of the match. We have a GG box here. We have a lot of
Please.
Does he get
no
brain? Nothing. Unfortunate. Maybe the next one's better.
We're Seven. We're going in.
Oh, we're going
More
hard.
to come.
Please.
7. You hate to see it.
So number 8, is that what we need, I guess, to get
We need more than 7.
spray or anything like that? All right. Hoping the best for you, brother. That's good effort. Oh,
Black Friday deals, by the way. I mean, if you're looking to do it, just go straight to the Supercell store because you're going to get a lot of value there as well.
And we still have 30 tickets, of course. I think that event ends in 3 days or so. You can still play your GG matches to unlock her a little bit earlier. We won't see her this weekend, but we have Siggy, one of the newest bowlers. He didn't have many showings today yet, Kenny.
Yeah, not a ton yet. I'm curious to see how he shows up. He's a notable one for sure. He will show up. I'm just curious of how frequently it is. Have teams figured him out? Do they find him powerful enough after his buffs to really be deemed worthy of a frequent pick? There's so many good throwers right now, especially Juju, Willow, if it's Brawl Ball. It doesn't necessarily come to mind as that first thrower off the board on a lot of these maps. So I'm curious where teams will prioritize.
Yeah, it's a really circumstantial brawler, isn't it? And in terms of what stage of the draft to pick it, I can see it working really well in places like Dueling Beetles, but it really is about where, at what stage in the draft you're able to get your hands on it. I like it for that reason because the super is so devastating. So to find it having quite a nice place where it's quite balanced, I'm quite pleased with that brawler. It's going to be a very hard one to keep that way.
He is banned out here in this match, Zeta Division versus Stamina. Again, I think that Zeta Division had the last pick here, so I'm even more surprised to see a Mortis on the side of STMN. And it doesn't seem to work out just as intended because Shatampo on that Cordelius is taking him into Shadow Realm time and time again.
Yeah, that's a nasty matchup. I think you might be right with Zeta Division having that last pick. I'm imagining it's the core, very infrequent pick. Taco's trying to take a little dash at it, though. Pain low, though, probably not going to be enough. This is going to be a tough one to come back from. Zeta should be sitting comfortably here, so that's going to be a 2-1 lead now in sets. Really well played. I mean, like you said, I'll say it, I'm guilty of it. I thought this was going to be a 3-0 as well. More out of respect for Zeta Division than anything. I think Zeta are a very powerful team. I think they're a team that their mechanics speak for themselves. But if they can get the drafts down as well, they're dangerous.
Say the thing, Kenny. Say the thing.
No,
say the thing, Kenny. Come on, I'm the boomer here. Say the thing.
Oh my God. Sunny's got it if she wants it. It's all her.
No.
Got any numbers you're thinking of right now? Any numbers you want to speak of?
I'm on a higher level.
Okay,
sorry.
yeah.
I'm sorry.
Arch is childish.
We
Sorry, Chad.
already established the important number in Brawl Stars, especially when it comes down to GG boxes, is 8.
8.
Neither.
Not 6,
Neither
not 7, but 8 is the right number.
True.
We're now finally heading into our 4th match of the day here. It's Reject versus Loud, and most people at home have also voted Reject, just like the casting desk. I would actually love to talk to Trev. He was the only one of us who said Reject, and I can't blame him. It was a 50-50 for me as well.
Definitely not enough justification on our end as a casting desk. I do feel like Reject deserves some more representation. Certainly a good squad, but ultimately I'm going to rely on the experience of Loud. I think they're a better team than people anticipate. I don't think their name's been said enough, and as we hop into open business, it's going to be Reject with that first overall pick. So Pam out of the way. I think some people at home might be surprised to see this be a ban, but at a professional level, trust me, Pam is so deadly. It's super annoying to deal with, and especially on this map with all the walls, the healing station is so good for control.
Solid first pick for me. No problems with that. I like to see a Juju, actually. It's always been a very South American brawler pick. It's going to be one that would work out pretty well here for me. But certainly, I think the Cordelius not being banned here, keeping that in the back pocket could be a good shout for them also. But I think if they keep the walls up, then it's going to have a very good time on this particular map. And Draco as well, not banned out. Definitely dropped a little bit off for me, but it's still very much a scary one. Stu here as well, South American, and in my opinion, probably the best Stu player in the world is Kyadog. So I'd love to see that brawler come through. First pick Juju, yeah, it's South America all over.
You can't resist my charm. Has been very often picked up by this region, let's just put it that way. Reject here, they have the first pick, so many of the best first pick are banned out by Loud, the Meeple, Mina, and Finks all very good on the map like this one, but I love the Ruff's first pick because they can decide now if they want to break open the map, want to bring in some tanks or throwers themselves and not break it open, And yeah, even against the Juju, now they can just break it up. They can play 2 long-range brawlers, and they're going to do fairly well against Charlie and the Juju.
I'm curious how they're going to combat this, because I think Larry and Lori might very much be in the equation for Reject. Instead, it's Barry. I was looking out for Thrower. Larry has been a typical way to kind of go against Juju while also giving yourself a way to deal with tanks. The reverberating shot plus an extra spawner in the field. Unfortunately, Juju can sometimes just be a better version of that. Shade coming through as the aggressive choice, though. Very interesting composition out of Reject.
I'm guessing they're not going to break open the maps, right?
No, I pray not for their sake. I mean, they got the Shade going down now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great brawler to have at this stage in the draft, isn't it? It's going to be one of those times where Loud are going to make a real choice as to how they approach it. Shade is very much a regional selection by Reject also, where they just play it so well for me. So do they go specific to target the Shade? Do you do that? And yeah, I think you've got to have something ranged to Ziggy, we were literally just talking about it, to have as an answer. It's going to definitely deter Shade from being hiding behind the walls for sure.
Just as we talked about Ziggy, the new brawler is going to come in here and makes a lot of sense. I feel like Reject really wanted this Shade, betting out the Hank, pointed towards it, and they need another brawler who can shoot through walls or on top of walls, or I don't know how you would call Thunder in a wall. But yeah, Ziggy's definitely a good pick, Kenny.
How about a perfect storm? Here we go, folks. Reject versus Loud. Number 2 from East Asia versus the Kings of South America. Both teams on a road to redemption here in 2025.
Wow, it's a good start by Reject, getting a little tippy-toe onto the zone with his help of the berry kills. That ice cream going to be quite instrumental at keeping them afloat here, but he didn't go straight for it, and that's the right play here for Loud. He might be able to overthrow now.
Early start here for Loud, at least in terms of area control. The double thrower composition, did not expect that. Firecrow's certainly a control kind of brawler with the way his shot operates, and if you can send a super up the middle of the map, it can be deadly. You have to watch out for those thunderstorms that can rain down on you. Melty, of course, not going to do well from the distance here. Shade needs up close and personal. He is somebody that doesn't care about the space. He wants to be up in your face.
Loud approaching now, 50%. Reject have got to go a bit more onto the aggressive. Tidal Globe staying alive, most importantly, in that left-hand side now is broken. It's a bit late in the game, that's my question. Oh, a lovely hypercharge there from Kydog as well, just to be able to keep things ticking over, and Melty's going to come out slow too as well. That's massive for Loud.
Wow, and they're even willing to open up this map as well. Bataman playing the Barry is not going to do well into his enemy throwers, at least on a one-on-one situation. Bataman taking his time, though. Now needs to regroup with the others, but a Ziggy Super should send them back. They climb their way all the way up to 100%. Reject couldn't even muster double digits.
Very, very good start by Loud, to say the least. I mean, that was so dominant. Bit of a speed run if Reject don't put on the brakes. Let's see how they respond. I don't mind the comp. It's decent. I'm definitely favouring what Loud have brought, but I mean, it's not to say it can't work for sure, so they've got to do a little bit more in this time round, or this is going to be a very swift set.
I feel like Loud did a really good job of taking away any value Barry could have possibly had, because now he's just overwhelmed. It's 2 throwers and a one-on-one that I feel like should beat it, and now he has to just focus on keeping himself up, but he needs to keep Melty up so Melty can take down the enemies. It's a really tough spot to be in. This is a much better start, though. Bataman just getting aggressive, running at the enemy, but Firecrow's super will shut him down.
Firecrow will have plenty of time to heal now as well, as Kydog just keeping that rough supply drop protected as best he can. Trying to connect the yo-yo there, but can't at all as Melty's evading forwards. But now, with the help of the Juju, should keep the Shade a bit more suppressed. Hypercharge for Batman. It's got to come in now and get his teammates on the zone. Straight for Firecrow, a bit of a miss, actually. He stayed alive much longer than he should have been.
Not direct contact, but still gets the kill. Melty will shred through the left-hand side. Bataman spacing the floor, now dropping a super, will remain up. This is how they have to take advantage. It's going to be a tough one for Melty here. It's a wide open space. They are throwers, so if he can get up in their face, he's going to be able to get those quick swipes and takedowns. But until then, it's going to be much more difficult. Perfect shot out of Kydog.
Yeah, Firecrow as well with a fantastic super. Shu had really nowhere to go, and it bought a lot of time for Loud. But it's a close match, no doubt about it. Melty finds a nice swipe there onto Adino and gets the heals of Batman as well. Kydog struggling in this mid to stay on his feet, down to 600 HP now as he loses his teammates. This is much, much better from Reject. They've got to keep this up, though.
Dino forced away. It's going to be the issue with the throwers. Sure, they can hide behind the walls, but with low HP, they can't march forward. Oh, a perfect trap there. The Cocoon going down on the left hand, and they're trying to free their teammate. Not enough to preserve his life, though. All of a sudden, though, things evened out. Reject swept away in game number 1, but slowly progressing through this second.
Yeah, if Dino can get a Gree, it'll be massive here as the heals continue to land for Batman. Overcharged out for Shu as well. Firecrow low here, he's going to fall down too. A massive, massive moment here to take this slow for Reject and potentially tie up this set. Dog there with a last-ditch attempt. It's not going to be enough. The respawns are going to be slow as well for Loud. And I don't think even the Ziggy Super is going to be enough to deter them off that zone. The game will go the way of Reject. We're all tied up.
Completely different game number 2. Much better stuff out of what I expect to see from Reject. I really thought this was going to be a fairly even match. I just have question marks about both these teams, to be quite frank with you. You know, at Brawl Cup, I thought Loud played pretty well. They got some good victories. A team like Tribe Gaming, no slouches. That's NA's #1, who were undefeated in the entire year to that point. Reject, of course, have challenged teams well, but their performances weren't the best against Data Division. So how will they fare against the rest of the world? This is going to be a great testing ground for them.
Yeah, really solid points. And Loud will go back to that first game where they had a much better start, but this time round, Reject are valuing their lives. And these berry hills, they are so massive, really. Batman's going to keep it up, though. Big taps coming forwards. Kaiba pushed back now as the support from above of Shu helps to deter the aggressiveness of that right-hand side. Big in there from Batman. Finds Firecrow as well. It's a massive kill.
Massive kill for sure, because now Melty at least has a little breathing room, and if they're hovered on Melty, well, they've got Batman and Shu on this left-hand now open side, so they can just 2v1 if they really need to. Hypercharge for Batman. Ooh, I think it might go to waste. Doesn't quite pop it. Better than wasting it, of course. Will back up for his teammates. They're going to group together and take well over 20% from Loud.
They've got to make the most of this moment that Firecrow has pushed forwards. Shu again in a tough spot there. The Dog's got to value his life better with the help of his spiderlings. It might help. Melty going round the top, though, as well to get this flank off. Forced back now as the Gregory's coming forward. Loud on 27% only, now starting to creep up, but Reject has got a healthy 55.
Ooh, Firecrow trying to hurt them, and it's not going to work out at all. No kill from that Super. Now he's weak on enemy territory. Melty can just march forward. Batman there for a couple extra pickups. Dog, Desperation Hypercharge, diving on in, gets one, looking for Shu. It's still a trap on that top left-hand side. He's going to have to look both ways, dealing with Melty, an important one. That's their aggressive brawler, so now they've taken it back a little better, but not enough to retake positioning.
It just feels to me like a lot of the time Loud spawn cycle is just a little bit off, and they've got to increase the communication to ensure that everyone's on their feet a bit better. Firecrow yet again with a lovely super, provides some space, gets some time on the zone onto the objective, but Dino has got to heal up on his left-hand side. He's in a tough spot now, but getting back into the game is going to be key. Loud cannot leave this zone. They've got to stay on their feet.
If they lose this positioning, it is definitely over. Melty in their faces is a problem. Adinho with a gadget now connects with Melty as well. Batman there to play point guard, trying to preserve the life of his teammates. All 3 Loud members standing tall, though. There goes the super. Batman taken down instantly, though. Melty, the last chance they have of getting this. He does his best, but with a Gree on the ground, Loud should be able to retake.
They're low HP, though. Can Batman do the unthinkable here? Adinho's low. There's about 3%, 2% that's needed, and Loud just about get it. That was crucial, but they stayed firm, kept composed. The set goes the way of Loud.
I would love for some pros to sound off on Twitter of how they think this draft went. Double thrower is really unique. On the other side, though, Shade with wall break. I mean, what are we doing out here? What's going on? I mean, the Shade gonna do well into the right-hand side, of course. You look at the paper matchups. Shade can pierce through the walls and get somebody like Juju, who's a low HP brawler. That's where the Assassins come to play. And in the face of that, Lao still select, I think, 6,500 HP of Ziggy. It's just a really unique one. It worked out for Loud, but I don't know what to make of that one.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's one of those counterintuitive moments where you don't want to talk too soon. You know, the pros are pros for a good reason. They've got a plan, you know, up their sleeve, but it didn't really present itself for the Reject. That second game was definitely better, but I think there's probably better synergies you can find, and that's kind of where Ruffs, you know, is very versatile, but can also be detrimental to your comp.
Yeah, we went all the way around the world in terms of results. I mean, game number 1, Loud absolutely smoked Reject, and all of a sudden I was like, yeah, maybe double throwers can play, what do I know? But then you saw the adjustments coming in from Reject. Once they finally freed up their teammate Melty to get to the front lines, they were good. It's just that slow start because Shade, of course, has limited range. If he doesn't have a super cycling in, he can't progress forward on the map. It's just much more difficult. Once you hit that first super, though, the game changes. The fact that they were able to do that made it much closer. Clutch stuff from Loud, by the way. I don't think we touched on that enough. In the middle of the moment, though, if they had given up control in that game number 3, this set goes a completely different direction.
They were so low in terms of HP. I think that's what I was so impressed by towards the end of that. I mean, if you looked at how Like, everyone was below 1,000 HP, everyone. And that takes just literally a couple of taps, and that entire game and set goes the way of Reject. There's no doubt in my mind. So, great jukes, great ability to know how important it is. At certain moments in the game, you already have to speak to yourselves and say, this is the moment that we cannot falter. And that's exactly what happened.
On the top right-hand side as well.
That's
interesting development going on today. Look, I knew I wasn't going to have perfect predictions, right? Had no idea what we were in store for 2025 World Finals. Zeta Division in a 2-2 head-to-head match versus STMN, one of the biggest dark horses, somebody that every single person almost in this community is sleeping on right now. Somehow, some way, North America's number 4 is challenging a Brawl Cup top 3 team.
It's absolutely nuts. Again, I feel like, who is writing this script? Brawl Stars announced, 10,000 gem incentive for getting all your predictions right, and then we have a day one
They
like
crank
this.
up the heat. They crank up the heat.
Who's doing this? It's so rigged. It's absolutely insane. But if STMN do that, that will be absolutely disgusting.
Would be a huge shocker. I mean, just think about this in terms of number 1s and 2 seeds we've already seen go down today. So Humble condemned now to their already final life. We're going to be seeing them later today against SKC. And then on top of that, if Zeta Division lose that is 2 of the top 3 teams from our mid-season point. The Brawl Cup, that would already be in jeopardy. That's an insane thought. For now, though, we've got our hands full with Reject versus Loud. This is Group C in a very intense match. The winner will move on to day number 2, scot-free. They won't have to deal with another match today. Bell's Rock is where this is going to take place, and it's going to be a Doug with the first overall pick. This may shock a lot of people, but it's shown up a ton on Bell's Rock.
Yeah, it's just like, again, going down that line of the cheese comp, and Gray's still open here. So I feel like for Loud, they kind of really have to pick it up here, because you can't allow that to be paired with the Doug on a map like this. It's just going to be a very, very tough thing to handle, to deal with. I mean, some of the safer bets here, really, RT, Gus, Byron, there's still going to be options. But, for Loud, that's definitely kind of their flavor. I think, the Squeak ban's quite nice. Is it the worthiest of bans? I'm not overly convinced there by Reject, but certainly throwers, if you've got the Gray on your side, it can be very much a good thing to pair with.
Blue is certainly a targeted ban here, along with Cordelius. They are looking to remove anything that deals with the Immortal Blizzy on the left-hand side, and they're going to go with Charlie as their choice of opposition into this. This is going to be targeted at that Doug. You mentioned it. Gray, a lot of the times, going to show up alongside that Doug for these in-game scenarios where you're just passive the whole way, you're waiting around. Doug is there to heal, and those close quarters interaction is going to do great, and that's why you're going to see Loud steal that. They don't want to grant the opportunity to Reject. I will add, Byron is still available as a pairing. We saw Kit removed. A lot of the times, those are Ollie pairings, but obviously Ollie not going to be in the equation here, and I think Doug could benefit from similar brawlers.
That's a good shout, to be fair. Certainly the Ollie Byron's my favorite of the pairings, but I think as a sort of way to make Doug still have a solid opportunity, it makes a lot of sense as a fallback option here. But if Loud go to continuously break the map as well and bring something else to the equation, what's this Doug going to do? How's it going to fare? That's my kind of worry. The Gus is a good shout. You've got to have that shielding to pair and keep your teammates alive, because if Loud can get this final pick right, it's going to be very tough to do so with that Doug.
I'm curious if they pair this with something annoying like a pesky thrower like a Tick, or if they just grab something like a Colonel Ruffs and go for an old-timey strat where they power up their allies, because they're all going to be sitting together. So if they can just use the star power that allows you to gain health points, not just healing, but total health points per round, that would make them so powerful in those in-game scenarios. So I feel like Reject are either all about commit, or they're going to play it more passive, and the all-out commit is certainly where they're going with the Kaze.
Yeah, absolutely so. I mean, that's a great pairing with the Gus and the Kaze, but you've got to have that timed aggression in that regard now for Loud. I would kind of like to see them break things open here. I think that would be a good way to really kind of work against the Doug or thrower, now that you can see the bigger picture, but you've got to protect that thrower if you do, because the Kaze is going to be the biggest of threats in that regard. So, going to go Rico, quite a squidgy brawler, not going to be the best into Kaze. I don't know whether I'm a huge fan of it, but we saw, at Brawl Cup, it got some insane results, specifically with like Toxic Lotus. I mean, it was absolutely disgusting here. So keeping the walls up and utilizing the Rico, that's the way that they want to fare, and I don't mind it. You've got to be committing to one of those ideas or the other. You've got to either use the walls or break them, and they're going to try and use them.
Absolutely with that Rico pick. Cheese strat on the left-hand blue side, but Loud up 1-0 as we waltz into the set number 2. Bataman, though, already getting sneaky, trying to get himself into position. A nice walking cane. The more walls they can tear down, the better. Kyodog can still benefit from the outside ones.
Yeah, Bataman just continuously trying to lurk his way around. Kaidog is going to have his work cut out for him there. And that was a big heal there from Shu, keeping Bannerman alive, and they're able to take the right-hand side lane flank. Kaidog's earned himself a Super 2. Invisibility not going to do too much there for Bannerman. He is found very quickly. She's already earned the hot dog though, and that's quite a big time to do so. He hands it over as well, allows Bannerman to go on the aggressive. Yes, she goes down, it didn't connect.
Ooh, perfect timing. Yeah, going to be eliminated there. That's a rough go at it, because I think that was obviously the strategy. They're going to power up their teammate with an extra life, so they either don't shoot him and die, or they shoot him and bring him back to life with full HP. This is a clean sweep, though, coming out of Loud. Nicely done, so a 1-0 start.
Well, Bannerman immediately going to this right-hand side lane, goes invis, but pretty sure he was spotted regardless. Hypercharge for Firecrow as well. That's going to be a big, big helping hand for Loud. Kaidog didn't connect with the most of that. That's unfortunate for him. That could have been a massive moment.
Yeah, rough go at it. Missed Walking Cane as well. Hypercharge and super combination still available for Firecrow, though, as Ademio works the distance. Batman crawling his way up the right-hand side. Just has to find a way to punch through. Now a Hypercharge super available for Shu, and that's something to keep your eyes locked on.
Yeah, Batman needs to have more utility to be able to combine with it. I mean, that's really what you want. A Hypercharge in the cars, they would be massive, but at this rate, they're being forced back. And that's another missed connection from Kaido. Just trying to keep the control is where their lines are at, but not going to do too much more. Firecrow, and maybe gadget this potentially if he wants to. He's going to do that, and he actually gets it. Unreal from him. Great composure from that man.
They bought some time with Melty being cocooned as well. Some numbers advantage for Loud. The Immortal Hot Dog now running down the middle of the map. Super available for Melty. He's going to keep himself up as long as possible, but going to be brought back to life. Spiders incoming. Kyodog wasted super. Won't super matter though. Shu doesn't have enough health points to suffice. Loud cleanup here in game number 1.
That was better from Kaidog. That was a moment where he really had to come through for his team there. And that was really nicely done, I'll be honest. So for Reject there, looking a little bit shaky, not gonna lie. I feel like they've got a comp that can still certainly work, but it really greatly depends upon that Doug Hypercharge and the Kaze Hypercharge at the same time. And it never really worked out. I felt like, you know, that was the weakness that they've got to be able to get right this time around.
Their attempts at aggression have just failed them so far. A missed opportunity with the super in the first one, and in the second go, just too early of a death. They have to have the numbers, they have to play the in-game. This is going to be a much more powerful positioning from them. Loud on the outset, going to be sitting tight. Bataman, Shu, now pairing up. Gonna back away here. It's just no death so far, just a little bullets being shed.
Bataman trying to sneak around this right-hand side to get some very important heals there from Shu along the way. This portal from Firecrow could be the perfect escape maneuvering if it's needed. Kaidog finds a lovely angle down that mid as well, keeping Bataman suppressed. There's the Hypercharge, but there's not really much from Bataman except a Fan Storm to be able to bring to the mix here. The Loud are pushed into this back left corner, and this is going to be a tough one to escape.
Super available for Kyodog as well. Middle of the map, occupied by Loud. Shu trying to heal up his teammate. Hot Dog doesn't connect. No way for him to survive. 3v2 situation. Cocoon going down. Melty left all alone. Super being popped. Not enough. Shu on the outset goes down. Loud just one round away from sweeping a second set.
Reject need to start to make some moves here. Well, this could be going a very miserable place for them. And they are still looking at 0 sets on the board. They've got to find something within themselves. Kyodog there, we're utilizing that wall so nicely. This Doug really is keeping everyone alive, but for how much longer? Fanstorm goes out yet again. Loud are blind. Force back Kyodog there, just having the support because Firecrow was taking some big, heavy shots. Adino's got to make some space and try to maneuver around this bottom right.
Full house of cards coming in for Loud. Now a connection. Oh, what a super! A pop just in time from Doug. They're still focusing him down. Shu will survive. He activates Hypercharge, gets to get the extra speed. Bataman freeing him at a moment's notice. Shu, though, let it through! South America's #1, constantly keeping Reject in check. They look fierce. They look strong. They are one set away from taking South America's first match since 2021.
I don't want to jinx anything, but this was a match that I changed my predictions on events like today. And, you know, it's like a lot of arguments that I hear online are things like, oh, but they've always been like this way, like Humble, for example, that team that are just unbeatable at LAN. Well, good things can come to an end, you know? And I feel like this year, above all other years, is the time for South America to really prove their worth at the World Finals. And that is the scoreline, which to me says that story. If they can keep this up, they could be a real contender against many other people's opinions. I mean, I was 50-50. This is a result that is not looking 50-50.
It's 2025. You have to do away with the past at some point. The past can help you predict, but it's not an end-all be-all. We saw Humble already lose today. Loud, South America as a whole, hasn't done a thing, but heck, STMN are 2-2 against somebody like Zeta Division. You just never know, folks. This is why we show up every single year. Just a special esports, special players, and so much work being put in. And so far, it's paying dividends for Loud. I think this has got to feel real bad for Reject too. I can't help think, Doug, not the most skill-expressive brawler, right? When you pull off a cornball strategy and it gets shut down, that's demoralizing. Reject are going to have to pick themselves up here, and I can't imagine a 2-0 deficit for any pro team, but especially off to the backs of that.
Yeah, I'm with you. And you can see it on Melty's face, right? I mean, really taking a bit of a heavy hit on that set, and these are the moments where teams have got to come together and start talking. No way! Are you serious?
I mean, speechless. It's been a day of upset. And I think STMN as one of the darkest horses here on that top right-hand side. They just showed it. Ridiculous. Folks, don't go anywhere. On day one, you already got one dose of Humble. You already got one dose of Zeta Division. Get ready for round two. They have to save their tournament lives here later on today. Reject could be dangerously close to doing so in just one set. Here we go. Pit stop where we head for set number 3. 2 brawlers I have my eyes on other than your stereotypical ones. This is Heist. So Miko is going to have my attention. Kaze, of course, is an aggressive brawler at the top of that list. 2 Barry comps show up a lot. And of course, there's some heady hitters like Bull that I love to see as a fan favorite.
Yeah, great shout. Shade as well, being that Reject have already brought it in once. Be fair to assume they might do so again. I think it's a better place here than it was on Open Business, but I mean, those are all great brawlers. I think Yotus especially is a definite consideration. Kaze for Loud, I think they could definitely do with that. It's a tough map. There's a lot of potential bans here, and you can't ban everything. So I think that, you know, those are the big ones. You know, the Bull, especially for me, since the rework, I'm really enjoying where that particular brawler lies. And the Barry can just kind of sit back and just play the long game, or have that be a helping hand for a Bull to stay longer on the safe. But certainly, brawlers like Miko, you can't really afford to leave them open.
Not to mention, too, Mina gets banned just about anywhere, but this is one of those maps and modes where she could slide through, just like we're seeing here. So Miko out of the way. Kaze not in the picture. It's going to be very first overall selection, so going to be looking for archetypes like that. Plus, just in general for Heist, does a sneaky amount of damage. I mean, not only can he heal himself, heal his teammates, but those trickling little ice cream cones can do quite a hefty amount of damage over time onto our Heist safe.
The good bans. Notice wouldn't be a bad shout, honestly. With what I'm seeing. I mean, the Tara is not my favorite, but it's definitely an option considering just like how much has been banned out here. For Loud, we've got some options. It's not out of the question at all, but I think they would have liked to have got the more aggressive brawlers, which, I mean, now they still have the option. Hank going to come in being a big tank, but this is what I remember from Brawl Cup, though, was seeing a Hank on defense. They've got to really steer clear or be very careful at this stage of the draft. I don't like it, honestly, in Heist. It's my least favorite brawler, really, to make work. It really punished Castle Brawl. That was like where I saw their draft diminish against Crazy Raccoon.
It's a good brawler, but is it a good brawler for Heist?
Yeah.
It's powerful. It's good on head-to-head matchups. Not good for a Heist safe. I'm curious to see how this goes. Lily was the one I was expecting. So when you look at that ban stage, anytime you see a Barry, keep an eye out for Kaze and Shade. 2 aggressive brawlers that can get up in the face of Barry, and on top of that, they can do high safe damage. That's 2 pluses. Unfortunately, they're both in the ban stage. So I think that's part of the reason Reject pulled the trigger on Barry early. Lily on the other side is probably the 3rd best brawler, or at least in the mix of those other 2, right, of dealing with Barry. High safe damage and a great one head-to-head. Those are the pluses I'm looking for in a draft.
I want to see a Melody here from Reject. I feel like that could be a very good answer. I think the Hank very much a response from the Barry. It makes it harder for him to kind of get the value and stay behind walls and just kind of get a bit of a freebie rather. Bull coming in for Reject, I really love. I've got to say, I mean, the Barry Bull combo and the Melody. Oh, this is a draft that I'm struggling to really favor with Loud. I mean, those are the 3 brawlers, especially that Bull combo with the Barry and the Melody. They've got some very aggressive ideas there.
Well, now you have a Bull that's going to be good into the Hank as well. I mean, Shotgun Brawler, you need a heavy hit to bring Hank down quickly, because otherwise he's just going to use his tank trait and his regular shot to charge up that super. So if he's not healing, he's not progressing up the map. And on top of that, Bull certainly dishes out more high safe damage than Hank. All three members of Reject are great objective brawlers. Sometimes it's not always those paper matchups. You have to focus on the objective at hand, getting that high safe damage. Otis going to be their way of cleaning up. Decent for high safe damage, of course, but more than anything right now, I think they just need some defense.
Yeah, exactly that. But again, you can mute a Melody, but it will prevent her from supering for sure, but the notes will stick around. So that's going to be a good answer, regardless. I think the Otis was definitely what Loud needed at that time. But in Heist, I like the aggressive cycling ideas. It can be, just you sitting in the defensive, just constantly defending if you're not careful. So I do still favor Reject, but with Loud having the momentum with which they've got, that gives me confidence, especially now with this Lily. I think the Kyodog, if he keeps their enemy back, it will go a long way here.
Kyodog gets a free shot towards the left-hand side due to that gadget, but he is met with a shotgun to the face from Shu. Melty now trying to climb his way up this map. Kyodog weak, goes down, 2v2 situation. It's just going to be a calm presence in the mid. Even if Adino escapes, that's the least of my worries if I'm the side of Reject.
Dino slows their Shu. Now with a potential pinch, Kyodog, they get down Bannerman. She's going to stay here, but Adino can just sit behind the safe. He's got damage gear rolling in. No reason to move away from this until he's forced to. So Bannerman might be wanting to use, I was going to say the super to be able to get behind it. I was going to go for the kill myself, but I'm not a pro player. Hey, first stage of the safe is cracked there by Loud as well, so that's a good start.
Pretty even matchup. Only a few percentage points separating these two strong teams. Melty now left-hand side, dashing away. He's going to be a huge offensive instigator for them as Kyodog keeps punching at the safe. Adino on the other side, getting extra tags. Shu can only do too much. It's Bull. He does not multitask well. Shelly, Bull, any of these shotgun brawlers, they're a one brawler at a time focus kind of person.
Oh, the safe just lingering there on 6%. There's still time here for Reject to make this comeback. Hypercharge there for Bannerman. Melty's got his too, so he can get forwards and get on the safe. It could be diminished so quick, but Bannerman's going to get a tap here, which he does. That's going to be massive, because that is going to be a stage crack that's going to take some time for Melty to get the value. Now he gets it! That's absolutely huge! That's Reject timing perfectly! What a time for it!
Massive turnaround. Loud not out of it just yet. If they take this set, they will be moving forward to day number 2, but Reject, East Asia's number 2, have something to say about it. They've been in big moments this year, not LAN. They haven't been to something like Brawl Cup where Zeta Division were ahead of them at the halfway point. They didn't have to go to LCQ because they were so strong in their region. So this is really the first time under the bright lights on the big stage to see how they handle things here. It's good to see they can deal with a little adversity.
Yeah, Reject needed a victory there. Otherwise, it was going to go a very dangerous place for Kyodog now on the safe, getting some good damage. Shu's going to be cautious here. He doesn't die himself. Kyodog now going back into the realm. And now taken care of, but he got some good damage for his time there. If a couple more taps had landed, we've actually been able to crack a stage.
Adino dealt with, so now Shu can progress forward. He had his checkpoint on defense, and now he's going to turn it around for offense. Kyodog in trouble. Batman still lurking on this right-hand side. Fire Pro trying to do his best to bring him down, but there's 3 Reject brawlers circling this high safe. Now Melty backs away. Opportunity for Loud to take over.
Good defense there from Kyodog, it's going to be said, as that was a tough position. Fire had already started moving forward, so if Bannerman had stayed alive, that would have been some big damage. But now that safe will crack for Adino, as Loud will probably stay mid here a little bit and be cautious of this flank from Melty. His right-hand side, he's got the hypercharge, and now with a super, he's dangerous.
Shu, nice pickup there. Batman and Melty work to do up top. Both sides looking to crack this second heist safe. Adino hypercharge will charge up his super as well and preserve his life. Kyodog dives in. Nice tag team there coming in from Hank and Lily. Batman doing his best to battle, but he's such a squishy brawler, doesn't do a ton of damage. He's holding on his own though. Kyodog hasn't been able to leave. Oh, and a tough miss super as well. Shu gonna be on the back heels. As Kyodog pushes forward, gonna be tough in the face of a shotgun, and reinforcements have arrived. Batman is back from spawn.
Kyodog just getting another tap there. That's a huge moment to crack that safe at 50%. Now Loud can be a bit more aggressive, or a 4 to be at least. Batman goes in with a nice little tail swipe, but that's Kyodog again doing wondrous work. Fiver is staying back on the defense to ensure it too. Gets the pick of the Bull, and he can stay there for Melty. Kyodog can do all the work here, stay off that ice cream. Bad placement on that berry. Down to 30% now, a couple more hits to be cracked yet again for Loud.
Once again, advantage Loud. A lot of work to be done. They still have to get through another layer of this high save just to get below 50. 10 on the clock. Hypercharge for Shu. Goes head first, connects with the wall though. He's left all alone, 24. Oh, and he's so close, but not close enough. South America's #1 are on match point.
It's done a lot of match points this year. But I've got to say, a lot of the time this year, they've also not been stealed. Loud cannot afford to let this one linger. They've got to tie it up because Reject have started in this set to get a bit of momentum. And Brawl is such a momentum-based game. Let's see how they will fare, but Kaidog was playing so well. Shu gets just the upper hand there at 112 HP, and the help of those Berry Hills went a long, long way. Now, Rejects are in a fantastic position.
Beautiful shutdown by Shu, and it leads to a little offense. Adinho hugging himself to that indestructible wall. Melody making her move, survives a little high safe damage alongside it. Shu getting in positioning, dives in, stun. Ooh, not enough though, had the super ready to go, so Shu off to the races. Going to still head in first, goes for 2, bang!
Wow.
Shu with another! Unbelievable performance.
What a cycle. Really fantastic work. But what did it really achieve in terms of the heist damage? That's the thing, is now Loud making a massive push forwards with the hypercharge and the slow. Batman hiding behind this wall, using that gadget as well with the tailspin to try to stay alive here. Being aggressed by Adino as Kaidog again goes into the realm and keeps this battle alive with Shu.
Tough matchup for him. Shotgun Brawler's typically going to have an advantage of Lily. A great job of baiting out that gadget as well, so it's back on the timer. And from the Shadow Realm they go, and a respawn alongside it for Kaidog. Shu, the only presence in the middle of the map for Reject. Everybody just getting in the mix here. Trades on both sides, but certainly an advantage right now for Reject.
They've got to stay firm on this defense. Kaidog now coming forwards, finds the safe. It's cracked down. But in the meanwhile, Reject can afford to go on the aggressive. That's the problem now for Kaidog. Still so much to do, and Shu is defending so much better this time as well. I feel like the timer is against Loud. We've got to now play defense, but they can't afford to. Melty can just shoot on through here. If he finds the angle, finds the gap, which he's going to go for now. He's getting on the safe, no questions asked. Firecrow has got to defend now.
Excellent defense out of Loud. Could have been much worse. But as you alluded to, buzzer beaters far between now in the mode that we have. You have to crack through each 25% of this high save. Adino doing all he can. Kaidog, though, needs to start moving. I hate to force the issue, but you're running out of time, brother.
This safe should be cracked soon, but with 20 seconds on the clock, it is going to be close. And Reject can just afford to continuously go on the aggressive, which they're doing right now. Shu's on the safe, down to 10%, and look at that, it's immediately gone. It's the sets going the way of Reject. There's no time like the present.
Nobody is safe. That's one thing I have certainly learned in our 2025 World Finals opener. It's not over until you hear that bell ring, and Reject certainly not going anywhere left. This is Shu's performance of the day. 13 kills there. High safe damage galore. I mean, this man was everywhere in set number 3.
He was so important because Kaidog was playing phenomenally well and getting so much safe damage in, and Shu was the person to stop it and prevent it and just hold back. I thought Loud were going to be able to steal it, I'm not going to lie. So for Reject now, they've got a chance now to talk in amongst this next draft before it appears and figure out where the cracks do lie, because they can clearly, they can win this. There's no question about it in my mind, but it's the mentality. And that's where teams are struggling, I think, at the World Finals a little bit. It's all in the mental. But you can see there in terms of the technique, nothing that you can say to go against what, it's brilliant, but it's just all in their minds right now. But that's enough to say that we can do it.
Calm, cool, and collected for Loud still. That's the mentality you have to have. I think that one was a miss on the draft for me, though. I think it was just more of a mistake out of Loud, not where credits obviously due. Shu played out of his mind, Reject with great high safe damage, everybody doing their part. The Hank pick just, it doesn't click in my brain. It didn't make sense to me for the map in mode. It's not somebody that shows up a ton in the pick rate, and I'm sure it scrims. It's not necessarily a top ban rate on that map in particular. So an interesting strategy coming out of Loud there. I don't feel like any of these teams have really run away with a draft diff, if you will. I feel like both sides have had some questionable moments, some better moments than others, but it's led to a good match, and all of a sudden Reject back in this.
This is now a really tough position for Rejects, but if they can still continuously dig deep and get these drafts right, I'm with you, by the way. I'm really not sold on this Hank. I can see that it was kind of more of a thought behind targeting that berry, but it's just really tough to make work the majority of the time. So they just better defensive ideas. Go in to Brawl. Pinhole punt up next. And for Loud, they had a match point. They've now got to be able to earn another one. And if that keeps getting rejected, no pun intended, then it's going to go to a final set. By which point, where's your morale going to be?
Notably as well, Reject have performed pretty poorly against World Finals scrims teams during the last week or so. So if they pull this off, it would be quite a way to get to a set 5. Mo is one of my top candidates to show up in this map, and of course he's going to be on the ban stage right-hand side. No Hank, no Meeple, no Mina. Predictable bans, I would say, from Reject. So some openings available. Otis comes to mind here as the safe bet. I think Crow is certainly in that mix as well. Those are a couple of your top first pick brawlers right now at a pro gameplay.
Mina, Hank, Meeple, Mo, Ross, and Squeak banned out. And the first pick of Crow, very South American, no doubt about it. I think that a Buster would be a bad shout on the side there of Loud. Reject's going to be coming in. Jae Young could be a good, safe kind of starting hand for me a little bit here. Maybe get an Otis as well. It's just an insurance policy. Doesn't have to be facing into tanks to get some good value for me on this kind of map. So Ali's definitely a bit of a concerning brawler, which could lurk as well, but that's why I kind of prefer the Buster over it myself, although it's kind of hard to hit shots. You're maybe surviving a bit longer. Gus going to come in for Reject.
Gus a little unexpected here, I would say. I think they're going to be looking to pair this with something. It's going to be good in terms of range head-to-head against somebody like a Crow, but I'm curious of how they go, because this isn't a stereotypical mid, I would say, right now in our meta. We do have brawlers that are more aggressive that get paired with it sometimes. You'll see ones like Buster. Carl is an aggressive brawler. Ali has shown up quite a bit at a professional level, so a little mix of aggro that I mentioned there. Sometimes a little tank gameplay. I'm curious if they grab that brawler now or wait to do it for their 6th pick as a match into whatever Loud picks.
I'm so
coming in for Reject. Definitely a brawler which has surprised me in the meta currently, coming forward just a little bit more than in recent time. But is it going to perform the best here? The Gus Shield's going to go a long, long way here. Love for Gary, love to see it. I mean, don't we all? Love to see the guy smile once in a while, though. No, we keep bumping each other in the elevator of the hotel constantly. Every single time, there's always Gary in the lift.
That's a menacing glare as well. That's somebody I don't want to mess with on the battlefield. I think Meg partially there for extra health points as well. It's somebody that shows up sometimes. I'm not going to say it's a frequent pick by any means on this map, but for somebody like Bro in particular, really difficult to get a takedown. Stu, a very South American selection. Pam, somebody with the healing station that has risen through our ranks. And now Reject. Opportunity for this 6th pick. And I think they need some kind of goal-scoring mechanic or opportunity. I'm expecting something a little bit off the wall here, because I just feel like they need it, and they've already gone a Meg, so clearly it's going to be an unpredictable one. I'm curious to see what that is for them.
Yeah, I've got to be honest, did not see the Meg coming. That's a very rare plushie, by the way. Are they being sold in? I know there's some stuff for sale, but I wasn't sure that they're bringing those ones back. Charlie coming in as the final pick there for Reject. You know, it's okay. I don't mind it. It's not the flashiest of comps on the side of Reject. Meg going to be a tough one to shake, for sure, especially if the Gus can kind of keep canning over that shielding. But, I mean, yeah, I kind of feel like with the Pam, especially on the side of Loud, and the Crow, those kind of brawler pairings can be quite strong in Brawl, and they can just kind of sit back and wait for the push from Reject and just continuously tap into it. But definitely not the drop I was expecting from both sides, honestly.
Absolutely not. Unique stuff going down in this match. Loud and Reject. Unorthodox drafts the entire way through, but whatever works to get you a win at the end of the day. Right now, Loud trying to punish Reject and end their day here. Bam now sitting on that top right-hand side, positioning that healing station. She got it very early. I feel like that's going to be an easy one to charge up a Meg.
Yeah, she's going to swipe it. Nice. And Kaido trying to body block against it. Nice connection from Batman now. And Edina coming straight out is going to go straight down. Kaido going to have to defend for his life here. It's in a really tough spot. Shuni's dropped out of mech here just in the nick of time just to get some support from Firecrow now spawning in.
Extra speed going down as well due to the gadget. So Pam, normally not the fastest brawler, going to be able to speed her way up the middle of the map, take down for Melty. And now they've got dangerous intentions on this left-hand side. Hypercharge for extra speed. Batman with the breakaway, and the Cape Crusader buries one early.
Swift goal in the first minute of play. The speed zone down, healing station down. Loud are getting hunkered. Gonna get this ball forwards. Firecrow popping there, the shielding defensive booster is the gadget of choice. Now the Spiderlings cause a little bit of an issue, but not too much so that Loud can't deal with them. Pushing forwards yet again, maybe on this right-hand side. If Kaido can just utilize his hypercharge, it could be a goal here for Loud. They time this well.
Super available for Fire Pro too. Gonna be waiting for an opportunity to strike. Kyle Dog, of course, with plenty of mobility and a hypercharge available too. Shu now running away with it. Oh, a super pass the wrong way. Dangerous. Adinho now just needs to find a kill, and a huge blunder here that grants Loud a goal.
Yeah, it's moments like that which, if capitalized upon, can be really harmful for your mental. Hypercharge there for Firecrow. Loud are wasting no time. Ball pushed through again. Can he find Kyodog? Can Kyodog go on the aggressive? They do! Look at that! From a mistake to a complete game turnaround. And Loud are yet again in a match point position.
Brutal. After being down 2 sets, clawing your way back up in the third, grabbing an early goal in game number 1. Now they have to deal with devastation. Another obstacle in the road if Reject want to come out alive.
Firecrow being aggressive heavily between Melty and Batman here though. And now Shu has the final say. Kaido needs to get this ball super forwards, but he's not able to do so. Bit of a dangerous start for Loud. Reject are looking to make good of that mistake.
Wounded Warriors on this top right-hand side as Bataman is forced away. Melty low, had to pop a super and Shu. Ooh, close to going down. There it is. Outside of the mech, it's just the pistol. A little pea shooter for Shu as each side are trading blows. Slow start here, but Reject still with positioning.
Ball push to the left. That healing station going to be quite important, but again, all the damage that's dealt is going to lead to some utility for Reject, so it's not going to do everything for Loud here. Shielding goes out for Melty. Firecrow's in a good spot though on his left-hand side, but Shu makes the pass through to Batman, and the goal is there, right behind their backs, as Loud turned it.
Way to shake it off. Reject have to find a way to keep pushing. It's not impossible. We've seen what they can do. We've seen reverse sweeps already. What's one more, folks? Melty now on the defensive with the left-hand side. Bataman alongside him. Kyodog pressing this wall as Firecrow and Adinho try to work their way slowly up this mid, but with all the health points of Shu and the heavy machine gun fire, it's hard to penetrate.
Well, Firecrow takes care of the Charlie. That's massive. Melty pops the shield because they know they've got to defend this healing station down. This could be a chance for Loud here. They're going to hunker behind it and get everyone up to a good level of HP. Time it carefully. There's less than 1 minute on the clock. They can get Shu out of mech. It'll be big, but it's surviving on here.
Reject doing everything they can to cycle. Ball being pushed forward though. Firecrow. Ooh, he's close. A Charlie Cocoon will go down, but such low HP. They grab a kill though. Super pass over. Melty with a breakaway on the right-hand side. Elects to not go for it all though. I think he realistically may have had a chance to punch that one through, but that's one of those feeler things. Instead though, they're able to hold off on defense. What an impressive hold.
Yeah, didn't want to risk it. Shu's out of mech as well, so he needs to get back in it and land these taps, which he does. And he's got a hypercharge too. Loud are fumbling this slightly here. I don't know whether they got time, but Kaido's going to try to make something of it. Has he got a hypercharge potentially here in his back pocket ready? It's 10 seconds. Can Loud make this push? They're low on HP. Shu is staying firm as well. Batman in the back still going to be there with 5 seconds remaining. Loud can't find the chance. And Reject survive on a little longer.
This is getting scarier by the minute. A blunder out of Reject in game number 1 led to yet another match point in this match. But nonetheless, still alive here. It's going to take everything from Reject to push this from a set 5, but somehow they are 1 game away. The Kings of South America already fighting here early on day number 1.
For me, Reject have been the more consistent team in this set. I mean, Loud were able to capitalize on the mistake, but for the most part, I mean, Reject are doing a great job of controlling this. They've got a lot of range at their disposal, so, I mean, they've got the speed zone down now for Loud, but they need the healing station of Adino. Firecrow trying to make a break, now low HP, and so is Kyodog. This is dangerous.
Kyodog barely holding on, clinging to that healing station. Has the super available, though, for mobility. Melty has to fall back. Doesn't want to risk getting vaporized by the enemy team. This is where Loud can thrive though, but this is also where we saw them stumble a little bit earlier. Once they had that control, somehow Reject were able to climb back. Reject have to take care of business once again.
Speed zone down yet again. Dino can get a healing station in a more aggressive position. It'll be massive, but that's a massive gadget from that Cookie on Gus. Dino almost went down because of it. Firecrow there, slowed there by the Charlie. or trade on the left-hand side rather, as both players go down. Is Reject playing defense as we approach 1 minute on the clock?
Gonna be kicking this one back. Shu out of the mech, and now they see it. Blood in the water. Firecrow diving in. Switchblades galore. Bataman taking a lot of heat right now as Melty has to fall back. Super being activated. Cocoon down. Punches it to this left-hand side, but Soul mini health points overwhelming them from the side of Lau. Interception though. Su hypercharge. Has to defend against Su. Grabs it again. Kick away. Super available for Firecrow. Kyodog rushing up the middle. Knows he has the numbers. 1-0 for Loud.
Firecrow did fantastically well. Yes, the ball's intercepted, but the lead-up was so important and entirely him. Kyodog now with the hypercharge. Moving around his left-hand side, but the ball is pushed through to Adino, who's being aggressive from the right. Now he's got a lot of time to be able to work with here, but Shu is low. Can he get the out of the back? Shu gets the goal regardless, and the response is so quick from Reject.
One goal decides the set. Number one from South America could walk away if they punch one through. They've got ball control for now. Kyodog, though, forced away. A low amount of health points. Shot clock now available, and Reject defending.
Firecrow on his top right is Cocoon, but now out. Shu is going to be in a good spot if he can get some aggression here. This hypercharge power healing station is important, but that's a bit of a blunder, and Shu is let through. A massive takedown, but that was a bit of a mistake regardless. It's Loud now on the aggressive.
Kyodog can have supers at the ready, dishes it to that right-hand side. Shield available for Kyodog. Shu, gunfire up the middle of the map. Adino there to pepper him down. Super available. Kyodog, dangerous intentions. Not enough for a kill, though. Shu rushing over, grabs the ball, pockets bottom right-hand side. Adino, though, alive, and wow! Loud answer! And for the first time since 2021, South America put one on the board.
Many had some reservations on South America coming into this competition. But for now, they can put to rest. A 50-50 match, but one that looked a lot stronger when we saw it play itself out. What an important win for Loud.
Especially after seeing the caliber of teams that have gone down already today. The fact that Loud come out unscathed, impressive. Drafts were all over the place. That's going to be something in the post-game that I'm just going to have to analyze and try and figure out. But nonetheless, it worked out so well. Credit to Loud, a big win for them as a region.
This concludes our opening matches, and what 8 matches it have been. The last 2 being Stamina versus Zeta. I'm sure you heard how that went. And Reject versus Loud. We see Loud versus Reply Totem is going to be a match we watch today. We're now heading over to our elimination matches. And I had such an interesting walk back to this spot, by the way. I got almost ran over by a super happy Juan Carlos. They did win against Zeta Division 3-2. It was an incredible match. After that, I saw Enraged. Papar Supermassive has to face up against Zeta Division now in the elimination matches. So with all of our openers concluded, it's elimination time.
We faced SSG early in 2023 and we faced a tough loss, but that was our first Worlds. I'm very glad to face them again, and I hope we can take our revenge this time, especially since we lost to them in a very unconvincing manner. So I'm very excited to face them.
Revenant, you guys had a very great showing at LCQ, but this Worlds group stage is your last stop.
We're looking at a beautiful scenery, a beautiful city. We're here live in Stockholm from the Dream Hack. We're, in the Brawl Stars World Finals as well. That's a little thing that is happening here today, and I'm super excited to be here yet again with Uber and Troll. I'm sure you watched the other opening matches, the ones you didn't cast to. Anything that stood out to you in particular?
Honestly, I was a little concerned with SSG coming into this tournament. Look, just the rumor mill was churning out some pretty grim tales of how they might perform here. But speaking to the players, they said, we're here to prove to everyone we're not washed. You know, like that's not a word we want to have applied to us. But this is their last chance to do so already.
I mean, looking down at this bracket now as well, you see Revenant, X-Spark, and SSG, the game that we're going to be seeing now, obviously, as well. But it was a bit of a surprise to me, to be honest. I predicted SSG against Novo Esports. I thought their lack of experience on the big stage might have put SSG just that little bit of a tier above them. But they've proved the world wrong and proved that EMEA still has what it takes to get it done. But obviously, we're on to this match, Revenant versus SSG now, and it's going to be an absolute bang.
Revenant X-Spark looks strong in LCQ, not as strong today as 3-0, but against SK, one of the best teams that are present here today. And Revenant X-Spark, they just mentioned it in their own interview as well. They did face SSG before in 2023, their first World Final, and now they have the chance to get revenge.
I think a lot has changed though since 2023. That was a fantastic year for that then STMN squad. These guys are the old guard in NA, but they have watched the new generation come up and knock them off their pedestal. I don't know how many more chances these guys are going to have to step into the spotlight to try and claim glory for their region. They've really got to shape up, because I would say a 1-3 result against Nova was a sloppy start to their Worlds campaign.
Yeah, I mean, I expected a win, never mind a 3-1 loss. So really disappointing for them. And, you know, they're going to be disappointed in themselves as well. I had a little chat with Chino this morning. He felt like he was feeling a bit more confident than they had done over the past few days. Maybe had a
oh my Pims. They've done him so dirty.
Giga Chad Sargent versus old man Bobby. He's not even that old.
He's 25. That is so sad.
Maybe it's old for Brawl Stars standards, maybe. But I'll tell you what, these two stood next to me are a little bit older than that.
Brutal. I can't believe we're running back the Sergeant graphic as well. It's just too much, man.
I'm very much looking forward to this match. Yes, 2023, SSG did take it away in a 3-1 in the end, and they ended up becoming second in 2023 as well. Let's see if they can repeat that. Maybe they're going to win it all. Not off to the best start today. They did lose their opening match.
You are predicting SSG to win this one. That is a pretty bold, I think, take to have.
I'm going to say, because they did not play on stage yet, they're going to have the crowd now, and we used to call them the Lawn Warriors. Maybe they can do it again.
I mean, they have said it themselves. NA has not done anything since we were in the spotlight, since we were at the top. That's a pretty bold claim to sort of say that the region rises and falls on their success. Perhaps they'll feel some pressure added as a result.
You better strap in, because our players are ready. Let's bring them up.
The bracket is taking shape, and this is where things start to get spicy. This next match, one stays, one goes home. It's as simple as that. DreamHack, make some noise for Revenant, X-Spark, and Space Station Gaming! Revenant, X-Spark have